Actually, let me just go ahead and get started now. So, hello, Sleepless, who says, who says, I am here, but I'm going to be showering. Please don't finish the dungeon before I finish showering. I'll just turn the just turn the stream volume up really loud so you can hear you can hear it in the shower. But no, we have important business to attend to before I go to this dungeon. Namely, that we must go fishing. Because, so, earlier this week, Slim says, "Hi, I just got back." Well, oh, well, that was a very quick shower. But I hope that you feel clean. But anyway, so off stream, I basically went into a deep dive off stream on like how to get a bunch of Sepith. And as you can tell, it mostly worked. For comparison, I had like I had like 100 to 300 Sepith in all these numbers, in all these kinds, before, at the end of last stream. So he says, I feel much better than I did 15 minutes ago, lol. Great! Unfortunately, though, as much Sepith as this is, it's not enough to upgrade everyone's Sepith to slot 2. So I'm going to actually have to start out by doing a little bit more Sepith hunting. Well, actually, first we're going to upgrade the slots that we can. We're going to upgrade the slots that we can, and then I'm going to have to do a bit more Sepith hunting. And what I really mean by that is, go to the fishing holes and catch a bunch of fish, because I found out off stream that if you catch fish, they will have just like 10 to 50 Sepith stuck in their gullets. So it's finally time for the stream you've all been waiting for, the fishing stream. The stream where I just go to one of the many games I like, and I just go fishing. Sleep says fishing OP, no wonder Joachim was a powerhouse. That's how you know what? I'm starting to think Joachim didn't even like fishing. He just did all that fishing because he knew he could get a bunch of Sepith from it. Also, dang, that whole joke about like the fishing club being working with the dark rituals that actually would make sense now. Okay, I'm gonna upgrade that. I'm gonna upgrade that. Upgrade that. I'll wait on that one. Let me go back up here. Okay, and so I have upgraded all but 3 different slots. I just need to upgrade this one slot for Tio, this one slot for Wazi, this one slot for Tio, this one slot for Wazi, and this one slot for Randy. And I could just go ahead and go to the dungeon now, but again, I really want to get... I am certain... I am certain... I am certain that after this day, things are going to... Well, I say I'm certain because people keep telling me that after this day, things just get even more insane. And things just start going off, like, instead of... We've already gone off the rails, literally in the case of that one train, and now the rails are going to start slowly disintegrating. So I have... Let me check to see what all... I do have a bit of... I have some Rowan red flies. So I'm going to go to a particular fishing hole that I've been getting all my quartz at. I'm going to go to a particular fishing hole that I've been getting all my quartz at. And after that, and while there, I'm going to try to use up all my bait to catch as many fish and Sepith as I can. Slim says, rails? What rails? And also, I will shoot every monster on the way there so I can get even more Sepith. So yeah, the start of this stream will actually be... We're going to start by going fishing. and hunting a bunch of monsters. That's another thing. I'd also like to get Sepith so I can get some more quartz, stronger quartz. And probably what's going to happen is after I upgrade everyone's slots, I'm going to try... After I upgrade everyone's slots, what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to reconfigure everyone's quartz. Yeah, I'm going to reconfigure everyone's quartz so that we can... I'm going to reconfigure everyone's quartz because I think we're going to need that before I go into that next dungeon. And then what I'm going to try to do is, this stream is still 8 hours long, so I think... Even though I'm starting the stream off by taking this time to go fishing, and I'm going to probably spend like an hour or so upgrading everyone's quartz and reconfiguring everyone's quartz, I still think I'll definitely be able to beat the chapter 4 day 1 dungeon. And I think I'll be able to get through chapter 4 day 2. Oh, also, just to let y'all know, this is the last day where donations will count towards the donation goals for this month. This is the last day of August donation goals because this is the last stream I'm doing in August. The next stream will be next Tuesday stream will be September 2nd. So if you want to see these donation goals, if you want to see the Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance Fighting Game Showcase, or the handheld horror showcase, well, excuse me, no, I'm gonna do the handheld horror showcase. If you want to see the Game Boy Color / Game Boy Advance Fighting Game Showcase, or the obscure anime game showcase, this is the last day where we can reach those. But it is, well, it is also the first day of September, so if you want to give subs, or if you want to sub to the channel or give subs to the channel, in order to, if you want to give subs or donate subs to the channel in order to, it's actually back around here, in order to reach these donation goals, it actually does cost a bit less. I think for gifting subs and for new subs. I'm not sure about, like, people re-upping their subs. Excuse me. Okay, no. Okay, it is down here. It's farther here. Farther this way. And then starting next Tuesday, we'll be back to donation duels. With, the next donation duel is a bit of a doozy. Oh, okay. That works. There we go. Or not this way. This leads to the fishing dark arts area. Slim says, Chapter 4, Day 2, Roads and Discord. It's a short one because reasons. Oh boy. It's a short one, you mean, with quotes around that. And yeah, that's why I'm taking this time to get prepared before Chapter 4, Day 2, because... Wait, okay, no, this is not... Huh, I must have missed the place I was supposed to go to. Oh, let me... There's a particular fishing hole that I've been using. Let me try to go back to it. Hmm. Where is it? The Crossbell City. I know it's around here somewhere. Wait. What the heck? Where did it go? Yeah, this is a fishing area. Okay, this is a fishing area. So back onto the road. And then it's not there. Oh, there it is. Okay, it's much closer to the city than I originally. Yeah, I forgot how close to the city it is. It's like literally, yeah, it's like right next to Crossbow. Okay, fishing time. Oh, neither of these. Oh. So yeah, this is... I know I was shooting all those monsters along the road, because I do get a small amount of sepet from killing them. However, I get much more sepet sometimes. Yeah, I get much more sepet with, That's... Okay, I know that doesn't work there. I got like 13... Okay, I need to get the... I actually need to get more bait. So we'll use up a lot of money, but a lot of my money, but I'll need to get more bait. So I think you can only use certain baits with certain rods. That's correct. And also, certain rods don't even work in... Certain rods don't even work in certain areas. So yeah, this will take some of the money I was meaning to get for equipment, but we kind of need... Well, I can sell some of this stuff. Here, I'm going to sell... Yeah. All that. All that. And we're going to buy... That'll work. I will need to get stronger weapons. I will need to get stronger weapons at some point, but for right now, I'm going to focus on trying to get everyone better, improve everyone's orbaments. So let's go back to that fishing spot. Back to the fishing spot, and then back to fishing. And... There we go. That's exactly one of the fishes I wanted, because I get a lot of sepet from them. So yeah, we're just gonna We're just gonna be fishing for some time here. And yeah, one of those fish gives me 50 fire sepith. So it's worth going here. Ryan, I barely mentioned, I wanted to bring this up again. Whilst I'm fishing here, I wanted to bring this up again. Because of how crazy it is. I mentioned that, like, there was a video Pokemon release announcing, like, a mega form for Hawlucha. And apparently, Pokemon devs, they really love Hawlucha. Or, well, that, or they really love, well, no, they definitely really love, they really love, like, Lucha Libre. Because not only is Hawlucha getting a mega form, at the same time that Pokemon announced that, they were like, and also to promote this game, we're gonna have a special event with a CMLL, which is one of the biggest, it's one of the biggest Lucha Libre organizations in Mexico. And that was announced like Thursday, and already tickets to it are sold out. So I think either a lot of people are about to get into Pokemon, or a lot of people are about to get into CMLL. But the reason why I bring that up again is because there has been this in the past few years. There has been this interesting. In the past few years, there has been this interesting thing, or this interesting thing going on, where it's a. I wouldn't say trend, but like these occasions of like different things sponsoring wrestling matches. Like sometimes movies and brands. Sometimes movies and like restaurants and brands, but recently it's especially been video games. Like there was the Like a Dragon, like to promote that Like a Dragon game, where that Like a Dragon spin-off game where Kiryu is like a secret agent. Sega sponsored an AEW Street Fight match, an AEW Street Fight with Kenny Omega in it. So there's nothing like the time-honored tradition of tricking people into new fandom using another one. I mean, it's also happening for Helldivers 2 right now. I think I think Helldivers was just added to X. I think Helldivers 2 was just added to Xbox, and then at the same time and I think that happened at the same time as the new Halo themed Warbond was announced. Ah, dang it. Okay. So I think that happened right as the new Halo themed Warbond was announced, and also. And also, it coincides with an event where, in another kind of like smart move on Arrowhead's part, it also coincides with an event where now. Excuse me. In another smart move on Arrowhead's part, at the same time both of those things happen, as part of the new update, all three of the enemy factions, like the Terminids, the Illuminate, and the robots, the bugs, and the definitely not Covenant, are attacking. They're all going, like, making a big push towards Super Earth. So all the new Xbox players get to experience all three of the factions at the same time. Particularly the Illuminate, which, as I said, are definitely not. Well, really, the Illuminate are like if the Covenant managed to take control of the Flood. Because they have Zambies. So smart that. So pushing the Illuminate, making sure the Illuminate was part of the new event, at the same time that at the same time that it's getting on Xbox, getting on the Halo console was a really smart move on Arrowhead's part because it's like, hey, along with your new Halo ODST armor, look at these guys. They look kind of familiar, don't they? They look kind of they look kind of familiar, don't they? Remember Reach? Sleeper says, Helldivers got Halo 2 LDSD content to coincide with the Xbox drop. Yes, Bear was murmuring about that. Oh, as related to that, I finally decided what I'm going to do for these next few weeks. So it took me actually, like, this actually took me quite some time to figure out what I was going to do. Just because I was in a rare point where I have, like, 2 8-hour streams that were fully open. I have 2 8-hour long streams per week that are not fully open because of all the games I beat this week. Well, the 2 games I beat and the 1 game I gave up on this week. So what's going to happen is I am going to start playing through some of the games from Halloween, but I'm also going to return to some of the other games I like to revisit every now and then. So next Tuesday will be like Helldivers 2, Street Fighter 6, Returnal. Maybe if I could fit some Deep Rock Galactic and some BattleTech in there, because I haven't played BattleTech in a long time. And then also Dredge, if I could fit Dredge in there. That's another game I need to return to. And then there's also and then some others. I have been meaning. I might also go ahead and plan out a stream where I play Street Fighter 6, Guilty Gear Strive, and Tekken 8 in the same stream. Also, every single one of these, like, a lot of the streams for the next few weeks are going to have, like, instead of being split into, like, the next Tuesday stream will just be all Shantae Advanced because of the new Shantae game. But a lot of the streams on Tuesdays and Thursdays after that, at least until I can get a new job, they're going to be split into, like, instead of 2 4-hour sections. Like, the first 3 hours, I'm going to be playing one game. Then the next 3 hours, I'm going to play another game. And then for the last 2 hours of the night, I'm either going to be doing pixel art or 3D modeling, so that I can always be sure to be working on that throughout the week, or at some point during the week. So yeah, I'm only going to be starting up 2 newer. I'm only going to be starting up 2 new games to play through, because, well, at this point, yeah, just in case I could get a new job, 3 playthroughs will work better for whatever the new schedule is, instead of 5 new playthroughs. But I'll be playing. So yeah, I'm only going to start like 2 new playthroughs, but I'll be playing like 5 game, counting Saturday, what game I play on Saturday, which, for right now, it's still going to be Trails to Azure until I beat it, but then Saturdays will still stay the same. Saturdays will stay the same until Saturdays will stay the same until I get a new job, where it'll be like an 8-hour long stream of some RPG that I'm really interested in. So depending on how things work out, I might be playing like 5 games a week, and also 3D modeling and doing pixel art during a single week. Okay, let me see if how much do I have here? That was all of that, so... I could go back and get more. Okay, I might just go ahead and spend... This is both a horrible and a good waste of money. I might just spend all the rest of my money on fishing on deluxe dumplings, so that I can get even more fish. So, and more fish equals more sepith. Yeah, more fish equals more sepith. So. Yeah, we'll definitely let... But yeah, so besides the 2 new games, which the 2 new games I'm starting, whatever games... The two new games I'm starting will be like shorter games until, and then like whatever the big next new RPG. That's not going to start until I beat this game. And sadly, it will not be Super Robot Wars Y, because I can't afford Super Robot Wars Y. Right. I unfortunately can't afford Super Robot Wars Y right now. Yeah, we'll buy 50 of these. This is a horrible use of my money, but we could potentially get more Sepith. So yeah, well, no Super Robot Wars Y until at least until after I'm able to get a new job and get enough money in. And then maybe not until that first DLC comes out. It's really going to depend on when that first DLC comes out. I'd hope to. Gosh, I was hoping to, this. It hurt. It hurts. I know I keep bringing this up, but it hurts particularly hard because this was the time where I was like, okay, I'm not gonna wait a year to play the new Super Robot Wars game, like what I did with Super Robot Wars 30, where I played through the whole game in my own spare time and then got to playing the game. I'm just, it's just gonna be better if I play through the whole game on stream. But now it's like, at first it was because of like the DLC. I was like, well, maybe I should wait because I do want to have that DLC. I do want to have Kamen Rider there. But now it's like, okay, well now I got to. Although, hey, maybe on the bright side, because Toei's releasing Zets, like they are going to start releasing simulcasting Zets, outside of Japan. Maybe Kamen Rider Double will actually get released on streaming platforms. I mean, with the release of like Super Robot Wars Y, and I think it's already doing pretty well sales wise, or at least decent. I think it's already doing pretty decently sales wise. Yeah, just checking. Well, let me check. Steam charts isn't a good way, but Steam charts isn't a good metric, but it's like kind of the only metric we really have right now. Besides the only really metric I can think of besides official numbers. What has only been it seems like it's doing decent numbers right now, but basically because Super Wars Y is released now, and because of the hype around it, and I'm sure it will sell well, this would be the perfect time to release like a bunch of these shows that are in the series. Like, I mean, Godzilla Singular Point you can watch. Some of the shows like Godzilla Singular Point, SSSS Dynazenon, and Mobile Fighter G Gundam you can watch on like available platforms. But like, there's some shows being featured in that it's. Well, I think also like Macross Delta is on Disney Plus. But yeah, for any of the shows that are on there that are not easily available to watch on certain they're easily available to watch on like streaming services, now would be the perfect time to release them. Okay, time for even more Sepith. I just realized something. Going back to what I was saying earlier about the whole wrestling promotions, about like different video games promoting their games through wrestling matches. Um, the one blemish on that so far, as I mentioned in a previous stream, was the Fatal Fury City of the Wolves sponsored match, WrestleMania. Because this, in addition to all the reason they did that one is obvious because Saudi Arabia has a big deal going with WWE, and again, Saudi Arabia is has a major stake in SNK. Like they own a good portion of they own the majority of SNK. So it makes sense they would use that there. However, that's now that I think about it, I mean, that was already like the wrong crowd to. That was the wrong crowd to try and promote Fatal Fury to because it's a bunch of WWE fans. They're probably not going to be interested in like sort of cult classic fighting game series making a return. So if SNK, if they had if they had been really smart about it, yeah, if SNK had been really smart about it, the perfect place or a great place to like a great wrestling promotion to try and advertise Fatal Fury City of the Wolves to would be either well CMLL is in Mexico and not exactly South America, but if there was a major I don't know if there is a major South American wrestling promotion, but if there is, that would be the perfect place. That would be the perfect place to advertise it because, but SNK games are huge SNK games are huge in South America. To the point where there's been like a couple of characters added into like King of Fighters as like to honor the SNK South American fans. Actually, also for the next, oh, I just thought of something I would love to see. I just thought of like a video game sponsored wrestling match I would love to see. Yakuza is like kind of the perfect game series to sponsor a wrestling match because like especially like an Extreme Rules match with a whole bunch of like extra weapons and allowing wrestlers to just do insane stuff because that's Yakuza. Right? What better way to advertise a game where you can beat people up with a bicycle you grabbed off the ground, or like with a trash can you picked up off the ground, than with a wrestling match where people will beat each other up with trash cans they find on the ground. But besides that, I feel like at some point. I'm not sure what game they would do it for, but I feel like at some point Capcom would probably like work with AEW to like to advertise some game, or maybe even Street Fighter. Like my first thought there is Street Fighter 6. My first thought there is Street Fighter 6 because Capcom has worked with Kenny Omega to the point where I mean if you haven't seen it, like the actual like the season 3 characters. The Season 3 characters of a Street Fighter 6's DLC was announced by having a trailer where Kenny Omega dressed up as all of them. But even besides that, yeah, I feel like, and besides a fighting game, which in that case, yeah, I guess just Street Fighter 6 sponsored an AEW match, I feel like Capcom could work with. I feel like it actually would be a good idea for Capcom at some point to advertise one of their new upcoming games by having by sponsoring an AEW match. Actually, because of the working now that I think about it, because of the working relationship between CMLL and AEW, where like they'll share wrestlers between each other, there could be some AEW wrestlers like Kenny Omega and Kenny Omega and Hangman Adam Page at that Pokemon CMLL event. Yeah, this. Okay, also another thing. Speaking of Capcom games, well, I just gotta say, for both Resident Evils and Silent Hill, welcome back PS2 horror era of major horror releases where the main character is a very scared young girl. Sue says, "Damn, I need to eat something." Yes, you do. Take it from someone who also forgets to eat. You should eat. Hmm. Yeah, with the new Silent Hill game, Silent Hill F, is starring a young it seems like easily frightened girl who's having to fight monsters, and the new Resident Evil is starring a young easily frightened girl who's having to fight monsters. So welcome back, Rule of Roses and and welcome back to the Rule of Roses and Haunting Ground era of horror games, where most of the horror games main characters were like young girls who were understandably easily frightened by the horrifying events happening around them. Hmm. Oh yes, as part of the so to let you know right now, Sleepless, you'll probably like hearing this. So I'm getting stuff ready for the handheld horror showcase, and I decided to add in games from the PSP and PS Vita just because. So I'm going to be looking through So I'm looking through games from the Game Boy Color, Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance, DS, 3DS, and PSP and PS Vita. It's basically I'm going to tell y'all right now, I won't be able to get to every single horror game on all the platforms because, well, some of them just. The main reason being, like, if I don't get the opportunity to play them, I can't really feature them. So that's gonna. I don't. I don't. If I'm unable to find a way to play them, then I won't be able to feature them, which actually might limit the number of Vita games, just because. The good news about Vita horror games is a lot of Vita horror games also released on PC at the same time they released on Vita, so they are easily available to get. The bad news now, though, is that I don't really have a lot of money, so I might only be able to get I might not be able to get that many of the Vita horror games. And basically, okay, so to mention like what counts as a PSP or PS Vita horror games, because a lot of the games on the PSP and PS Vita were like, they were also like games that they released on like PlayStation 2 or PlayStation 3. Basically, if the game's first console release was on PSP or PS Vita, or if it's it's a horror game where the PSP or PS Vita version is gonna have like major changes made compared to it in the console version. Those are ones I'm gonna try looking at. Like two examples, two of the games I might end up talking about. Two of the games I might end up talking about are two. Well, there's a couple of Silent Hill. There are a couple of Silent Hill games on all these different portable systems. Not a lot of them are good. There's three notable Silent Hill games on the PSP and PS Vita, and that's Silent Hill Origins, because that one like released first on PSP, and then I think got moved, like that one released first on PSP, and I think it got moved over to consoles. And then there's Silent Hill Shattered Memories, which released first on the Wii, and then went over to the PSP, which means that like that one's worth looking into, because I mean the Wii version is going to use motion controls, while the PSP version can't. So, and then also one on the PS Vita, if I can get it, if I can try looking into it, is the last Silent Hill game for like many years before we got that resurgence in Silent Hill, because Konami realized, like, people want games of one of our biggest, most well-known franchises. Silent Hill Book of Memories, it was a Vita exclusive, It released on nothing. It only released on the Vita. And was made by WayForward. Sleep says, isn't the best way to play Shattered Memories through the Wii, though, since there's like puzzle solutions and dialogue that comes out of the Wii remote? Probably. Probably. But the whole point of this is to look. But the whole point of this is to look at like how different developers either tried to like make original horror games on the on handheld systems, on handheld systems, or how they try to take games from consoles and actually fit them onto handheld systems and still try to make them scary. So, like for example, I'm actually not going to be including like any Castlevania games that were on Game Boy Advance and Game Boy Advance or Nintendo DS, because those aren't really horror to me. Those don't really feel scary. Like it's got like a gothic horror style to it, but I don't think anyone's really been scared. And at least I have never really been scared in any of the Castlevania games I played, and I never really hear anyone talk about how scared they are in a Castlevania game. But like for another example of a game that counts for this, there's a DS Resident Evil game called Resident Evil Deadly Silence, and it is the PS1 version. It is the PS1 Resident Evil 1. It is the PS1 version of Resident Evil 1, but they tried to make it work. They tried to make it work on a DS. Now, I will go ahead and mention that, like, I'm not going to get, like I said, I'm not going to get to all the different horror games. There's actually, like, quite a substantial number of horror games on all these different systems. And some of them I won't be able to get to either because, like, I couldn't get to play them. Or I don't have much to, or I've tried them and I don't have much to say about them. Yeah, like Silent Hill or Shattered Memories, I'm looking into that game. That's one of the games I'm considering because, well, like, that raises the question of like, okay, this was a game made for the Wii. When you try to put that onto the PSP, what changes do you have to make and how well does it work? There. So yeah, y'all might not get to see as many. I am going to try to look into PSP and PS Vita games, but y'all might not get to see as many just because it's going to depend on how many I can get. There's a couple of PSP and PS Vita games I really would like to show. Really like to show off if I could talk about. Well, I'd really like to talk about if I could play them, because I already just, from what I've seen of them, know that they're good games. There. God dang it. Oh, there's an entire other part to this whole fishing system as well, because there's a person at a fish stall in on East Street who will like trade you stuff. Who, in addition to like me getting Sepith from these different fishes, I could trade in all these fishes for different things to this person in the East Street stall. And one of these kinds of fishes, I think it's the gladiator. Like one of these kind of fishes gets me like will get me 5 of every Sepith, and another will get me 10 of every Sepith. So, I'm going to be trading in a lot of fish here. Yeah, even after this, I'm going to be trading a lot of fish. Ah, there we go. Hmm. But yeah, I am currently going through different games for the handheld horror showcase. I already have found some really interesting ones that I didn't know about before I started doing this. And it's kind of the same reason, like, even if we don't reach the donation goal for even if we don't reach the donation goal for like the Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance fighting game showcase, and the obscure anime game showcase, I'll probably do them. I probably will still do them at some point in time. It's just going to be like if we don't reach those donation goals by the end of the day, by the end of this month, though, it's probably going to be a long time before I'm able to do those again. All right, let's see how many. Hmm. Also, I think I mentioned this on like I mentioned this at the end of Thursday stream, but because I beat Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, and because I beat Pokemon Legends Arceus 1 for Brawl, I've now done 177 playthroughs on the channel. And Shantae Advanced Risky Revolution, that should be 178, I believe. So, I am working my way even closer to the big 200. So I'm gonna have to. So in addition to everything else I'm doing, I'm gonna have to start thinking about like what game should be the big 200. So it probably, like, this game here, Trails to Azure, was one of the games I was considering for 200. But well, I'm playing it now. And I'm, in a way, now that I am like 4 chapters deep into this game, I'm kind of glad that I played this, or that I was made to play this earlier, because like whatever I game I play for the 200th playthrough, like every stream is probably gonna be that game until I beat it, and that would mean like if this game ended up being that, then I would have probably ended up. Gosh, that would have been like what? That would have been like a whole month to 2 months probably just playing this game. Which I wouldn't mind that. I wouldn't mind that. I wouldn't mind that. But I'm not sure how much people would be interested in watching that. Sue says it would have easily been 3 weeks no lifing the game. Okay, one more of these deluxe dumplings left. There we go. Okay. Now then, let's go back to town. I'm going to trade in all these fish. Yeah, back into town and let's trade in all these fish. Ah, dang. Hmm. I am curious. See, I'm gonna probably stick to playing this game only on Saturdays, just because like I need the full 8 hours to play through this game to make like good progress in this game. So I feel like while I could like play it during like half of one of the streams on like Tuesdays or Thursdays, that I really wouldn't make much progress in the game just because of how big the cutscenes are in each of the different sections on this. Okay, so yeah. Oh. So that's I don't have any noble carps, so it's just gonna have to be trading in all these gladiators. I might be able to use these gladiators to get some. Well, actually, okay. I will. Let me actually take a detour down to Downtown Street and see if there's any. See if there's any good Sepith I can get with one of these gladiator fish. Catfish, hazelfish, pale salamander, American carp, tiger rockfish, queen crab, salamander, animal trout, gladness bass, turtle, rainbow trout, eel, epicharge. Wait. Nope. Okay then. In that case, all these gladiator fish will go to getting Sepith. And I'll probably give back all the other. I'll probably sell all the other fish. Wait, give fish. I'll probably sell all the other fish to make back some money. But this will be the extent. Well, this will probably be the Well, we'll see how close I am to upgrading everyone's Sepiths to everyone's court slots. Yeah, after trading all these in, we'll see how close I am to upgrading everyone's court slots. There's only 3 more slots I have to upgrade, so if I'm just... And I'd really like to go ahead and get them upgraded now. Unfortunately, I'm not able to trade them in bulk, so it's just like 1 by 1. There. Well, I guess now that I think about it, as far as like me playing through, if Trails to Azure was the 200th game, and I was still doing like 3 8-hour-long streams a week, I probably could beat it in about a month at that rate. But that would mean that I'm still wouldn't have a job at that point, which would be the situation. My situation would be very dire at that point. Yeah, 3 streams a week at 8 hours each. That would be about 24 hours. That's about 24 hours of streaming every week. So I could probably get through like 1 chapter a week at that rate. Maybe half a chapter. Maybe half a chapter. I actually am seeing that because the new Trails in the Sky remake released, that people are getting into that. More people I know who had never played the Trails series before are kind of getting interested in Trails. Either interested in getting the remake, or interested in getting the remake, or like wanting to go back and play the original Trails in the Sky. Okay, is that all my... How many gladiators? I still have more gladiators. I caught a lot of gladiator fish. Which means a lot of Sepith. A lot of Sepith. Okay, that's all the gladiators. So, how much do we have? That's pretty good numbers. I don't think that's enough to... I still don't think that's enough to upgrade everyone's Sepith, so... I think that... Because, like, the 3 remaining slots are, like, the highest ones. Or, like, they cost the most. Okay, she's fully upgraded. I'll go with Tia. Well, dang it, I can't go with Tio. I need 800th. I need 800th Earth. Oh, okay, I can upgrade Randy's final slot. I can upgrade Randy's final slot, but I don't have... So I'm gonna need a lot more Sepith. Gosh, even with all that, I still need much more Sepith. Okay, so I need to sell off all these fish I got. Welcome to the Crossbell Fish to Sepith economy. I go catch fish to get Sepith. I trade in some of the fish to get more Sepith. And then I spend all that Sepith to get, like, one slot upgrade. And then I go to... And then I sell the fish to get more money, which I then use to get more fish bait, which I then go to catch more fish. I'm going to keep the carps, though, because the carps are... Dang, that really didn't get me. Yeah, I'm going to keep the carps, though, because the carp is, like, the only fish I have. Or the only bait I have that will work with the Viking rod. Okay. I'm not going to be able to get much bait from this, but oh well. Okay, back to getting deluxe dumplings. Well, there was that thing at the casino. Let me try if I can see if I can go there and get it. Let me see if I can get that rod at the casino. Little shooter. A rod that allows the wielder to wield the faintest of fishes, suited to catching small to medium-sized fish. From Cephalo's drop rate plus 30%. Yeah, we'll go ahead. I will get this. Yeah, just a little reminder, this is the last day for the donation goal, starting on Tuesday. We'll be in September, so it's the... We'll be in September, so if... Well, we are in September now, so it's actually like a great time to use subs or gift subs in order to work towards these donation goals, or towards a donation duel, starting next week. But yeah, starting on Tuesday, we'll work towards the next donation duel, which that one will probably go... Not until after I beat Shantae Advance, because I'm gonna probably beat that game in like the very same stream I started. But like till the game I beat after Shantae. Which might actually be Trails to Azure, depending on how things go. Okay, so yeah, we've got 3,000 Mira. Let's go back and get more deluxe dumplings. More deluxe dumplings to get more deluxe dumplings to catch more fish. With more Sepith. And then which I can then sell the remaining fish for more money. For more money, or for more Sepith or more money, which I can use that money to get more bait, which I can then use for more fish. Okay, where is should be down here. Yeah, I just have two more character slots, two more slots to upgrade, so... Well, okay, well actually, let me take a look, because... The two well, no, okay, one of them is Tio. I definitely need to upgrade Tio's last slot. I can leave Wazzy with only one tier 2 slot, but I can leave Wazzy with 5 tier 2 slots instead of a full 6. But Tio definitely needs that last slot. Okay, shop. Bye. How many can I get with this? 10. Okay, then. That's about it. There's all my money again. Well, is there anything I can... There's this fishing spot here. I don't think the carp works here. Yeah, I don't think the carp works there, so no. And I know that I'll get a bunch of Sepith from fighting the... from going to that dungeon I'm going to go to and fighting all the monsters there. However, I would like to... I'd really like to upgrade my orbament... upgrade my quartz before I go there. Now, hold on just a second. Oh, never mind. Thank you, Sleepless. Okay, not here. Let me keep going. Okay, yeah. No. Okay, it's down. It's further down. Yeah, before we go to... Sue says, unfortunately, it looks like I was a hacked account made in 2017. Oh, dang. Unfortunate. If it is a hacked account, hope whoever started it can get it back soon. Alright, let's go here. Oh, I do actually have some good news as far as the job hunting. One of the jobs I applied to yesterday actually messaged me back like only a few hours after I applied them. Only a few hours after I applied to them to say that they'll want to have a call with me to consider an interview. Now that's because this is the job market and this is the American job market in 2025. I have to temper that by saying like it's just a call to ask me some questions and they might consider me for an interview after it. And also that job, if I get it, will pay me significantly less than what I made at. If I get this job, it's going to pay me significantly less than what I made at my previous job. However, that job is outside of Texas, so if I can get it, then I can get out of here. Okay, that's right. Slim says, it'll be significantly less, but it'll also be significantly more than you've made the last 2 months. That is sadly true, yes. That is correct. Okay, there. Okay. So he says, sorry, bro, I had to. You didn't have to, but it's okay. Oh, also, some other good news. Well, I don't know if this is good news or not, but I'm happy about it. I've been cleaning out. I've been using all the food that I have available that I've had stocked up in my pantry, and I found out like a few days ago that apparently I've had a giant surplus of just hot chocolate mix without knowing about it. So even though it's still summer, I am at least enjoying many cups of hot chocolate a day. Okay, let's see if I can. Now. Okay. This is like the last one, I think. Hot dang. Okay, no, this is the last one. Hot dang. Okay, let's see how much Sepith I can get from these. And from killing these things. And then if I have enough to upgrade... If I get enough to upgrade Tio's last slot, that'll be it. I won't worry about Wazi's final slot. Because I'm pretty sure that once we go into the next dungeon, I'll get enough to upgrade that final slot for him. But for Tio, but it's much more important for Tio. Oh, right. Okay, here she is. Those rat-bucked kids with the red tracksuits wound up injured during the raid. It's worrisome to say the least. I'm wishing them a quick recovery. So says, yeah, you definitely have time on Wazi's last slot. That is either a pun or saying that I don't have time on his last slot at all. It is going to be interesting. It looks like I can only have up to 6 characters, so if I am about to lose a character and have them replaced, I'm really curious. Like, there's actually multiple potential characters, and the reason for it is going to be interesting. Like, if it's... My guess was going to be Noelle. My guess was going to be Noelle. Because, you know, she said she's about to leave. Sleep says time is one of the Sepith elements. No, I know that, but it does. Okay, well that doesn't really work as a pun for Wazi's case because his whole thing is like space. Yeah, his whole thing is space Sepith. That's his favorite element. So now, if it was Joshua from Chosen the Sky, then it would work a little better. Okay, do I have enough now? 509. No. Ah. Well, let's sell some of these others. I might have to do, for the remaining Sepith, I might have to do the manual option. Okay, yeah, that's not really that much money, so... Not enough to get more bait. So for the rest of the... I think I need 800 I need 800 Earth Sepith in order to upgrade Tio's last core slots, ornament slots. So, we're just gonna have to hunt it down. Or, excuse me, y'all won't have to. I will. And, well, we're already an hour into the stream. It's gonna take me a long time to, like, upgrade quartz. I might just go ahead and upgrade everyone's ornaments and then just use, when we get enough quartz. Because, yeah, I'm gonna okay, yeah, on second thought, let me go back and I'm just gonna go ahead and upgrade everyone's quartz. Because once we go into the dungeon, we're probably gonna get a lot of quartz from, fighting all the monsters in that dungeon, which I can use to upgrade their last 2 slots. And that might even, like, get me some better, like, quartz. So, yeah, let's just go ahead and move things along for right now. And I'll see if I can get enough after the dungeon. I'll probably get a bunch of... I'll probably have enough to upgrade the remaining 2 slots after the dungeon. So... Nope. She's like 300 Earth short. So, of course, what can I get? Defense 3. Ah, not enough for defense 3. Yeah, I want... Okay, I can get an HP 3. You get a shield 3. Attack... No, can't get attack 3. Evade 3. Action 3. Hit 3. Cut 3. Mind 3. Okay. That will, of course, take a lot of the course that I've built up till now. So, Evade 3, Heaven 3. Let me see if I want to get some of these. So, HP 2, Hit 3, Epcut 2. Okay. Yeah, I might. I know I just said, like, I'm gonna get some off, but it might actually be worth it to go ahead and get some of these upgraded quartz since we're about to go into a dungeon. So, yeah, get that one. Yeah, let me get this one. HP 3. Another Evade 3 would be good. Action 3 would be good. Epcut 3 would be good. And Mind 3. Mind 3 would be good. Okay. Now then. Let's go to... So, she's got... Or excuse me, he's got Attack 3, Evade 3. He's got Heaven's Eye. Increases all types of Sepith dropped by enemies by 1 to 2. That's good. That is really good. Invigorate gains SIP by attacking enemies on the field. That's also worked for Rimbo. 15% chance to lower enemy ADF by 25%. Let me actually... This gives him 4. I want to give him the HP 3. Actually... This might actually work pretty well for him. Like, I might actually have a good set of stuff for him right now. Plays all treasure chests and affects whole party. Eli information. I might be able to sell information. I don't really need detection either, because, well, displaying the treasure chest look... Ah, no, that's worth keeping. That's worth keeping. It does give, like, 4... It does give, like, 4 Mirage, and then 2 Space and 2 Earth. As a matter of fact, I might give that to... Yeah, what if I give that to him? What does that do? Okay, that decreases some of his... that actually gives him... I think that actually gives him less good. Okay, let me give him Shield 2 then. How does that look? Well, wait, there were some stat changes there as well. So, Arch Strength and Arch Defense. Slave says, named courts are worth holding on to, so they tend to give more elements per line. Okay, I'm gonna go. Let me go ahead and give him detection. Let me give him detection. That will, like... Yeah, that gives him, like, a couple more courts. And this means we can now see where treasure chests are. For her, let me switch out her HP 2 with an HP 3. And defense 2. Okay, poison. She's got poison. Impede. Is there a better one I want? Okay, action 3. Speed. Okay, do I have action on any? Okay, let me give her action 3. She's got Ep2, so let me get Epcut 2, so let me give her Epcut 3. Do I have any? What do I have for Cat? Okay, cast no. Hit 3, move 2. I think I have a move 3. No, I don't. Let me actually. Who do I have? I'll give. Well, I'm probably not going to keep Randy on the team, so let me actually give her... Okay, that's 4 and that's 4 wind, 2... That's 4 wind, 2 space. So let me give her... that's only 5. Increases chance... Okay, you know, let me replace Hair with Evade 3 for her. That'll give her, like, 5 wind. Epcut 2... Okay, Epcut 2 is good for her. Well, that's 3... That's 3 of these and 2 of those. Water, max HP plus that. Action 3 is good. Okay, Epcut 2. Hit 3. Let me check her moves. Okay, Breath, Analyze. She does have Mercuria now. ATS when battle begins. 4 turns of ATS. Increases potency of healing arts, amount healed multiplied by 1.5. That's good. It might also be good to give her this one, because that would increase wind even further, which would give her more wind arts. Let me actually see. It looks like Pixie. And let me prevent status ailment stat down 25% chance. Because there's Thunder Cyclone, it actually decreases, so... Yeah. This one's kind of better for her right now. Let me check. Shield grants a defense, ADF boost at battle. Killing enemies recovered Ep. Ep plus 5 for enemy killed. Raises speed, increases potency of items. Average use Iron Balls. Hate it plus slash ever multiply times 5. It wouldn't be a good idea to switch her to this at this point, because this one would need to be leveled up quite a bit. Slaves of the Master Quartz offer fun options for approaches to combat, but higher level mix offer better rewards and stat augments. No, I know that. The issue now, though, is that this might end up being better for... Like, the effect this one has... Killing enemies recovers F. That'd be pretty good for Tio. However, it's at level 1, which means that it would take quite a bit to level it up. Okay, poison, defense 2. I think for now she's good with what she's got. Noelle, that is. Epcut 2, that's... He's using my... Okay, so let me just see what others of these I can upgrade. So Cast 2, do I have... I don't have that. Mute 2. Range, Shield Breaker. Shield Breaker might be good to replace that with something else. It gives 4 Earth, but there might be good to something else to replace it with. So on the upside, lower level ones will catch up to higher ones quickly. It's a good point. Raises speed, increases... Okay, let me actually see. That's like 6 and 3. This is... Okay, that's 6 space 3 win. If I were to switch out... Yeah, maybe I should actually give Lloyd Mobius, although he'll get more hip. Killing enemies restores HP. Now, okay, killing enemies restores HP. That'll be really helpful for him right now. Yeah, okay, let me actually give her this. That's going to decrease the amount of stuff she's got initially, but if it could be leveled up quickly, then it'll be, by fighting these tougher enemies, that would help benefit more in the long run. So that you could equip the Mick to Wazzy/Randy during the dungeon, let them farm the experience for a pass without worrying. Grants a speed boost in battle. Raises speed when battle begins. Increases item range. You know what? Okay, Wazzy's natural element, like, his preferred element is space, so let me actually give him this one. And then for mine 2... Yeah, okay, let me give him mine 3. F2, that's good. Speed Breaker. Okay, burn. F2, that's good. Increases enemy item drop rate by 100%. Raises speed, increases potency of items. Let me actually see. Increases strength/hit, increases the chance of critical strikes. Now that one's a good one for Randy. Let me switch Prankster out with something else. Can I give him... Well, that attack one's only going to give him, like, 1, so... Let me check to see what else would be good to give him. F2, that could work. Evade 2. %, Epcut 1. Let me give him Epcut 2 to replace that. HP plus 3. Okay, max HP plus 15. And... Okay, Speed Breaker. Is there another one I should replace this with? That's 4, so that is 4 times, so that's pretty good. Now I should keep this on them. Alright, let me check. Okay, he's got a bunch of fire, which is good for him. He doesn't really have much. Okay. I think this is good enough for right now. I'd like to find... I might go ahead and... I might see if there's any of these low... Okay, I'm going to stop by the downtown district to see if there's any of these lower courts I want to keep, because I could potentially use them to get one of these unique courts here. Okay, effort increases chance of cooking a supreme dish. Don't really need that one, so... Heal HP slowly recovers on the field. That one would be great. I'd have to get a pale salamander for it, but that one would be great. So I'll keep freeze. Yeah, I'll keep freeze. Invigorate gains step by attacking enemy field. That'd be great. I don't have a burn though. Automatically analyzes defeated enemies. That'd also be great. I do have a sword break. Okay, well I do have burn and sword breaker. They're just equipped to people. So wait, I have an invigorate? Oh, that's right. It's equipped to Lloyd. Never mind. Forgot about that. Okay, Dragon Vision would be great. I have a Swordbreaker, but I need a... Well, I have a Swordbreaker, but I need a Queen Crab. I need some Queen Crabs for that. Enemies... That one's not good. Enemies attacked on the field are slow. That'd be great. I have a Speedbreaker, but I need a Puriruku. I've got one of those, and it's equipped to Lloyd. Detailed about enemies not analyzing. Enemies less likely to notice your field. That'd be really great. I have a Mind 3, I believe. And I need like one... Oh, actually, hold on. I might be able to get that. Let's check our openments. I think I have a Mind 3 here. I do have a Mind 3. And I just need like a tier all bomb. So hold on. Let me get that. If tier all bomb is available around here... Wait, I think the wording here is a little bit different. Okay, let me check my items. Tier all bomb. A healing salve prepared by the Septian Church. It restores all HP. Okay, so... That's a special one. That's a very special one. So I have the Mind 3. I just need one tier all bomb. And then I could get that. So it says, might be able to make it at Jingo's. Okay, let's see if I can. Oh wait, that's on... So weird. I swear she is a normal craft leaf. Once again, sleepless. Once again, sleepless. You have lied to me about trails. I don't know what your aim is, but once again, you have lied to me. Okay, so I have the Swordbreaker. I just need some Queen Crabs for that. And yeah, if I can get... This is the one I want the most of all. So yeah, I have a Mind 3. I just need one tier all bomb. So I'll need to save those. But yeah, besides that, and the Dragon Vision, which requires a Swordbreaker, that's really the only ones I definitely need from here. Well, Ingenuity would also be good, but that one... Do I have Shield Breaker? I do have Shield Breaker, okay. Yeah, I have Shield Breaker, I just need to get some catfish for that, which I'd have to look up where to get catfish. I have Swordbreaker, so I need to get some Queen Crabs for that. And I have the Mine 3, so I need a Tier All Bomb. So besides Mine 3... Or excuse me. Besides Shield Breaker and Sword Breaker, I can really sell a lot of these... I could probably sell a lot of these low-level quartz. Yeah, besides Shield Breaker and Sword Breaker, I could probably sell a lot of these low-level quartz so that I can get some money back. So let me sell some of these. Actually, let me sell them at the equipment shop, because if I have enough money, I could potentially buy some of the new weapons. So defense 1. Yeah, I can sell all 3 of these. HP 1, we'll sell that. Basically, all the ones I can sell. Like the HP 1, Shield 1, I can sell those. Attack 1, yep. Evade 1, yep. Move 1. You know, I'll go ahead and sell the hair. And, well, yeah, no, I'll go ahead and sell the hair, because, yeah, that gives me 2 wind and 1 time, but Evade 2 gives us 3 wind, which is just as good. Slightly different, but just as good. And escaping from battle doesn't really help, because I'm not going to escape from any battles. Catch 1, yeah, we can turn that in. Hit 1, yep. Tap cut 1, yep. And yeah, I can't sell these, which makes sense I couldn't sell those. Dang. All those quartz sold, and I just got 2,000. I got less than 300 Mira. Less than 3,000 Mira. I guess I could sell all this. I'm not going to use those. Watch these get me more money than the dang quartz. Okay, no. I'm not going to sell any of these. Now, I'm not going to sell any of these, because those I might want to switch some of them out at some point. So yeah, no new equipment for me. I'll have to wait until we get more money. Okay, I think that's all the upgrades we could do for right now. What say we go check with Jonah? Let's go check with Jonah and then get this dungeon started. Ah, there he is. Okay. So yeah, like I said, like the first hour and 30 minutes of this was just upgrading characters, which is the true Trails experience. If you're not spending an hour and a half just upgrading your characters and reconfiguring their equipment and reconfiguring their magic their quartz, is it really a Trails game? I can tell you right now, when I get to more of these games, if there's one of these games where it's like the court system, which is like, oh yeah, you just do this and this, and it just like simplifies the court system to the point to where just like I could just barely. So it says, wait, go rest, get your ep. Oh, okay, yeah, fine. But if there's any of these games any of these Trails games with the court system that like really simplifies the court system, And it's just like, yeah, you just equip 1 and 2, and that does like everything. I will actually be I will actually be like annoyed. I'm not someone that really like automatically hates when a game like simplifies its systems. I'm not someone that automatically hates like when a game simplifies their systems. Like I really like, for example, modern mode in Street Fighter 6. And yeah, a modern mode in a lot of in Street Fighter 6 that kind of simplifies the controls because it makes it easier for someone like me who can't play as much as they'd like to like try out the game and like kind of learn the game before I can start learning stuff in classic mode. However, in this game where the quartz mode like the quartz is honestly like it's one of my favorite parts. I love how in depth it gets with like customizing like these games have both the SIP system, which is simple. It's a simple set of abilities. Every character has these abilities, and they each do a variety of things. But just as long as you got enough SIP on the meter, you can do any of these different actions. And then it's got the magic system, which is an entire other set of abilities that you can heavily customize. And it works and it's amazing. And it's amazing because everyone's got like a set of like character specific like abilities they can use. Like everyone's got like their own set of like their set of abilities that only they can use, and it's like simple, and that's fine. Like there's those it's a simple set of abilities, but you can use them automatically. And then there's the magic list, which is like, yeah, it takes a turn to cast, but you can really go in depth with what spells you give characters. So it says Cold Steel kind of treats quartz like FF7 materia, which it has its charms, but I do miss the way it works in this game. Yeah, I could definitely, after playing this game, I'm certain I'm gonna not like that. I'm certain I'm not gonna like that as much as this game. Because, like, yeah, it, like, I did really enjoy the materia system in FF7, but it was like, it was one of the first 3D RPGs. It was one of the first 3D RPGs. Like, even FF7 Remake, it actually does something like this, where, like, every character has like their own set of abilities they can do that they get from their weapons, which actually like adds a little more to it. And then there's like all the materia you equip can give them different spells. It's really interesting. It's kind of interesting that when I was originally playing FF7 Remake at the very start, I wasn't sure about its system, and then after realizing it's a turn-based action RPG hybrid, I started really enjoying the system. And now after I finished beating it, I realized that dang, that was a really good system. Slim says you'll have your ups and downs with it. It makes it easier to track what you have access to, but while also keeping you up to date on the spells. About time. What took you so long? Actually, don't answer that. Let's get going already. Wait a second. Get going where exactly? Back it up, you little rascal. Am I putting us on the same page here? Alright, guess I haven't actually told you what we're doing. Thing is, I was kind of hoping you would take me to a terminal room in the Geo front. A terminal in the Geo front? You mean the one that was blown to smithereens? Nah, that was terminal number 8 in the B sector. The one I want to go to is terminal number 4 in the C sector. Man, I can't wait. The terminal at the branch suck major the terminals at the branch suck major eggs. You can't do squat on them. Have you learned nothing, Jonah? The new fundamental orbital network laws have already gone into effect. You realize that means we can't permit you to illegally commandeer a terminal, right, don't you? Just the opposite, in fact. We should be doing everything in our power to stop you. Wait, hold on a second here. There's nothing illegal about it. Or did you forget that I'm still an engineer at the Foundation? That makes me one of the only people who are authorized to use the Geofront's terminals. Is that true? Wait, hold on. Let's check in with our Jonah handler. Is that true, Tio? He has the clearance to do so, yes, but I would still classify this as a gray area. It just goes to show that orbital network law still has areas it could improve upon. That only makes this sound even sketchier than before. If we start venturing to these gray areas ourselves, where does it end? It's too slippery a slope. What's with you guys? Loosen up for once, would ya? Now, Jonah, normally you would have a point. However, you are talking to the only police group in Prospell that gets anything, well, they get most things done. There are some individual police officers outside of the SSS who get stuff done. However, as far as who accomplishes the most, it's easily the SSS. So, if they were to loosen up, major problems could befall this city. What about those society weirdos? They messed around with another bunch before, didn't they? Who's to say they aren't exploiting the system right this second? Well, true, but you have to admit he has a point. The chief's been worried about it too, but he doesn't have the time to check. So I'm taking the time out of my busy schedule to lend you some of my expertise. If anything, you guys should be thanking me. Go ahead, slander me some more. If only this little dude was as good at fending for himself as he is at running his mouth. I concur, but he does bring up a valid point of concern. We have that fool kid to consider. As well as Professor Novartis. I would speculate that they have more technological prowess than even the Foundation. Dots. Fine, we'll help. But just to be clear, any hacking that can be construed as illegal will be subject to prosecution, understood? And we're not doing this so you can live down there. You're to continue sleeping in your own bed, in your own room. Those are the conditions. Give me a break already, will ya? Why should Jonas Sacred have to interact with the real world? Lloyd Glare! It's too powerful! What is this? Lloyd Glare! Dang, Lloyd, what the heck is that? It's a patented new ability I've learned to deal with. Okay, just stop it, all right? Just stop it. Jeez, it hurts so much. What the fuck? What the heck kind of magical ability is that? I just stare at him. No, I just stare at him. I just use one of my martial arts skills to stare at him really hard. What? Hey, if it works in One Piece, it can work for us. I felt my life flashing before my eyes. Lloyd's always known how to dole out the tough love. This is as fair a bargain as you are likely to get. I suggest you take it. Fine, I get it, okay? You don't have to use your hockey of the Supreme King on me. It's a deal, just hurry up and take me down there already. I'm gonna pull my hair out if I have to use those Orcus Tower terminals for one more nanosecond. Ah, damn, it folded like a house of cards. That Lloyd stare really is powerful. I still think we should be spoiling him like this. Get out my case already! So, are you guys ready to go to the C-Sector dungeon, or what? Pretty sure there's gonna be monsters down there, just like every other sector. Good point. Sweet, now come on, down the hatch we go! Down? Down what exactly? The lighthouse, duh! The entrance to the sea sector is down right here. What, you guys didn't know that? Should we have? Now watch and learn. Well, that's... Gee, huh. Wait, was the lighthouse fake this whole time? Well, I guess there is a bridge. Well... Wait, was the lighthouse fake this whole time? He wasn't lying. Well, that was theatrical. Clearly, someone in city planning knows how to have their fun. Cares? Quick yapping to get inside. Jonah joined the party as a guest character. If he's Kato in battle, it'll be game over. Oh boy. Yeah, Geofront music. Also, brightly lit Geofront. Hmm. Okay, actually, before we continue, I know we just started the dungeon, but before we go any further, I need to take a short break. Be back in just a second. When I return, we'll go deeper into this dungeon. Slip says, why does the Geofront connect to the lighthouse? Well, I'm just going to assume that the Geofront connects everywhere. Like, probably several of the house. At this point, I'm just going to assume that probably like several houses in Crossbow are actually just like warehouses for the Geofront. But anyway, I'm going to be right back. Okay. Now then. Now that I'm back. Oh. Oh, we're in the heating rooms of the geofront. And there's there's like no monsters around so far. I read all about the raid in the Chest Bell Times. What? I like to keep a chest of the news. Oh, here we go. Okay, now we're gonna start getting to the monsters. So yeah, this is like the heating room, I guess. Is that lava? Look at this place. What is it even for? According to the database, this area is built as a heat treatment plant and waste incinerator. It utilizes the water flowing from the Lupinus River for continuous cooling. What's more, it could for one day provide central heating to Crossbell City via steam ventilation. Or so the original plans projected, at least. Damn, another set of Crossbell's high hopes shot down by reality. True. I can't say this facility turned out how they envisioned, and it's far from the first. That aside, this is where Dudley and Arios chased the Calvardian terrorists during the trade conference, isn't it? Yeah, you're right. Before they had their arrests snatched away by Heiyu. That wasn't very long ago, but it feels like a couple of weeks after everything that's happened, and because this game only gets played once per week. This playthrough only happens once per week. It hasn't even been 2 months, has it? You guys ever shut up? This is not recap hour! It's way too hot down here. This is why I hate this in real life crap. Why the hell do people even live without air conditioning anymore? Oh, for Idios' sake, Jonah. Perhaps the rest of us could lower the average body heat in the room by leaving you here by yourself. You don't gotta do that. Those are all compliments, yeah. Anyway, Control Terminal 4 should be in the deepest area up ahead. So let's hurry up and get back to where it's nice and breezy. Teotot's got you whipped. Shall we be off? Shall we be off? Okay. So yeah, gonna fight everything. Yeah, hooray, more robots. Find a bunch of robots down here in the geofront. I don't think we're gonna be able to take them out in... Okay, let's go ahead and use one of my scraps. Yeah, one of the available scraps. Since they've got their scraps built up pretty high. Okay, that's one gone. Okay, they self-destruct when beat me. Alright. Ooh, treasure chest. Contain ironwood kimono. 37 to 61. Oh, this again. Genevieve's eyes grew wide. He knew her name. Of all the names that could have come from his mouth, he left her own hanging open, but she had to say something. She spoke firmly. How did you know? Okay. Ironwood kimono. Let's see what this is. Monk attire for the Middle Ages adorned with sacred tree bark. Let's not give that to Lloyd. Let's give that to... Ooh, that's a good... Here, I'll give this to Ellie, and give this to Tio. So it says, maybe don't pour too much equipment into Noelle right now. Should I just move Noelle? Should I just unequip everything from Noelle and move her off the team? Slim says, no. That's a very drawn out no there, Sleepless. Slim says, you want to, you can, but it's not required. Okay, maybe I should reconfigure my team to use someone else besides Noelle. I guess, because I guess she really is about to leave. I love having her here, but... Okay, well, if that's the case, I'm gonna have to reconfigure everything, because my whole party's been based around Noelle being the second party member. Okay, so... Slim says, we love you, Noe. I love Noe, yes, but geez, this is gonna be... Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna... Okay, I'm gonna move characters around. I guess, as far as who I want on the team... Let me switch her out with... I'm gonna leave her equipment just in case she has it, but yeah, let me actually switch her out with, I guess... Randy. Lloyd's kind of our evasion fighter. Yeah, Lloyd's our evasion fighter. Or, like, he's our evasion tank, so he's, like, our faster physical hitter. Randy can be our physical tank. But we're moving Randy to the back of the line. We're moving Randy to the back of the line. And if I do get another new party member, Randy's going off the team. Okay, so... Then let me check their orbaments. Okay, I gotta give her this defense too. Ah, dang. That's right, she had poison. Okay, Swordbreaker, 50 chance percent. Okay, let's see what I could give. In that case, let me give poison to someone else, because having poison is really helpful. Possibly, like, poisoning someone is really helpful. Well, it only does, like, 2. It only gives, like, 2 Earths, so maybe not. Okay, yeah, I guess I'll give this to Randy. Then Epcut 2. Okay, so she had Ep 3. Okay, he is Ep 2, so let me give him Ep 3. Evade 2. Let me switch out Evade 2. Slim says, part of what works well for poison on Noelle is the range of her base attack. Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, that's the reason why I gave it to her. By default, she can attack multiple enemies at range. So... I guess instead of Evade 2, this is like 3, let me give him Attack 2 to boost his attack. And now his attack is slightly higher than Lloyd's. So I guess that works. HP plus 2. Cancels enemies' arts and crafts with... Okay, that's actually will work a little bit better. HP plus 2, let me switch that out for... It cancels enemies' arts and crafts with 60% success rate. What's he's got? Okay. See, I guess we're back to the original team. And then let me give her some more stuff. So here's Petrify. Here's Spirit Breaker. Oh, that's right. HP 3. I could give him Okay, let me give him HP 3. Yeah, I'll give him HP 3. Let me increase his defense. Let me give him the highest defense. Yeah, I'll give him the highest defense, but actually make his attack lower than Lloyd's, because that way he could, like, tank. He can tank attacks while Lloyd and the others are doing damage. Basically, Randy's gonna be our punching bag. And while that has been how his family has treated him emotionally, for in this game's story throughout these chapters, and so it probably is a bit hypocritical for me to do the same thing with him mechanical-wise, Well, I still haven't forgiven him for all of his weird and awful comments. So he is the punching bag. But he can poison people. I should make it clear. I don't. Well, like, I don't hate Randy. I don't hate Randy. However, he's probably, like, yeah, he's definitely my least. I think out of the 6 characters here, he's my least favorite. Out of these 6 party members, he's my least favorite. Also, if I can, after I finally, when I finally get through playing through all the Trails games, 20 years from now, would be nice to. We'll probably do like a ranking of all the characters after I. Even though that'll be. Okay, let me give her evade 2. Let me give her attack 2. Epcut 2 and action 2. Yeah. So there's some basic stuff. So this is bold of you to assume it'll only be 20 years. Well, I mean, if I'm being honest, probably after whenever I get to finishing First Fantasy. I said this in one of the earlier streams, but after this game is done, I probably won't return to Trails games for some time. But after First Fantasy, if I decide to like go through and like really dive in deep on another series of RPGs after I finish First Fantasy, it's the series I would almost certainly go with is Trails. Yeah, the series I would almost certainly dive deep into is Trails. There's significantly less games than Final Fantasy that I'd have to play for First Fantasy, but they're all really long, so it probably would be benefit. I think it'd just be go ahead and like play through a bunch of them in order. But again, that's going to be some time. And honestly, probably what's going to happen after Brawloween is done is I'm going to like start playing after I finish playing the games I want to play for Brawloween. I'm probably just going to start really diving deep into like Final Fantasy games for First Fantasy. Like maybe even start playing like 2 at a time. We'll still play other games. But yeah, I'll probably be playing like 2 to 3 like 1 to 2 Final Fantasies like at a time. And then, like, after, like, a couple more games of doing that, we'll then take a break for a few months, and then return to more Final Fantasies. That's not wait a second, fire isn't very sanitary. Alright, let's try Raging Spin. Okay, Here's ailments. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, Brave Smash ought to work. Okay, I'm gonna need to... heal up everybody. Well, hold on. If I'm about to lose Noelle, do I want to switch out her Master Quartz? Well, okay, actually, no. I think the others they have is good. Boosting defense at the start of battle is great. Phew. Excuse me. Boosting defense at the start of battle is great, but I think the ones they have will work really well for them. I think the ones everyone else has will work really well for them. Okay, so these things have got to be weak to water because they're all water creatures. Or like they're all fire creatures. Ah, well, okay, that's a bug. There we go. We might be able to get rid of one of them before... Yeah, I think we could get rid of one of them before, Yep, okay. That's one gone. Hmm. Let me see what that robot's gonna... You know what? Let me go ahead and save, and then I'll see what that robot's gonna do. There we go. Sure. Raging Fiend. Silent Crash Bomb. Salamander. Sure. I was hoping I could kind of push them back before they self-destructed. Yeah, I was hoping I could push them back before they self-destructed, but no, doesn't look to be the case. There, okay, that might be far enough. Yeah, that's far enough. Oh, okay. 3861. I forbid it, Cyril spawned with great firmness. You're my wife. You're not to fritter away your hours with some other woman under my nose. What? Okay, this story is getting... this story is getting weird. This story is getting odd. We're just like in a whole area that's outside of... Yeah, it's not even like listed on the map. It's just a route. Yeah, it's just like out of bounds. Ah, dang it. Okay. I didn't confuse it. Okay, let me use Brave Smash again. I was hoping that would get rid of it, but... Okay, this works. Oh, wait. Okay, no, that didn't damage it. That just, Here, I'll go and use that. Hmm. Ooh, that's a lot of Sepith. That's good. Reading this message adds 5 bonding points to one of your characters, but we're not going to tell you which one. Oh, okay, I didn't realize that was an important area. Oh, this was an important door. Oh, it looks like this sector has mechanical monsters running around too. They even spit fire. I can't imagine that's up. They even spit fire. I can't imagine that's up to code. It still pales in comparison to the society's archaisms. But as for who is responsible for them, hey, don't look at me! I mean, yeah, the cleaning ones in the B sector are my fault, but not these! I never even been to this sector before! You know, your nose is growing, Johnster. You can tell us the truth. We promise not to get mad. Probably. I am telling the truth! I am telling the truth! I didn't do jack! Wait, I have a question. This place is connected to the foundation of Orcus Tower, isn't it? Why didn't we enter from that end instead? Because that entrance was sealed after the terrorist attack, obviously. Control Terminal 4 is right by it, too. If it were still open, I could have gotten there all on my own. He is correct. The route to D sector is closed off. Yeah, well, whatever. There's also a direct elevator to the exit near the terminal. Once that's up and running, I won't need you guys to come back here at all. You could at least say thank you. Let's continue onward. Alright. Better save again. Ooh, another treasure chest. You open the chest, finding a scrap of paper with some writing on it. This pun is terrible. This pun is terrible. You close the lid. I'm gonna miss you. I'm gonna miss you, chest messages. I am actually kind of considering like playing the original version of Trails in the Sky before I get to the Trails in the Sky remake. Reason one, because I already own the Trails in the Sky one. I actually have it on my computer. I played a little bit of it. I just haven't fully played. I just never got around to fully playing through it. But also because the original version of Trails in the Sky has the chest puns, while the remake does not. I'm not ready to say goodbye to the chest puns, okay? I'm not ready to say goodbye to the chest messages. I know they'll have to leave someday, but I'm just not ready to see them go yet. Sleep says, I understand. Actually, let me use this again. Sleep says, it was one of the things I loved most discovering in Trails from Zero into Azure. Ooh. Uh-oh. Okay. Yeah, let's go ahead. I guess I didn't need this one, but okay. Oh, it's confused, so... Oh, right. So I think that's overkill. Yes, yes it is, but we are rewarded for overkill in this game. Okay, I think I still have Brave Smash. Yeah, Brave Smash. Hmm. I was under the impression that this was the Geofront C Hest sector. I believe there's been some kind of mistake. Okay, that just angered him. Oh, damn it. Okay, yeah, we gotta heal him. Okay, let's try... Yeah, cure ailments. Okay. Alright, now... He's lost quite a bit of health, so... And I'll have to make sure not to use these tier all bombs, because that could get me that... What was this? Oh, that was important. Okay. Yeah, I have to make sure to, not to use these tier all bombs, because those, I have to make sure not to use these tier all bombs, because those are, Because I'll need those for that one special quartz. Ah, great. I get the feeling the boss of this area might have fire. Hmm. Okay, let's try... Yeah. Let me use both of these. Let me use this. Oh, we don't have enough for Crash Bomb. So this is Ellie's basic tier spell should do like 4k healing at this point. Oh, definitely. Let's see if I can circle around them. Let's see if I can make him dizzy. Okay, there we go. You know, I probably should have realized that, like, I probably should have realized earlier that there was something at least at one point in these games, that there's something nefarious going on behind the Geofront. Because this is basically an entire, like, it's not just the industrial dungeon, it's like multiple industrial dungeons of multiple different flavors underneath the city. Do you have a particular chest voice you read all these in? That feels like it's deliberately targeting me. That feels like it's deliberately targeting me. I gotta say, if they ever do, and okay, let's just use. Let me just use. Um. Yeah, her tear spell. Gosh, if the Trail series ever does end, like someone who like that one creator, like head of the company was saying that it would, that might at some point, the final boss slash villain for the entire series should be a like an actual. Of course, it'd be like a villain that is important to the story, whichever characters that game is about. But their final form should be in the shape of a giant treasure chest, and it just spews treasure chest messages at you. That's its attacks. Okay, let's do blue drop. Blue drop. So it says, this series will end eventually. Everything ends. It's just a matter of if it's a satisfying conclusion or not. It will be interesting. Well, see, the reason why I keep bringing this up is it would be interesting that like a long-running RPG series actually ends. However, it makes sense if any like long-running RPG series was going to have like a definitive ending to it, and then at that point, like a definitive ending to it, it makes sense that it would. It actually makes sense. The series for that to make the most sense for is Trails, because all these games have like they're all in the same world with stories with stories that continue off of each other. So just to make sure that the story doesn't get like. So it actually makes sense for them to end the story at some point. Also, it's not like Pokemon, where all the games also take place in the same world. However, it's not like Pokemon where where all the games take place in the same world, but because the entire all the world bends to the power of Pokemon merchandise. The publishers have a gun pointed at the developer's head, saying, "If you ever end this series, you will never end this series. This will always continue." Slim says Pokemon is a separate entity. For all we know, those games probably happen at the same time. Except Black, White, and Black, White 2. Okay, let me get rid of them before I open that treasure chest. Yep, that should be enough. For 961, it was an unusually cold thing for him to say, giving Genevieve pause. When she glared, as she so often did rather than shout, he revealed the answer to her question, eliciting a gasp from her. Right. There we go. Attack. 10% chance. Deal critical damage. Okay. Yeah, I'll do this. Slip says, that is also the only reason I could think to explain why Cyrus and his intentions to unmake reality in Gen 4 and the resurrection of Yveltal and the ensuing attempted destruction of the planet in Gen 6 aren't brought up in any other games. Alright, Team Aqua, Magma / Aqua plans to add reduced land to the world get brought up. Don't get brought up. Pokemon's had some weird plot brawls. Oh, I know! I just played through one! I just played through one where like an ancient person causes like who follows God decides that by following God they should have the right to meet God and also to conquer God. So they make a deal with Satan to open a space time rift in order to make God visit them, but they're angry when God doesn't come to visit them after they made a deal with God's greatest enemy. Also, some kid gets dropped into ancient Japan. Let's try. Maybe there just isn't maybe there just isn't some good maybe there just isn't good connections or communication between regions and Pokemon. I mean, we really don't see much. We don't really see much of like a central government to like much of a central government to any of the regions. Some of the region, like the gym leaders, are assumed to be the leaders of the regions, but in specific Pokemon gyms, we found out about the mayors. Like specific Pokemon gyms have gym leaders who are also the mayor. So that means that being a gym leader doesn't automatically mean that you're the leader of a town. Yeah, maybe it's just that the Pokemon town, like the towns in Pokemon, just all kind of like they don't really have much centralized governments. Hmm. Slipple says, you'd assume that the attempted destruction / terraforming of the world would be a global event. I would, but then I would also assume that if, say, the United States president were to ever start fielding soldiers in the Capitol and started saying that he's doing so in order to like try and he's going to clean up the city, and then started threatening to do so, that he's going to start sending troops to other cities that he says need to be cleaned up or like needed to be brought under authority. That every single news studio in the entire country would start pointing and going, "That's what the fuck? That's fucking fascism right there. What the fuck are you doing?" But unfortunately, it seems like that's not. Unfortunately, it seems that things that people really should know about aren't as reported as we think they should be. Okay, we can't go on there just yet. Let's do that. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if at some point we get to like this game, like after the events that happen in this game, we go to after the events that happen in this game, we go to like Trails of Cold Steel, and at some point in those games, like someone's like, "Oh, did you hear this like thing about like Frostbell just got freaking attacked by a bunch like." They got like people at Crossbow got attacked by a bunch of terrorists. I mean, that can't be right. I'm certain that's not going to be happening. There's no way the nobles who always like scream in horror whenever they see poor people would ever send a group of terrorists to attack the chancellor. Or alternatively, we're gonna get to Cold Steel. We're gonna at the point where like the characters from Cold Steel meet Lloyd, meet the SSS. At the point in Cold Steel where the Cold Steel characters meet the SSS. Like the SSS is like, no, oh, the Red Constellation, yeah, we dealt with those, yeah, we fought those guys. Your Iron and Blood Chancellor sent them here. At which point, some of the characters on the Cold Steel team were like, good old Throat Ripper, the Blooded Iron Chancellor, Governor of Throat, or like his Lord Imperial Throat Ripper. He would never. Yo, that's got to be lies. There's no way the good old Throat Ripper would send a mercenary group like that into your area. I guess Brave Smash again. Ooh, okay, Juggler. Sleep says, Lord Throat Ripper would never do something evil. He's totally never killed anybody before. You find a bag of round breath fresheners in the chest. They're labeled Epstein Orbiments, lemon flavor. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I do. While playing through Final Fantasy IX, I joked constantly. Made a joke constantly about how like the obvious, about like how many people from the Queen's Kingdom, or like from Garnet's Kingdom, were like nobody, like how many people who worked underneath the Queen were like, what? She can't be doing anything evil. Good old Queen, good old Queen baby. Like, I mean. But she can't be plotting any wars. She's always off. Like, she spends her Tuesdays sacrificing babies. Like, Tuesdays are her baby sacrificing days. But really, if the real world has shown, if the world events of the past 5 years have shown us anything, is that is sadly very, very accurate. Okay, so what is this new orb? Juggler. Their attacksless crafts inflict random ailments. Ooh. Offensive arts inflict random ailments. Oh, offensive arts inflict random ailments. So arts and crafts now have a chance more to inflict ailments. That's really good. I really want to give that to someone, but I'm not sure who I should give that to. Okay, how much does this give? This gives 6 Earth, 3 Mirage. This also boosts strength and arch strength, so... Yeah, I think actually I should replace Lloyd's with this one. Because that'll boost his strength, it'll boost his arch strength, and the whole attacks, crafts, inflict random ailments is really good. Increases potency of healing arts. Well, hold on, because, like, against bosses, that's not gonna be... Well, against bosses, that probably won't be as useful. However... And it is random ailments, so... That would give him a strength boost. So that you can inflict stats on bosses. Oh, right. Right, this isn't Final Fantasy. Forgot about that. Sleep says the only ones that can't are Petrify and Instant Death. In that case, I will give him that, and then I'll Okay, strength plus hit, F yeah, okay. That'll be good. And yeah, this will work. Increasing his strength will help him out a bit. We've got to be getting close to it, I'm assuming. Receive the chest palm party account info. So it says now bosses may resist them, which would make it harder to inflict those assassins and reduce how long they're affected. But you can still technically burn a lava slug or freeze a Yukiona. Oh, we're at the boss. Yeah, we're at boss time. Actually, should we check? Okay, we're getting. There it is! Control Terminal 4! Finally! Boy, am I tired! From what? We were the ones smacking the monsters around, you know. Go easy on him, Randy. He's probably not used to walking as much as we just did. True, Tio and I also had trouble keeping up with the boys when we first started. And Jonah's even worse shut-in than I was before Jonah's an even worse shut-in than I was before joining the SSS. All things considered, he was a very brave boy, and I'm proud of him. Ah, cram it! You don't know how lucky you have it at your age. Most can't get away with living the way you do. Still, every beat of pizza and junk food you bite into is bound to bite you back one of these years. Hey, Jonah, if you want, I'd be more than happy to go jogging with you. We could even start off slow. How does once a week sound? Just shut up! Just leave me alone! It's too hot to put up with this crap. Let's just get in the eternal room and crank up the AC already. Jonah, look out! Robot! Oh, holy moly! What is that thing? A supersized version of one of those cleaning robots for the B sector? No, I don't think this machine is meant for the type of cleaning you're thinking of. Jonah, stay back! Right. Targets acquired. Accessing network. Hostiles identified as Crossbow Police Department Special Support Inspection. You did not accept my request earlier. We never got a request from a robot. What is this thing? Impossible. Did it just search the orbital network to identify us? Danger level 3. That is high enough, I guess. Kill mode engaged. You guess? Since when do these buckets of bolts have opinions? Never mind that. We have to stop it. Ah, well, I guess you're threatening enough. Die, I guess. Welcome, everybody. You're just in time for a robot fight. Uh-oh. Rabbit Skywalker, ready with the party night. Welcome in. Rabbit Skywalker, Razmafet, Ace Scorcher, Detective, welcome in. Hope you had a good stream. Okay, so... Torso Z, a restored torso unit running rogue in the wild. Its circuits have gone totally haywire. Okay, it's weak to wind. Slim says, Detective, this was your doing. What, the robot? No, that's not Detective. No, if it's a giant robot, I wouldn't suspect Detective doing that. If it was a giant if it was a giant PlayStation trophy, like as in a giant sentient PlayStation trophy with arms that was trying to kill me because I hadn't platinumed enough games, then I would blame Detective. Rabbit Skywalker says, hi, Sleepy, I've been here before. Yeah, Sleepy says this raid. Well, maybe Rabbit Skywalker just wanted to raid the stream, Sleepless, okay? maybe other streamers want to watch my streams, and it doesn't take cajoling by their viewers. Razafet says, I mean, I would. Skywalker says, Brawl has shooters all over the place. Route says, I drew some skin those people. Awesome. Oh, actually, so this is actually a good time to mention. So, because I beat like 2 of the games I was playing this week, next Tuesday is gonna be more Shantae, and then because I'm like furiously looking for a job as soon as possible, I'm still gonna do 8-hour-long streams, but it's probably gonna I'm not gonna be able to start at as many new playthroughs because the sooner I find a new job, the better. And once I get that new job, it's going to limit how often I can stream. But I can start some new playthroughs. So there's this lesser known game. There's this really unknown game that's finally getting a new entry, and that's finally getting a sequel. It's finally getting a sequel this year after so many years of people of it's like a cult classic game. So I'm pretty sure people don't really know about it. But I've always wanted to try this game on stream. I just haven't gotten the chance yet. So next Thursday, Silent Hill 2. Also, I'm going to be starting to do some art streams. So 3D modeling or pixel art. During portions of the stream. So that I can... I'm going to start doing 3D modeling and pixel art during certain streams. So that I can get better at doing pixel art and 3D modeling. Oh, this is also original Silent Hill 2. This is original Silent Hill 2. Not the remake. Escort says, Brawl playing Spookies. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, next week is September, that is 2 months away. That is an entire month, 2 months away from Halloween. So it's close enough for me to start playing horror games. Also, I'm going to probably be playing, So, to give you the full rundown, next Thursday stream is probably going to be Helldivers 2. Instead of just playing 2 games on Tuesday and Thursday stream for 4 hours each, what's going to start happening with the Tuesday, next Tuesday will be Shantae all 8 hours because I can play that. So I can play that. I can play a Shantae game for 8 hours straight. So that'll be all next Tuesday stream. But then after next Tuesday stream, Tuesday and Thursday streams will be those are going to be I'm going to do 3 things a stream. So the first 3 hours of the stream will be one game. Then the 3 hours after that will be another game, and then the last 2 hours of the stream I'll either be doing pixel art or 3D modeling. So next Thursday stream it's going to start with Helldivers 2 because I've been wanting to play more Helldivers. Then the next 3 hours will be me starting Silent Hill 2. And then after that, I'll probably do some 3D modeling. Saturdays will stay unchanged. There's still going to be 8 hours straight of this game. Because if I want to beat this game before the end of the year, it's got to be like that. Okay, yeah, we'll do this. Detective Hark says, fun fact, Silent Hill F is all about a girl trying to break gender norms during a historic time of female oppression in Japan. So it's woke as fuck. Great! I do. Awesome. Rabbit Skywalker says, why is it called F? Okay, I want to make the joke there that it's called Silent Hill F for female, but... Well, that joke doesn't make sense because Silent Hill 3 starred a female character. And it's just not a good joke. Rasha Carey says, did you see the video about Helldivers 2 legal contract? The what? Rasha Carey says Legal Eagle. I've never seen any Legal Eagle videos, so no. Skywalker says LMAO. Also, just gotta say, with both Silent Hill F and Resident Evil 9 Requiem coming out soon, hell yeah, we're back at the PS2 era of major horror games starring easily frightened female characters. Let's go. Rule of Roses, Haunted Grounds. We're back. We're so back. I'm genuinely genuinely. It feels like we're actually entering a new era. Genuinely, it feels like we're entering a new time. We're entering a new period of horror games starring frightened female characters. And because every major horror franchise really loves to do what Resident Evil is doing, well, that might actually enter into like a full new line of major horror releases. If any other horror game, if any other developer starts making major horror games, that is. All right. Oh, just some other things to mention. Like, I do have a couple of... I'll go ahead and tell y'all what other games I'm going to be playing for Brawloween. So, like, there's a couple of... I won't be able to play many spooky games. There's a couple of spooky games I do want to play for Brawloween. So this is going to be what I'm going to be playing throughout September and October. So, original Silent Hill 2. Because Resident Evil's release year is... Resident Evil's 30th anniversary is next year. I'm going to go ahead and play through the original Resident Evil 1, 2, and 3. The PS1 versions. That'll probably be more in October. And then I'm also going to play through Look Outside. Which, that's a game I've wanted to play on the channel for some time. It is it's an indie RPG that released this year. It's an indie RPG that released this year. And is... I don't know how to say this. Pure discretion is advised. I'm gonna say, if you don't like body horror, be cautious when playing this game. If you're okay with that, or like body horror, oh boy. I usually don't like body horror, but this game is so good that I can get past it. Detective Heart says, I want that game so bad. It's really good. It's currently, I think it will see a console release at some point. It's just right now the game's getting constant constant updates. Like, we're almost at version 2.0. As a developer working on it, add stuff to it. It probably will get on consoles, and by the time you're able to play Detective, there will probably be even more stuff in it than when I play it on stream, and when I play it on stream soon. His heart says, me, the body cosmic horror enthusiast. Oh, you will love this game. Maybe I could try blinding him. Dang, that didn't work. Okay, let me heal up everybody. So yeah, besides, I'm going to start with Look Outside and Silent Hill 2 as, like, the smaller horror games I'm going to play. And then, as the horror games I'm going to play for Brawloween. And then I'll get into the Resident Evils. And besides that, I'm going to probably revisit a lot of these games that I've been meaning to, these hangout games that I've been returning to. Like, I'm going to play, because of my situation, I'm going to return to, play more Street Fighter 6, play more Helldivers 2. I'm going to get back to Returnal, because I haven't played that in some time. And then do more pixel art and 3D modeling. What I'm probably going to do, I'll go ahead and tell you right now, what I'm probably going to do for the pixel art and 3D modeling is, I have a lot of smaller game ideas. There's, the big video game idea that I keep saying I'm working on, which I am. And then there's, smaller game ideas that I'm like, oh, I'd really love to make this game. But what I might do is, basically make concepts, or, asset concepts. So, concepts for, some models that could be used in one of these game concepts, or even, pixel art or screens, for if I were to make this game. Basically, me kind of testing things out to see, what it would be like, what I would need to make for these games if I did want to decide to do them. So, if you watch the pixel art and 3D modeling, you'll get to see some of the weird game ideas that come into my head. And then also, this is one last thing to mention. This is the last day for the donation goals for this month. We did reach the donation goal for the handheld horror showcase, so I'll do an entire stream about horror games that were on handheld systems. and then we're about like we're about $160 away from the Game Boy Color Game Boy Advance fighting game showcase, and and then we're also, if we manage to reach that before the end of this stream, because this is the kind of the last stream for those donation goals, we'll then get to the we'll then build towards the obscure anime games showcase, which is what the obscure anime games showcase is that I would basically ask y'all like what anime would y'all like me to see, what there are games available for. So not finding not lesser known games for like Gundam or Dragon Ball, because those have like a ton of games. And I could honestly do an entire stream all about like the lesser known Gundam games or Dragon Ball games. This is basically like, okay, what anime would you like me to find out if there are games for? Like, for example, someone just recently fan translated a PS2 Cowboy Bebop game. And there's actually a lot just from like basic cursory research I've done for this. There's a lot of anime had different games on PS2. Here, we'll try Dark Matter. Rabbit Skywalker says, sounds great. And then, Rabbit Skywalker says, what do you use for pixel art? I use Asaprite. I use a free program called Asaprite. I can actually show you, if you want to see some examples of what I've done, I can show y'all. But I'll also show more examples when we do the stream. Okay, let me just... No. I think I should just have him do... Rabbit Scholar says, I don't know this program. It's very useful. It's got some stuff set up to where you can it's got some stuff set up to where you can easily make sprites. But here, I'll show off some of the art I've actually made for this. Rabbit Skywalker says you should definitely share. Hold on, let me see if I can pull some up. We'll be fine, I hope. We'll be fine, I hope. So, like, for example... So, like, one example... Let me see if I can actually increase this. Just some examples of some of the stuff I've made. I'm going to briefly cover the screen. I'm going to briefly cover this screen with, like, examples of, like, sprite art and 3D models I've already made, just so y'all can see. So, hold on. We're going to move that. Let me see. Where is... So yeah, just some examples of the assets and of the like sprite art and models that I've made already. Ship to see. There's another one. I'll take these off the screen, but yeah, this is. So probably what will happen is like Tuesdays will be pixel art day, where I work on work on pixel art for a few hours, and then like Thursdays will be 3D modeling day. This is to help me keep up, because I've been like constantly applying for new jobs. I haven't been able to keep up with 3D modeling and pixel art as much as I'd like to, but this will help me out. Travis Skywalker says, sick barrel. Thank you. Okay. So yeah, you'll be seeing a bit more. So I'll be doing a bit more of the stuff like this. There's also, in addition to just like doing like in addition to doing like game concepts, I mean fan art as well. Would love to. I've been meaning to like either make sprite art of like different Kamen Rider, like maybe make like a sprite sheet for a Kamen Rider, or even like make a 3D, make like a 3D model. You might notice my whole style is like low polygon, so making like a low polygon model for a Kamen Rider would be pretty cool. Let's see, like, I actually already have the sword here. Okay, let me just do that. Yeah, I'll just take that down for now. So yeah, that'll be kind of some of the stuff I, that's kind of like an example of like the style of stuff I've made so far. Anyway, back to this. Rabbit Skywalker says we love low poly. I really love low poly. Part of the reason, like, I was hoping to make games since I started having ideas for video games that I wanted to see, I've always wanted to make games in like 3D. But 3D is like there's like 3D compared to 2D is like incredibly difficult. It's like there's a whole extra layer of multiple extra layers of difficulty related to that. But then I found out about the program I use, and it's like it helps me do low polygon models very easily. Like to the point where even someone just starting out like me can make stuff like that can already make stuff like that in a relatively short amount of time. So I can actually might be able to do like 3D games. All right. Okay, we need to heal up everybody. And then back to this. Yeah, let's heal everybody up. So yeah, this is, and then just to mention something again, so yeah, this is the last day of these donation goals. After this, we're going to get back to donation duels. After this stream, we're going to get back to donation duels, which is basically, that's the thing where you can, I'll have 2 games. I'll have 2 games y'all can choose between, and every time you donate, you can tell me which game you want me to play. Like, you can tell me which game you want me to play, and your money will go towards one of those 2 games. And whichever game has the most money donated towards it, by the time I beat one of the games I'm playing, that game will win, and I'll play it. When we start September, the next donation goal is going to be for what big RPG I play after I'm done with Trails to Azure here. So that whatever game wins the vote, that's going to be like the game I play for like 8 hours straight on Saturday after this. It would have been Super Robot Wars Y, which just released like yesterday. It would have probably been Super Robot Wars Y. However, I don't have enough money to get like I only had enough money to get 1 game, and I chose Shantae. So, and well, then it was revealed that the new Super Robot Wars game, its first DLC pack is going to have Kamen Rider Double in it, which means that I can finally have my lifelong, and by lifelong I mean I've had it for like 3 years, dream of a Kamen Rider showing up in Super Robot Wars. So, might have to wait till the DLC comes out, and I have money. So it won't be Super Robot Wars. It's gonna have to be some other big RPG I play after this. Also, just one other thing. This is the first day of September. So if this is the first day of September, so if y'all any new subs or gifted subs should cost less. Okay, let me try. Let's try Raging Spin. Actually, now that I think about it, it probably is a good thing. It's probably a good thing. Well, not a good thing. I should have done this earlier, but It is kind of thematic that I'm going to start doing pixel art and 3D modeling. Um, right around the time that I'm going to start playing games for Brawloween, because there's quite a few horror games that I've had ideas for. There's quite a few horror games that I've had ideas for, and now I can actually make like concepts for them. Oh, we're doing good damage to them. Travis Skywalker says, "Oh yeah, there's all kind of 3D indies." Okay. Oh great. Let's go. Yeah, let's go ahead and do Star Blast so that we can hit all three of these things. Ah, damn. Oh, that's not good. I guess let me have her use... Yeah, let me have her use Breath. And... yeah, Death Spiral. Oh, that was Ricuria, not Breath. It's almost dead anyway, so... Okay, it's weak to wind, so I'll have him use Sparkle. Lloyd, just punch it. Just punch it. It did... Okay, it clearly didn't like that you punched it. There we go. Oh, come on! It killed us right... I killed him right as he got... He's not gonna get any experience for that now! Yeah, he gets no experience for that. Everyone's gonna be like 2 levels higher than him. Excuse me. But again, just want to say thank you for the raid. And hope you had a good stream, Rabbit Skywalker. That machine. It wasn't anything like the ones that were illegally dumped here. There's a possibility that was the work of Ouroboros. Its mannerisms resembled the archaism we once encountered outside of Don Marconi's office. That Eastern-looking one, right? This heap of scrap metal acted way more advanced than that guy, though. Not to mention, it seemed to be connected to the orbital network. Do you think that's a sign of the Society's involvement? Who cares? It's not going to come back and tell you. Now, can we please get to the terminal room and get some AC going? Besides, I'm Jonas Sacred, remember? The genius of the century. Besides, I'm Jonas Sacred, remember? The genius of the century? I dig up the dirt on these guys like it's nothing. I can't tell whether you're fearless or just completely lacking in social graces. He's got confidence, that much is for sure. Oh man, just imagine how more advanced they're gonna. Just imagine how more advanced they're gonna get when they invent computer mouses. Huh? Looks like that machine back there got deployed about a month ago. And yeah, I was connected to the network, says I could do it wirelessly. The admin name on record is Novartis. Novartis? That man in the lab coat? Whoever he is, he clearly holds a lofty position in the society. Yeah, something about that nutty old geezer gave me the creeps. The machine we just fought may have been a prototype he unleashed for his own amusement. It would not surprise me, judging by the sort of person he seemed to be. The man did give off a certain mad scientist panache. He's likely a lot more dangerous than meets the eye. Good news is, it looks like that was the only ones he set loose. Which means I can hold myself down here as long as I want, worry-free. Man, this is the best. The connection speed is bonkers this close to the tower, and there's barely any restrictions. Hell yeah, long live Control Terminal 4! Well, at least someone's happy. I think we just gave this shut-in a one-way... I think we just gave this shut-in a one-way ticket into paradise. Jonah, remember that you need to send in a report to Chief Roberts. So if you think about taking advantage of this... Yeah. Listen, I got what I wanted. Mission over. You could go now. Oh, is that a brand new server? Man, Crossbow's network infrastructure is really starting to shape up. There he goes, straight off the deep end. I think he'll be fine. Still, I'm concerned about whatever it is Ouroboros was plotting here. Yeah, let's remember to come check in with Jonah every once in a while. I'm just as worried about him cooping himself up down here as I am about the society getting to him. As you should be. Okay, we need to heal up Lloyd. Alright, let me try... Oh, he's got 0 sip now. Dang it. I guess let's return, lazy Gorbal network speeds and crisp, cool air conditioning. Not to mention some refuge for the craptastic real world. Control Terminal 4, I think I love you. I gotta break you to redo my settings just the way I like them. Well, there goes any hope of him living a healthy lifestyle. Is it bad that I feel like we enabled this? Shannon will be fine, most likely. His behavior may be exceedingly disgraceful, but he can take care of himself. More or less. I will inform Chief Roberts about this later, just in case. Sleeper says, I left off the notes I sent you, but you can technically visit Jonah tomorrow if you want. Oh, interesting. We probably won't worry about that. Yeah, I probably won't worry about that. Oh, that's right. Did Jonah mention there being an elevator nearby that goes directly to the exit? Yes, it should be in that direction. This facility is located near the base of Orcus Tower. The lift should drop us off directly at the lighthouse in the harbor district. Ah, that's a relief. I sure as hell wasn't taking the idea of trudging all the way back to the hot zone. Me neither. Especially with how long we've been down here. It should already be evening by now. Ah, you're probably right. Well, should we take the lift back to the city and close the day out? Yeah, let's go. And I'm sure nothing bad will happen on our way back up. Ooh, a door. Oh, wait, hold on. We gotta go. Okay, well, look, I want to go. Okay, you guys want to go back home, and that's very justified. However, I want to see what else is around here. Oh, it just goes directly to this area. Okay. Okay, I thought there might be, like, another hidden treasure chest, but no. Okay, here we go. Alright, let's get out of here. Let's get out of here and return to, and finish off the day. Looks like the day's over. Yes, all we have left on the itinerary is our team dinner. Right. Oh, this is gonna be the last quiet day they're gonna have. This is gonna be the last quiet moment they're gonna have for a while, isn't it? Everyone, thanks for all you've done for me. I don't know how I could ever repay you. I know we did get to be teammates for very long, but I learned a lot. I could be more grateful. Ah, come on, Noel. We're the ones who owe you here. We're the ones who owe you here. Who owe you here. These last 3 months have really flown by, haven't they? That was only 2 in my case. I gotta say, the group ain't gonna be the same without you. Oh, you guys, this is as hard enough as it is. I mean, there's still so much business we left unfinished. Like the cryptids, the Pleroma Red Constellation, the Ouroboros Society, our mysterious secret villain that everyone keeps telling us is going to blow our minds when we find out who it is. I'm really sorry to leave you all like this. I want to see it through to the end. Noel. Think of it this way. Our positions may differ when we wake up tomorrow, but we'll still be working for the good of Crossbow. Skyworks says, alright, gotta head out. Right, thanks again for the raid. Have a good night. That should soothe the patriot in you, though it may not sound so sincere coming from me. Wazi. Still, I'm holding out hope that you'll come back into our loving arms. With all said and done. You are still... Remember, Noel, you're still a part of the Polycule, no matter where you go. After all, you are expected to have a bright and promising future in the Polycule, aren't you? You're better off spending it with us instead of whittling your talents away the CGF, one firefight after another. Cheeky to the last, aren't you? Some things never change. Listen, I'm glad to be in this relationship with Ellie and Lloyd, but sometimes I worry about but sometimes I'm not sure about being in this relationship with you. Jackassery aside, he ain't totally wrong. Commander wouldn't have endorsed your transfer here if you weren't a good fit. That's right, we'd love to work with you again. You always have a home here, Noel. And even if things don't work out that way, we could still meet up as friends on our days off. I anticipate you teaching me the way. I expect you teaching me the way of the car drift someday, so that I may master Mario Kart. You should expect to hear from me at the moment I reach the minimum age requirement. Ah, Tio, I'd love to. Thanks, Noel. Between your driving, your combat skills, and the energy you brought to the team, and the fact that your base attack hits multiple enemies at once, you've been an invaluable member of the SSS. But above all, your unwavering integrity and candor have been an inspiration for each of us. Lloyd. Even if we're apart for now, we'll always be comrades. And maybe lovers? I'm not really sure how this whole Polycule thing is working, but... So if you ever need help with the CGF, we're only a phone call away. Sleep says, Trails of Kart Racing Zemurian Tour. I'd buy a copy. We were talking about a Trails Kart Racer. I mean, we were talking about a Trails Kart Racer, and heck, when you really think about it, Trails from Zero, that is a kart racer game. Like, in the game series, it's called Trails. Trails of Drifting. And naturally we'll be cutting on you when the going gets rough, just the way we always have. Of course, I'm glad to be of help. Well, no wonder she joined them. And so our leader worms his way to yet another fair maiden's heart. It's no wonder she joined the Polycule. He can never last even a second without the spotlight, can he? Honestly. Looks like you got your work cut out. Looks like you got your work cut out for you, Mademoiselle. No, this is why we formed the Polycule in the first place. What are you guys whispering about? Wait! It's not like that, I swear! We're all equal members of the Polycule. Methinks the lady does protest too much. Is that a friendly rivalry here brewing? Now she just has to come back. Imagine Lloyd calling her Noe when she returns. Randy, Wazzy! That's enough, you two. Hey, Tio, what are they talking about? How you managed to pass the detective exam is beyond me. I guess I'll just shut up. I guess I'll just shut up now. That evening, Lloyd and the others held a farewell party for Noah at the restaurant on Central Square. It is both funny and I guess slightly, it is kind of interesting that Randy and Woz are like, dang, Lloyd just gets all the ladies. And it's like all he does is like be sincere and not make weird comments at anyone. Not say not constantly throw himself at every girl he sees or make weird comments. That evening, Lloyd and the others held a farewell party for Noah at the restaurant in Central Square. Sergei, Kia, and even Zeit came by to attend. As they attended their meals and drinks, the bittersweet night rolled along. And then the next morning, Noelle packs her bags and left the SSS building. No, those accessories I gave her. All the money I invested into improving her gear. Uh, man, what time is it? Wait, it's already morning? Yeah, I'm starving. Now, what time did that pizzeria open again? Oh man, I'd love a pizza right now. Actually, I think they just started taking orders for the Orbital now. Dang, everything just dang, they just got the internet set up frighteningly quickly in this area. I think I'll check up on that. Huh? What the? Who left all this garbage in the? Who left all this garbage in the memory? No, wait. What even is this? A data structure? It isn't just any old data in here. What? What? What the hell? Uh-oh! That's not a normal loading screen! 2 days later, the referendum to gauge the Crossbones' public sentiment towards state independence was held. That very same day, the results were announced. And after 1 week had come and gone, Crossbow was locked on a collision course with Destiny. I don't like that. It's never good to be on a collision course with Destiny. Then you'll get weird. Then you'll get like Bungie. Then you'll get. That's how you get Bungie's weird monetary practices in your work. Then you lose like entire chunks of the game that they just decided to toss out. Newsflash: Crossbells declares independence. Preface: The state election board has announced that over 90% of eligible voters submitted a ballot in the referendum, of which 70% were cast in favor of independence. This high voter turnout can be attributed to the anguish inflicted by the raid on Crossbell City. Many voters suspect that the attacks may have been perpetrated by the Empire Republic. As such, these results could be a reflection of the average Crossbellian's frustration with the status quo. Oh boy, do I get that. Regarding this result, the referendum was designed to gauge the opinion of the average Crossbellian. After the ballots were counted, however, something unexpected occurred. As the ballots were counted, however, something exceptional occurred. Uh-oh. In spite of the admonitions of many Diet members, Mayor Choi chose to disregard them all and declare independence unilaterally. This unprecedented move will doubtlessly have major ramifications on Crossbow's relationship with surrounding countries. So that referendum was just to get people's opinion on it, but after the referendum, uh, Mayor Crow was just like, all right, that's it, independence. This independent president move will doubtless have major ramifications on cross-border relations with the surrounding countries. In light of this development, we would like to stress that our publication is committed to reporting information as accurately as it is within our capabilities. At a press conference yesterday, Mayor Croy declared independence on behalf of the Crossbell citizenry. In what he termed an official international proclamation, the mayor moved that the land be known as the independent state of Crossbell thereafter. Mayor Croy then outlined his upcoming reforms aimed at cementing Crossbell's independent nation. First, the creation of a state constitution. Next, the abolition of the state's subservient relationship with Erebony and Calvert. Excuse me. Sorry. Including a repeal of the 10% revenue tax collected by these nations. So it was 70% of the people who turned out said they wanted it, and over 90% of eligible voters in Crossbell turned out. It's a reasonable choice of action supported by the will of people. No, you're absolutely right, but it definitely seems like the referendum was basically to gauge people's opinion and then then they would actually take, and then after that they would hold like a meeting. The Diet members would hold a meeting to decide what to do, but then immediately into the Diet meeting, Mayor Coy immediately declared independence. But no, it was definitely supported by the people. It's just they made a note there that's just the game making a note. That's just the story making a note there. Including a repeal of the 10% revenue tax regulations. Finally, the formation of the Crossbell Defense Force. This organization will unify the police and CGF. I don't like the sound of that. Assuming the respective responsibilities of keeping the peace and maintaining national security. I look, look. I like the CGF, and I like the SSS, not the entire Crossbelt Police Department, just the SSS. I like the CGF, and I like the SSS groups. Nothing good ever comes of unifying the army and the police. Following these announcements, Mayor Croy said that. So he says, "Hey, now Dutters is fine. Dutters is great. That is true. Dutters is awesome, and Raymond is growing on. Okay, there are other members of the police I like. But as far as like in entire groups." Following these announcements, Mayor Croy said that the state government, soon to be the independent state government, will be enacting these changes within the next month. As for the declaration itself, even those well versed in politics, and we like Fran too. No Sleepless, we don't like Fran. We love Fran because Fran is amazing. And we will and I will personally bury every single member of the Red Constellation because of what they did to Fran. And everything else. As for the declaration itself, even those well versed in politics were taken off guard by the abrupt move, calling it an unusually swift development. Apparently, the mayor went against the cautious advice of Speaker McDowell and pursued this decision, and maybe some time before all facets of this unprecedented declaration are elucidated. I'm kind of surprised we're actually skipping ahead of the referendum. I figured that like the next part of chapter 4 will be happening on the yeah, I figured part of chapter 4 will be happening on the referendum or during the referendum. The reaction abroad. With the imperial and republican governments, the current suzerains or Crossbow issued statements on the day of the declaration rejecting the bid for independence. The land of Crossbow State has a historical basis as a part of the Republic's territory. The Republican administration proclaimed rebuking the declaration as a matter of course. Queen Alicia II of Libero weighed in, saying that while the will of the people populace should be... Queen Alicia II of Libero... Wait. I was expecting the Empire to say something, but... Queen Alicia II of Libero weighed in, saying that while the will of the populace should be respected, the Declaration of Independence itself was greatly premature. The Principality of Romaferia, who has requested confirmation of the situation, is expected to issue a similar statement. Meanwhile, the Holy City of Arteria has opted against any formal statements. A nation is not made in a single day, said a bewildered PR staffer. They do have a good... Okay, they do... It looks like Crossbell being independent will be better. Yeah, Crossbell being independent will definitely be better for it. But they do make a point there is like, you're seeing, like, this is happening very quickly. Wait, no, shit! I didn't mean to... Damn it, I didn't mean to do that. Okay. We're gonna back up. Hold on, I'm closing the game. I want to see that last page. I accidentally hit a button on the... I accidentally bumped my controller into the table and skipped that last page. We're going back. We're time traveling back. In a game like this, I really can't miss this. I really can't miss the story. Okay, we're gonna skip past this. Okay, that's the elevator. There's the elevator. Let's go back up the elevator. I kind of figured that Jonah... I kind of figured, like, what that happened here, that them leading Jonah to this... Actually, okay, if they end up finding out, like, who the secret main villain is... If the SSS finds out who the secret main villain is, and what the secret main villain's secret actual plan is, because they just helped out, because thanks to them helping Jonah, That actually would kind of work in the case of the story. The SSS finds out the main villain's true goal, the secret villain's secret true goals by doing what they've always done, which is just helping people. Like it's a seemingly inconsequential thing of like, oh yeah, we helped this kid find this terminal, but that's what they do. The weird side quests are what the SSS does. Sorry, we're gonna have to skip. Okay, we already read. I already we already had this tearful goodbye, so we're just gonna have to skip past this, unfortunately. I think quite a few people actually just left. I think quite a few number of viewers actually just left because I reset the game. Oh well. Slew says some crazy deja vu, man. Yeah, I know. Seriously, so many anime and video game love triangles. So many anime and video game love triangles would be solved forever and in a much better way, and in a much better way than they usually solved. If we just, if writers would just allow polyamory. Now I want pizza even more. Dang it. Geez, that screen, that staticky screen that cuts things off, really has me worried. Okay, we're gonna go back to the point I was at. Okay. Meanwhile, as nations not made a single day said a bewildered PR staffer. Within Crossbell City, despite the widespread uproar caused by the sudden announcement, many citizens are welcoming the change with open arms. Others aren't quite so eager. I thought the referendum was just to gauge interest, one resident tells us. That was the only reason I voted in favor. Oh, okay. So it says polyamory isn't exactly encouraged in most modern societies, Brawl, let alone promoted to children in manga. So, okay, I thought the referendum. Okay, so people did just think that the referendum was just to gauge interest. The prevailing theme throughout this entire city is the ubiquitous and confusion felt by everyone involved. That said, if truly Crossbow truly set on independence, and this may only be the beginning of the troubles our fair state will face. I feel like you. I feel like that's true. The thing I have to mention about that sleepless is that polyamory isn't. It's not the same as like a harem. It's like an equal relationship between everyone. But breaking news: Mayor Croy declares asset freeze. What? Urgent press conference. Today, Mayor Croy held an emergency press conference at Orcus Tower to announce that all foreign assets held by the IBIC would be frozen. This policy will remain in place until Crossbell's independence is acknowledged internationally. Huh? I. This is why you don't. This is why you don't let billionaires be the heads of state. So he's basically wait. He's totally the villain, isn't he? He's totally the secret villain, isn't he? I knew we couldn't trust the. I knew we couldn't trust the billionaire CEO. If you've played this game, don't say anything or spoil it for me. We'll find out in real time. But I mean, yeah, the other country, yes, um, the other countries saying we don't approve of this. Like some of them, like Calvert and the Empire, are definitely nefarious for saying so. But some of the other countries, like Libero, at least from what I've seen, Libero and Remiferia, they decide to take your time and be patient. So him just deciding like, okay, all foreign assets. Hey, any countries who had money in the bank, it's all frozen until you say yeah, until you give me permission. This policy will remain in place until Crossbell's independence is acknowledged internationally. Like, yeah, nations are not going to be happy about this. This sudden declaration seemed to indicate that the mayor, who also happens to be who also happens to be the IBIC CEO, is willing to exert his influence on foreign economies despite lacking the domestic authority to do so. Due to the sudden nature of Croy's press conference, further details remain unknown. Oh, that's a good point. He was the mayor of, yeah, he's the mayor of Crossbell, but they're gonna need to like find a new person. Like they're gonna need to decide who will be the leader of the independent state of Crossbell. Before funds were seized, the IBIC managed the majority of the continent's financial assets. The sudden withholding of said assets has caused markets across the Murray to plummet, with some reports describing mass pandemonium in the Republican stock market. Yeah, that sounds about right for fantasy America. We reached out to experts for comment. Already, the impact on the international economy has been immense, explained one economist. It's difficult to tell how things will progress. A diplomat had this to say: "We want to be certain we understand the full extent of this freeze before taking further action." So, actually, okay, I was expecting. Sleep says the Empire is closer to fantasy Germany, but yeah, no, I was saying the Republic, like Calvert. I was talking about Calvert. The major powers ultimatum. According to the report, both Araboni and Calvert have held press conferences regarding the financial crisis. The Republican government demands that Crossville State and the IBIC revoke the asset freeze immediately. Failure to do so will be met with force. Oh gosh. Oh, okay. So I'm pretty sure. So I was certain that like okay, declaring independence would cause like tensions to brew, but Croy basically threw the first like Croy threw down the gauntlet by free. Yeah, Croy threw down the gauntlet by freezing all foreign assets in the IBC. Croy flew, Croy threw down the gauntlet and is practically guaranteed. And it's practically guaranteed that like after what's about to happens, a lot of countries are probably going to try to remove their money from the IBC. But which if that happens, it means that a giant bank it means that a giant payment processor having a monopoly and having monopoly on all of the world's businesses won't come to pass. Dang, this might actually be a better parallels between our world and this world are many, but it appears like in this one case this might actually work out for the better for them. Please know I'm saying this having no idea what's about to happen in the next 120 hours of this game's plot. So it says surprisingly topical. At this point, it's unsurprisingly topical. It's like Metal Gear Solid. It's not a complete one to one. Like there's something like the world has developed differently than how the like this game than like this game projected things. But still, the writers for like this game were so on the pulse. So it says, for a game that came out on the PSP, yeah, no, it's not exactly that like I think it's really a case of like they weren't like ahead of their they weren't exactly ahead of their time. It's more so that like I almost want to say like they had their fingers on the pulse and like they read up on their history. Like they probably read up on their history and so like yeah, this happens. Like people like anyone all of this like just a thing to say is that like I mean I've talked at length about how I really hate the current American administration, but to be honest, even if Trump never got voted into power, I think with the state where like with with how America was changed starting in Reagan's era, I think at some point this would have probably happened. With the advent of multiple there are probably multiple different ways, like many different things that could have been different. But I think with the advent of like right wing extremism growing in America, I think at some point there was going to be some guy like this who was in America because we didn't fully stamp out because the Confederacy wasn't fully stamped out after the Civil War. We don't have time to go into this, but there's probably many video essays you could look up that go into detail about how all this stuff that's happening now basically dates back to like the Reconstruction era. Okay. Anyway, going back to this. Failed to do so will meet by before, stated the Calvardian press secretary. Our sources claim that the imperial government has already begun mobilizing its army as well. It's possible these press conferences are meant to serve as an ultimatum. We will follow up on this story and receive official communications. So I thought there could potential. Okay, so we're kind of looking at like a three-sided war here. Jeez, because there ain't no way Calvert might maybe work for with Empire a little bit to get their assets unfrozen. But as soon as they do, and as soon as they tell Crossbell to back, Troy and Crossbell to back down, they're gonna immediately be at each other's throats to try and take control of Crossbell. Oh, oh, geez. Sue says you're looking at a three-way war. It's not even the finale yet, bro. Huh. On the one hand, I gotta say, on the one hand, I'm kind of surprised we didn't get like a big. Kind of surprised we didn't get a giant, like a big cutscene showing all that happening as it like was declared, by like showing a big cutscene showing Mayor Croy immediately declaring independence. On the other, it kind of fits well with this world that a lot of people who like maybe like people who are in towns outside of Crossbow or like the SSS who would have probably been going about doing their daily duties as this happened. They just open the newspaper to read out like, yeah, Crossbow has declared independence, and we might be looking at a three-way war. Okay, Sleepless. I know this is a little bit I know this is a little bit of spoilers for some other games, maybe, but has there ever been like a world war in these games history, as far as you know? Because if not, this could be the seed that strikes. Sleep says yes. Okay, I was about to say because yeah, if this might be the die roll that starts a world war. That might like that might seem crazy to think, but you got like two major powers trying to exert their will on Crossbell. Crossbell is like throwing down the gauntlet and saying, "We're going to freeze your assets until you accept our independence." There's no way the Empire and Calvert are going to work together, and out of that, like other nations besides those might even try to like defend themselves or break allegiances with others. So, yeah. Slim says this is why it's important to support your local newspaper. Yeah, on the one hand, it is kind of odd to read a text announcement about that, but it did sum up a lot of. If this game did make that into cutscenes, if that was a series of cutscenes, it would have taken a long time, like a couple of like probably like an hour or two just to go through the cutscenes of all that information. And here it's like all the characters are reading at it now. Slim says there was a war between Araboni and Liberal about 10 years before the events of Sky SC, and Cold Steel goes into a war, but way in the past there was a huge set of wars. Okay. I think I did hear that before I think I did hear that before I just forgot about it. Yeah, if y'all, for those just tuning in who haven't been seeing me play these games, yeah, Trails has a very deep plot. The Trails games have very deep plots to them. Dot. Looks like things have gotten pretty serious. Yes, I wasn't expecting the situation to progress so quickly. I tried contacting Uncle Dieter to ask about it, but I haven't been able to reach him. Oh shit, I just realized. Oh no. If Croy's plan, part of his plan for independence is to merge the CGF and the SSS, that doesn't just mean that like the army is the police. That means the police is the army. All four of these guys. That means all four of the like all the members of the SSS would have to be like drafted into the army. Oh gosh. Look, they're really strong, but they're not ready to handle army. They're not ready to handle being in a war. They like help find stray cats. They like help find stray cats and stop con men from swindling people. I tried contacting Uncle Dieter about it, but I haven't been able to reach him. Same applies to Chief Sergei. He is yet to return after departing for headquarters this morning. Could it be that he's investigating the newly established defense force? Probably so. After all, it came as a total shock. Slim says, it's unfortunate, but Lloyd and Co are frequently counted as the physically weakest Trails MCs. Okay, I've got to. I am then how the heck strong are the other Trails main characters? Also, they may be the physically weakest, but they're the best from the two games I've played. So I really don't have much. They may be the physically weakest, but they're emotionally the best from the two games I've played. So I really don't have much of a stance for this. Not just for us, but the top brass too, or so I've been told. The hell's up with that? How could they have not known about it? What about Noel, Muriel, and the rest of them? What are they up to? What are they up to? Unfortunately, we are also unable to get in contact with the CGF at the moment. I suspect they have chosen to remain silent due to the sheer volume of calls they are receiving. It's hard to blame them for that. But I doubt Ereboni and Coward will hold their tongues. Seeing as all their assets have been frozen. They made it clear they're prepared to use force. I can only imagine how tense things are at the borders right now. That's... Sorry, Kia. This must seem really scary to you. It's okay. I can tell whatever's going on is serious. I've been wondering though, where's Wazzy? I haven't seen him all morning. Now that you mention it. He said he needed to attend to some minor business. I believe it was his moments after the chief departed. Huh, really? Huh, really? How irresponsible do you have to be to disappear at a time like this? Huh. Someone's at the door? Someone's at the door? Wonder who it is. Yes, who is it? Oh, thank goodness you're home. It's me. Thank goodness you're home. It's me, Cecile. Cecile? Oh, hi, Cecile. We weren't expecting you. Is everything all right? It's not every day you drop in to see us like this. I apologize for visiting out of the blue. If I ask, Arius wouldn't have happened to have come by here, would he? Arios? No, not at all. Did something happen? Well, the thing is... he came to the hospital late last night and took Shizuku away with him. He even filed the paperwork to have her discharged, effective immediately. What? You did? Shizuku. I went to the Bracer Guild to see if I could figure out why, but not even Michelle had an answer for me. Oh dang! Ario saw what's gonna happen and was like, "Nope, I'm not staying. I'm not letting me and my kid ain't hanging around while there's a war about to brew. We're getting out of here." I thought it might be a long shot, but I decided to come ask all of you just in case. So that's what brought you here. The hell's gotten into him all of a sudden? The fact that it happened late at night makes it all the more dubious. That's... Oh. My dad's the chief. He'd call your Enigma if he needed to reach us. Do you suppose you got something to do with Arios? Yes, this is the Crossbow Police Special Report set. Oh, Lloyd, thank Arios I got a hold of you. Oh! Someone must have left the phone on speaker mode. Grace, is that you? Who else is that kind of volume? Grace, what's wrong? Is everything okay? Of course not. Something's wrong, and I mean big time wrong. I had to tell you right away. Of course not. Something's wrong, and we got a big time wrong. We just got a bulletin in from Orca's Tower. You're not gonna believe this. Peter Croy just been instated as the first president of the independent state of Crossbow. What? The first president? Uncle Dieter? And you're certain of this? Like hell she is. You try to pull a fast one on us or something? Listen, I thought it was a joke too at first. Okay, for a second there I actually got her voice wrong because I just didn't realize that it was Grace the reporter calling us. Like, dang, that warms my heart that at a time of like her finding out horrible news, she was like her finding out strange news that has everyone very confused. She's like, all right, gotta message the SSS about this. They're who I can trust. Slim says, yeah, Grace the reporter, we love that lady. I just didn't expect her to call us. I just thought she would just pop up. She would just sneak in through one of the windows. Listen, I thought it was a joke too at first. But then I took a look at the soldier delivering the news. He was decked out in this fresh white uniform. Well, Croy's absolutely the villain. Absolutely. I've played many RPGs, and if I've learned one thing from them, it's that you should always treasure the people that you have close with you, and always be willing to listen to their problems and help them through whatever difficult things they deal with. The second thing I learned, though, is never trust God. The third thing I learned, though, is never trust people in pure white uniforms. Also, Bleach taught me that, but especially RPGs. If they're wearing like a pure white outfit, do not trust them. Then I took a look at the soldier delivering the news. He stepped out in this fresh white uniform. Somebody told us he was part of Crossbow's newly formed defense force. But really? A soldier. Wait, you can't mean... Yep, he's probably a CGF guardsman, or he was anyway. Also, don't freak out on me here, okay? But immediately after President Croy took his post, he nominated his Secretary of Defense. And it's Arios McLean. What? Arios is evil? Well, okay, we don't know he's evil right now, but Arios can't be a politician. He's like really strong, like mercenary guy. He's a politician. That'd be the true betrayal there. Finding out Arios is a politician. It's Arios McLean. What? You mean... Arios. Well, that solves my question, but creates another one. So I like how it took them a second and they reacted the exact same way I said. So this is, like I said, no real major events this chapter for story reasons. I see what you mean! Jeez. Presidential inauguration is just about to begin. We're broadcasting via the Orbital Network, so make sure you tune in. Hey, Grace, you managed to get permission to cover the speech. Nice! Way to come in clutch, Reigns. Again, I love that Grace I actually love that Grace told us about this. That she was like, okay, something really sus is happening. Call the SSS. Nice! Way to come in clutch, Reigns. Sorry, guys, I got a feature story waiting for me. Gotta go. Is this really happening? I don't even know anymore. Arios is the Secretary of Defense? He doesn't know how to be a he doesn't know how to be a politician, does he? If he does, then that's the greatest betrayal of our we've ever known. Then that makes him the leader of this new defense force. Well, on the one hand, now we have on the one hand, Arios would make a great leader of defense force. Well, would he? Wait. He's a good fighter, but I don't know if he'd make a good leader of the defense force. You're shitting me, right? What happened to being a bracer? And what the hell is all this about Dieter becoming president? I can't say either way, but we should watch his address on the terminal. Okay, so no major spoilers, but I feel like the game's really like there's Metal Gear Solid size like exclamation point size red flags here. They're like, okay, yeah, Dieter's the main villain. But if that's the case, however, if that is the case, that still leaves the question of how he's connected to all the previous events that have happened in the story so far. Which I'm really interested to see, like, how the game's gonna go. Like, I'm really interested for this game to go back. Yeah, you remember this rant? You remember this thing from Trails from Zero, or this thing that happened earlier in Trails to Azure that you didn't really pay much attention to? That was secretly building up this. We basically told you right now this was gonna happen. We basically told you then this was gonna happen. I cannot say either way, but we should watch his address on the terminal. On it! Oh, no, not... Okay, I forgot. Dang it. Dang it. Why am I... Dang it, I'm having a little bit of trouble remembering her name. I'm having a little bit of trouble remembering her name. But the lady who is the commander of the CGF. Dang it. I'm guessing she was forced into this. So this is Major Bales. Thank you. Sorry, there's a lot of names. There's a lot of names to where I forget some of the characters who don't appear as much. Wait, what's gonna happen to Major Bales if she was the head of the CGF? Good day, my fellow citizens. Today I speak to you as Dieter Croy, the first president of the independent state of Crossbell. I'm sure that many of you are surprised by this sudden announcement. Nevertheless, I ask that you bear with me. For at this very moment, an unprecedented threat is advancing upon our fair home of Crossbell. We are being cornered by wicked, malicious forces that aim to strip away our dignity and trample underfoot all that is just. As I'm sure you are all aware, less than a month ago these forces attempted to sink Crossbell into a pit of despair and sorrow. Of course, the wise citizens of Crossbell already know who it is I am referring to. I would like to take this moment to finally incriminate these perpetrators by name. The Imperial Government of Erebonia. This is one of the malevolent forces I refer to. The most evil... Okay, you know, I know this, listen, the most evilest part of all of this is they haven't even, arranged the cameras properly to where it's cutting off the top half of his head. And it's not even, zoomed in It's, way too zoomed in. However, they are not the only criminals responsible for our plight. The Republican government is just as guilty. They too have been making a mockery of our peace and honor while colluding with a known crime syndicate. For far too many years have they treated our Crossbell as theirs to control, a vassal subject to the whim of its lieges. No matter what injustices they commit, we are forbidden by law from defending ourselves. Even to this day, they exploit us through obscenely high taxes, siphoning away our prosperity as if they were their own. And yet their transgressions do not end there. We have reached a point where even our very livelihoods are placed in jeopardy. It is well known that this land had served as a war zone time and again, as these two nations fought for control over us. Many would consider that strife a thing of the past, but that could not be further from the truth. Our state has suffered a number of inexplicable incidents over the last 70 years. They befell us in many forms. Sudden explosions with no discernible cause, the mysterious fatal crash of one of our airships. And yet, while they appeared to be no more than accidents, deep down all of us knew the truth. These cruel, indiscriminate tragedies that left us with no answers to soothe our mourning, or they were caused behind closed doors by our enemy's petty struggle for power. However, when put before Idios, we cross-villains are equally as sinful. Uh-oh. I don't like where this is going. Well, I already didn't like where this is going, but I'm really not liking where this is about to go. The sins we carry are those of cowardice and self-deception. To avenge the countless fallen souls victimized by the crimes of times past. To avenge those in the present still nursing their wounds for the raid on our city. And to ensure our children grow up in a glorious future of peace and dignity. We must discard the sins of deception and cowardice and stand valiant and proud. Oh, this is ridiculous. Well, he does make a fair point in some respects. Dieter. It is with the intention of leading us to this brighter tomorrow that I have taken office today. But rest assured, this is only a temporary measure to respond to the urgent threats on our horizon. I hereto therefore swear an oath that our next election will be decided by popular vote, once peace is restored within our borders. With that, there is one other man I would like to introduce. He will play a key role in supporting the independent state of Crossbell. All of you here today will surely know him by name. Now, without further ado, I present to you the man who stood his ground with all of his might to defend Orcus Tower during the raid, and definitely no one else. Helped by many as the Divine Blade of Wind, he was formerly an A-rank bracer of the Bracer Guild's Crossbell branch. But now he stands as Commander-in-Chief of our newly established Crossbell Defense Force. Ladies and gentlemen, Arios McLean! So, to reiterate, I am Arios McLean. Some of you may have concerns over one as military inexperienced as myself assuming such an important position. However, to compensate, I pledge to give twice the effort I did as a bracer to suppress the dangers lying before us. I will kill twice the enemy soldiers as any other commander-in-chief would have. Both as the bulwark that protects Crossbell, and the blade that will slay anyone who stands in the way of our order and justice. Ah, fuck, they're using justice in a Japanese piece of media. Yeah, they're very far gone. First lesson learned from Kamen Rider. Don't trust people who always go on about justice. Actually, well, the first lesson learned from Kamen Rider... Well, actually, the first lesson taught by all Kamen Rider, by the entire Kamen Rider franchise, is you should punch neo-Nazis in the face. As some of you are aware, Secretary McLean once served the Crossbell Police Department as one of its finest detectives. Oh yeah, he did. I forgot about that. That was yeah. They mentioned that before. I just forgot about it. Though most will know him better for the numerous international incidents he has resolved as a member of the guild. With that in mind, I assure you with the utmost authority that he will be the perfect man for this job. Dad, I don't understand. Slim says, do you remember who Arios' partner was when he was on the police force? Okay, well, it's gotta be either Sergey or Guy, or best guy ever, Guy Bannings. It's not Dudley, because Dudley was Guy's rival. But they might have also worked together. Listen, everything goes back to Guy Bannings. Wait a second. Wait a second. Hold on. You know, we still haven't learned exactly who killed Guy Bannings. Lloyd speaking. It's me. Hey, so yeah, shit's fucked. So yeah, shit's fucked. Chief, the inaugural address. Yeah, I saw it too. Right or wrong, the CGS appears to have resembled the Crossbell Defense Force. The police is going to be integrated into it as well. That includes all of us. No! But they're not ready to be soldiers! They never signed up for the military! And not one of them is a furry! Okay, for those who don't get that last joke, there's just like a major crossover where a lot of furries either get into the military or become like they either like are really into the military or they like really get into furry culture as part of being in the military, like after joining the military. No way. But how are they going to respond to seemingly inconsequential side quests? That's what the SSS does! So Commander Bales is a part of this too. You saw her up there next to McLean, didn't you? Looks to me like she approved its formation. I don't know what'll happen now, but I'd stay away from Orcus Tower. Those Defense Force soldiers are likely to be keeping it under strict watch. Damn it. Understood. Well then, looks like we're going rogue. Go to the break, like walk over to the brace. Sergey's like, well then, how about we have since you guys are basically bracers already, you're just state approved bracers. Go check it with the Bracer Guild. That actually would be a really cool development if it happened where they're like, oh shit, we don't want to join the army, how do we get out of this? And Michelle's just like, hey, so since Arios is left, we kind of need some new bracers. How about you join up with us? Damn it. Understood. I'll call you again. Listen. Now, Lloyd, put your ear listen, I'm going to put it on speaker. Hold it out to everyone. Can everyone hear me? Yes, we can all hear you. Yes. Yeah. Don't do anything rash. Am I clear? What did the chief say? It was about the Defense Force. Won't explain the details of his conversation with Chief Sergei. I see. So, okay, now to be fair, I keep saying like, oh dang it, Commander Bales and like Arios are evil now, but not really. But not exactly. We don't know how. It's already looking like the Defense Force is going to lead to some bad things, but we've seen throughout the story, like, the things building up to, like, that could lead them to decide this was the best course of action. So I've been calling Dieter Croy the main villain, without knowing for certain that he is the main villain, because he could not be. There could be someone else who is the main villain. They could actually reveal that, they could reveal that Dieter actually had good reasons for doing this, and we've seen those reasons play out across this game's story, if that's true. I just don't trust Dieter implicitly, because he's a billionaire CEO. That was the fifth lesson I learned from that was the fifth lesson I learned from RPGs. I see. Ah, damn it. You really telling me Sonya's just going along with this? Considering her position, it could very well be that she had no say in the matter. Slim says, honestly, not a bad reason to distrust him. Yeah, I'll be honest, he was helpful for the team, but even back in From Zero, I just kind of naturally distrusted him, because I was like, he's the CEO. This would explain why Arios Hachizuku discharged from this hospital so suddenly. Oh. That makes sense. His new position would have impacted her situation. Safer to keep her away from anyone that opposes the new setup, yeah? It's hard to discount that line of reasoning after what we've just learned. Dots. It's going to be alright, Kia. I'm sure Arios is doing whatever he can to keep Shizuku safe. Yeah, I know. But still, I'm worried about her. Kia. Sorry, Cecile, but could we ask you to man the fort here for a bit? Lloyd? I have no qualms with it so long as you don't stay out past evening. Are you going somewhere? Yeah. Listen up, team. I think our best course of action is to make our way to the Bracer Guild first and foremost. Yes, that would be wise. That will present a good opportunity to ask about Arios' circumstances. And to hand in our resumes before we are forced to join the army. No kidding, that came way the hell out of left field. I understand. I'll stay here and watch the building with Kia. The situation's gotten quite dire, so please be safe out there. Don't do anything too reckless, okay? Yeah, we'll try. Thanks, Cecile. We'll be back as soon as we can. Be a good girl and stay here with Cecile, Kia. Kia? Wait, where's she going? Kia? Mind. Hug. Kia? What's wrong? I get things are looking pretty messy. We don't need to come chasing us down. It's not like something irreversibly bad is about to happen to the crossbow that will change the course of our lives forever. I know. Everything's gonna be alright, Kia. We may not know what the future has in store for Crossbow, but that won't change the fact that we'll always return to your side, Kia. Lloyd. That much is for certain. We'll make it home even on the roughest days. Well, we always make it home even on the roughest days, don't we? So sit tight. We'll be back before you know it, Kia. Harry, Tio, Randy. Okay, be careful, everyone. Wazzy has left the party. Oh, okay. Well, it's a good thing that I put Randy back in the party. Here, let's check to see what new side quests we've gotten. $4,000 Mira. Geofront Victor, a monster, Divine Delph. Okay. Okay, we're gonna do these smaller events first. Well, yeah, I'm gonna do these smaller events and then I'll go check into the Bracer Guild. I guess I'll get this for Lloyd. Wait. What happened to all their... Why did I take off all their gear? What's going on? Well, okay, well, I get why they took off all of Noelle's gear. I won't sell all of Noelle's gear in case she comes back, but... Why did they take off all of Wazi's gear? The Crossbow Defense Force is intended not for offensive measures, but for protection. Feel free to put your favorite sus emotes in the chat. We're different from those Imperial and Republican Army savages, so please, be at ease. We are definitely not threatening. We are definitely not threatening. That casually unholsters a second assault rifle. Okay, Master Quartz. No. Yeah, we ain't got enough money for that. Well, I think we're good with the, what we've got. Okay, police station at the admin district. We're gonna go there first. Let's go to police station. Oh, hello everyone. Huh? You would be the Special Support Section, correct? As I'm sure you heard by now, the CPD is being restructured to a branch of the Crossbell Defense Force. There's currently a meeting taking place on the second floor to outline the system to each of the section chiefs. We ask you to return to your base for operations and remain there until further instructions arrive. Sure. You're still free to move about the first floor, but please refrain from causing a disturbance. If your actions are deemed suspicious, we will not hesitate to take you into custody. We are like I said, we are definitely not evil. We are definitely not evil, but if you do anything we deem suspicious, we will immediately take you into custody. We are not turning into a police state. Don't you worry. Okay, could you stop shouting at us? Understood. They're being awfully coercive. Yeah, I don't think any of the others down here are fixing to cross them. Men for the Guardian, Defense Force suddenly stormed in here this morning and ordered us to remain on standby. It's also slightly confusing. I'm still not sure what we should be doing. I suppose all I can really do is wait for the meeting with the higher-ups to conclude. Man, those CGF guardsmen turned into like a police army rather quickly. I'm curious how Muriel is going to be taking this. Okay, giant screen near the Civic Center. That's like right here. Ah, that was one heck of a speech. I expected Croy to go from mayor to our very first president. Not to mention all those bold statements he made against Ereboni and Calvert. And they've been feuding in secret with our state. You suppose an accident back then had something to do with it? Down with Ereboni and Calvert. When was the last time anyone ever stood up for Crossbell like that? Compared to President Croy, our diet members are all a pack of domesticated dogs. Sure, a few of them are on the more upstanding side, like Speaker McDowell. We've never had a leader this powerful before. This is, it's terrifying. It's terrifying how accurate this is being. This statement right here, it's a small line, but it holds so much to it. Of, like, all the other leaders, all the other Diet members were, like, they were trying to improve. Like, the other Diet members were trying to improve Crossbow, but they were doing it slowly and cautiously. And now someone's like, yeah, this guy's powerful. In a way, I hate how this is the perfect year to play this game. Not only that, but he's appointed Crossbow's very own guardian, Arios McGlade, as Secretary of Defense. Can't think of a single person better suited to be the help of our state's protection. Now we'll have nothing to fear. Our defense may not be a pipe dream after all. Sure, I think we'll be fine as long as we leave it to Mayor. No, President Croy. Yeah, if he was our leader, we don't have to be afraid of Erebonia or Calvert. Thanks, President Croy. You're our hero, President Croy. 3 cheers for President Croy, who I'm certain is not doing anything evil. Hooray for President Croy! Yeah! Hooray for independence! Hooray for Crossbell! Hooray for President Croy! Hooray for Crossbell! This is getting out of control. It's not as though I can't understand how they feel, though. Trouble is bound to follow if they become overly zealous. And I'm sure the Defense Force will have things under control. Well, I'm sure the Defense Force will have things under control in no time. Anyway, we should go. It's doing a really good job of building at this, because we've seen that, yeah, the problems Crossbell has faced. Like, it makes sense why the problems we've seen Crossbell face are big issues. And yeah, Erebonia and Calvert, like, the way they've approached they've exerted the will of Crossbell is awful. But I'm great that this game isn't going I'm glad that this game isn't going this game is basically saying independence is great and what Crossbell needs. But we might want to be cautious of the guy who's proposing it. We might want to be cautious that the guy who's proposing to have major power over a new nation or a new independent state also is a businessman. Okay, Orcus Tower and entering the building. Well, I know we were warned to stay away from Orcus Tower, but... Look over there. They stationed guys for the CDF in front of the tower, huh? And I know a few of them. This is where Uncle Dieter made his Declaration of Independence. This increased security is no surprise. Hey, is that you, Randy? Oh shit, hide. Yo, Carter. I didn't even recognize you there, all decked out in white, like some sort of cult, like some sort of Bleach villain. So they transferred you here from Belgard? Yeah, they had to move some of us from the border gates to guard the president's address. Logs is patrolling somewhere around here too. Cool, cool. He's one of Randy's colleagues, right? Yes, I believe they were friends during his time with the CGF. They were pretty hectic because all this went down. The guards were all pretty surprised we were told to put on these new uniforms. I know what you mean. We had no idea this was coming down the pipes either. They're looking pretty sleek, though. Almost all like this has all been in the works for a while. Yeah, I'm sure the president's been looking forward to this day. The Defense Force is hoping to get some equipment upgrades, too, so we gotta buckle down and prove we deserve it. Right. The Defense Force soldiers seem to be in favor of this turn of events. The CGF had always lacked things most armed forces would have. It's only natural for them to welcome these changes from their perspective. On occasion, you hadn't heard, the Defense Force is shaking up the structure of command to be more like other armies on the continent. While current ranks are carrying over, but our day-to-day operations are going to be a lot stricter, like a proper military. I know you're pretty lax about using ranks back in the day, but I don't think that would fly now. Yeah, thanks for the heads up. I wonder if Mary will give me an earful for not calling her second lieutenant next time I see her. Nah, now that I already haven't been. Here's some things never change. Is getting under his skin all you can think about? Yeah, I don't think you have to worry about that anymore. Well, what's that supposed to mean? It said ranks are carrying over, so she should still be a second lieutenant, wouldn't she? That's not what I mean. There's something you should know, Randy. Muriel... Carter, watch what you say to outsiders. Yes, sir. Sorry, Randy, I'll have to give you details some other time. You'll find out before then, that is. Not sure what's going on, but my bad. Didn't mean to get you chewed out. All good, don't worry about it. Reminds you, the police gonna be folded to Defense Force too? Soon you'll be one of us. One of us. One of us. That's one more thing to worry about. We should excuse ourselves. Yeah, let's go. So what's okay, so something's happened to Muriel. That's a bit worrying. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and start this secret side quest. Now that can happen here. Oh, and there's also the Geofront C section of fighting that monster. Yeah, fighting the monster in the C section. Jeez. Again, it's really good how they're building this. Like a lot of the main party is like, yeah, independence and like freeing itself from Erebonian and Calvert is something the police or something like this Crossbell needs, and it could really benefit Crossbell. But the way this is going about things is kind of worrying. Okay, where's Guy Banning's grave? I kind of expect it, even though it never is. I always expect, every time I revisit here, I expect Guy Banning's grave to be the giant one at the top of the cemetery, just because it's like how everyone talks about Guy Banning's. Ozma Seeker. All right, that's Noel's dad. All right, his is over here. I think. Guy Banning's. Okay, I didn't really do anything. Yeah, I didn't really do anything. I do imagine what kind of effect independence could have on Crossbell. I only pray those who are resting here would continue to watch over us. Is there something else that should happen for the secret quest, Sleepless? So he says, oh, he gets there after you go to the Bracer Guild. Oh, okay. Sorry, I forgot that step. No, you're fine. You're fine. Okay, let me go to... Yeah, normally a cutscene would activate, so it kind of indicate that. So yeah, let's go to the Bracer Guild. Here, we'll go to the East Street and the Bracer Guild first. Pardon us. Sorry for interrupting. That's a worrying music theme to use for us entering this building. Well, look who the cat dragged in. Hey there, Sasa. Sheesh, if you guys clenched any harder, you'd snap yourselves in two. Sheesh, if you guys clenched any harder, you'd snap yourselves in two. Normally, I'd tell you to mind your own damn business. There's no denying it today. Why would Arios just up and leave us? I'm still in shock. Never once did I suspect he'd do something like this. I suppose the only hint was that he'd been visiting Orcus Tower more frequently lately. Right, I thought he was just going there to discuss the guild's game plans for the future. Instead he was off rubbing elbows and shaking hands with his employer-to-be. Actually, that's what we came here to talk about. Is Arios still considered a member of the guild? No. He suddenly handed in his resignation last night, along with his bracer badge. In typical Arios fashion, he finished up all of his requests just prior. He even included an outline of how the guild should proceed going forward. As prepared as ever. Arios did always seem to be a methodical man. Still, resigning without notice is more than just a minor inconvenience to us. What's more, he's been instated as the state's Secretary of Defense, the Commander-in-Chief of the newly formed Crossbow Defense Force. It terrifies me to think of what Ereboni's response to this will be like, especially considering the message the government sent them by freezing their international assets. Right, Calvers will be no less frightening, you can be sure of that. Still, it's not like I don't understand the way Arios feels about all this. Scott? What's that supposed to mean? Well, crossbell and blood run through his veins runs through my veins just like his. Those inexplicable incidents mentioned in the address used to happen several times a year. That much is for a fact. I don't know what the truth is, but deep down, every citizen of the state suspects the Empire or the Republic is behind them. Well, to be fair, there haven't been any accidents like that in some time. I think the last was 5 years ago. The one Shizuku and Saya, Ario's wife, were caught up in. By accident, do you mean the truck explosion from half a decade ago? Yes. The prevailing theory is that the orbital engine malfunctioned, igniting flammable cargo on board, but it never did sit right. I was rolled to that accident. Poor Saya lost her life, and little Shizuku her sight. Well, that's how it happened, huh? We have heard small portions of the story already, but the entirety of it is hard to take in. That must be why Arios quit the CPD and took up the supporting gauntlet. I've come to know Arios quite well since he joined the guild, and yet he never mentioned a word about that incident. It must have been weighing on him all these years. Taking that into account, I can see why he accepted such an important position. Michelle, forgive me for asking, but have you noticed anything suspicious about Arios' schedule up till now? Huh? What do you mean, Lloyd? Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Force. Having a responsibility like that isn't the sort of thing you just agree to on a whim. Wouldn't it make more sense if he had been laying the groundwork with Mayor, or rather President Croy, this entire time? This go back even further than we realize. The last few weeks, maybe even more. Michelle? That's Sai, are you saying he's right? It's true that there were occasional conflicts of location in his reports. I figured they were just human error, considering the absurd number of requests he was handling. But now that I think about it, he isn't the type to make those kinds of mistakes so carelessly. So each of these times he was actually meeting with President Croy? That's a pretty safe assumption at this point. Honestly, Lloyd, your detective skills are so on the nose it's almost scary. Thanks, though I'm sorry if I'm putting Arios in a bad light here. But while I'm at it, I might as well... While I'm at it, I might as well ask you another point-blank question. It's about the discrepancies between Arios' schedule and the locations he reported. Do you remember any instances of that from more than half a year ago? Why that far back, specifically? Wouldn't that be even earlier than when Mr. Koi became mayor? Well, I doubt my memory is that good, but... Oh, you know, there was this one time. When exactly? It was the final day of the anniversary festival. He was supposed to travel to Remaferi on official guild business, but he suddenly cancelled at the last second, and he didn't even bother to notify us. Really? Really? I pressed him on that issue. Once I finally caught a wind of it, but all he told me was that he'd be too busy to make a report. Why do you ask, though? Do you think it could be related? I don't know about that. The anniversary festival is probably the busiest time of the year for us. It'd be perfectly understandable to overlook a single report. The last day of the anniversary festival. That was the day of the auction. You think the two are connected? I don't know yet, but my gut is telling me they are. We've been so busy that we let too many fine details pass us by. Sorry, gotta take this. Crossbow Police Department Special Report set. Wait, I don't know whose voice this is, but... don't you mean Crossbow Defense Force Special Support Section? Is this who I think it is? Huh. Who could the mystery man on the phone possibly be? Guess right, you can win yourself a brand prize. A shiny, brand new... I've had enough of your pointless shenanigans. What are you doing back in Crossbow? Don't be like that. I thought we were pals. I know things have gone off the rails, but can you spare some time to chat and... Oh, it's Sao, isn't it? Okay, sorry, I completely forgot who it was. Okay, because I've been talking over the text boxes and the voices are in Japanese, I can't recognize the voices, unfortunately. Let me go back and reread through all those lines. Slim says, that's not Sao. It's not? Wait, who is it then? Slim says, that's the Empire Scarecrow. Oh, it's Lennar. It's, oh gosh, it's... I can't believe it. He hasn't appeared since Chapter 2. I'm kind of blanking on his name. Gosh dang it. Gosh dang it. Captain Lecter. Okay, Lecter. Thank you. Don't you mean Special Defense Force? Crossbow Defense Force Special Support Section? It is who I think it is. Who the mystery man on the phone possibly be? Guess right, you can win yourself a grand prize. A shiny, brand new... I've had enough of your pointless shenanigans. What are you doing back in Crossbow? Don't be like that. I thought we were pals. Thought we were pals. I know some things have been going off the rails, but can you spare some time to chat in person? I know things have been going off the rails, but can you spare some time to chat in person? You can spare some time to chat in person, can't you? I'm sure it'll be worth your while. Ugh. Fine. Where do you want to meet? About in Crimson & Co., a.k.a. the former Ravache compound. Let's rendezvous at Don's old office. The basement, then. Got it. See you there, buddy. Was that Sal? Has he come out of hiding? He did contact us last time after Randy went missing. Wait, seriously? It wasn't him. It was Captain Arundel of the Imperial Army. What? Him again? You're right to ask what he's doing coming back to Crossbow. Nothing good, that's for sure. He's got balls showing his face around here again. He said he wanted to speak with us at the old Ravache compound. Given his ties to the Red Constellation, we can't be too careful. Still, I think it's in our best interest to hear him out. Guess so. The risk is worth it. I do think we should fully prepare ourselves before going, though. You kids never slow down, do you? Sounds like you have a real piece of work on your hands. The Lecter Arundel of the Intelligence Division. From what I hear, is a thorn in just about everyone's side. You can always call us if you end up needing backup. That's right, we still have a debt to repay from the Wetlands. We appreciate it. We'll be sure to get in touch. if it comes to that. I can't believe Arios was fudging his schedule to meet with the mayor, or president, whatever. I noticed his reports a little funky here and there yet, but I still let it happen right under my nose. He must have been hung up on that incident Sai and Shizuka were caught in all this time. Alright, let's go. Okay, so Crossbow and Co. is like, that's the big event. They made a point of saying, like, we need to be ready before we go there. So let's wait before we go there. We're going to head to the Mains Mountain Path first. And go get this secret quest. So yeah, gonna wait to go to Crimson and Co. because that's gonna be the big thing. So this is Crimson and Co. The Red Constellations bar. No, I know. Yeah, I know what it is. Oh, it's him. Oh, is this another recap quest? Mr. Nielsen. Ah, is that you, Lloyd? This disgrace belonged to Lloyd's elder brother. This disgrace belongs to Lloyd's older brother. Oh, I know him. And you think Please, everyone knows about Guy Bannings. You were here to visit him, weren't you? That's right. Yeah, it was something I wanted to speak with Guy about. You wanted to talk to my brother? Yes, I wish to tell him about the raid, the Declaration of Independence, and President Croy's speech. The people of Crossbell were all facing in a singular direction, irrespective of their own personal emotions. It's for that reason I'm opting to go against the grain and ponder the darkness of the past instead. Darkness of the past? Do you mean... Yes, I'm due. I'm referring to the murder of your... I'm referring to to the murder of the greatest man alive, Guy Bannings. I beg your pardon? Guy's death? Where's this coming from? And why now? Or are you saying there's never been a more perfect time? What exactly is it you know, Mr. Nielsen? Ah. Lloyd, Special Report Section. If you wouldn't mind, I'd like for us to head elsewhere so we could review that case together. How does that sound? Okay, so this is interesting. Instead of recapping the events of the previous chapter, we're going to actually recap the case of Guy Banning's death. Because this is something we haven't, This is all like it hasn't been a big focus of the story. It's been like one of those underlying sub thread, one of those underlying threads of the story. But we haven't really like. There's been so much going on. We haven't really dealt with it in a long time, or even like dealt with anything related. Okay, there's probably been stuff related to it that the game has been telling me this whole time, but it's been hiding it so that I didn't realize it at first. Because this game does that. All right, if you're willing to, then so are we. Thank you for your cooperation. As it happens, I have a perfect place in mind. Let's make our way back to the city. Out of curiosity, Mr. Nielsen, why'd you come to Garante specifically? 3 years ago, Guy and I agreed to meet here for another one of our friendly exchanges of information. It was shortly before that meeting when I learned of his death. Oh, that explains it. The secret behind the cult incident, the arrest of Imperial and Republican faction members, the election of a new mayor, the inaugural meeting of the Rest of the Myria Trade Conference, the raid on Crossbell City, and now the Declaration of Crossbell Independence. While each of these events may appear isolated on the surface, in truth they are closely intertwined. In other words, they are all pieces of a much larger puzzle. A larger puzzle? Really? Okay, I know this is a really pivotal point, but I really gotta go take a break. I really gotta take a break for just a second. I really need to get something to eat. I I really need to get something to eat. Here, we'll recap. Because of this, I can recap the dialogue when we get back. I'll recap the dialogue when we get back. I just really gotta get something to eat, something to drink, and I really gotta, like, stand up for a second. I'll be back in just a second. Just a little bit. Okay, I'm back now. We're gonna restart this whole we're gonna start this whole part of the conversation. We're gonna restart part of this whole conversation. Before I do though, while I was on break, I found out good news. Kamen Rider Zets is gonna be on YouTube. It's gonna be streamed on YouTube, as premiere time on the Tokusatsu channel. Bad news: the streams aren't gonna be available to watch after the episode premieres. Thanks, Toei. So, the, so you can watch Kamen Rider Zets on Twitch or YouTube, but it looks like the YouTube versions of the episodes won't be like they'll replay the episode, but like they'll replay the episode in streams, but they won't in specific streams, but they won't archive the episodes on YouTube. At least that's what it looks like. So, thanks, Toei. What I'm willing to bet now, I'm willing to bet for certain. I'm willing to bet that the episodes will be will be fully released on Tubi, and maybe YouTube, fully released on Tubi after the series finishes airing. But that's like a whole year from after it airs. So unless the Toei better start letting Shout Factory release the episodes as each individual episode on you as videos on Tokusatsu's channel. Anyway, back to this. So it's kind of been there under the surface the whole time, but also this is the hidden quest that's cinched this game being my favorite entry to the franchise. Really? Okay, interesting. Yeah, I'm really interested in this quest. Like so far the other like quests where you talk to Nielsen, we're like, hey, let's just recap over what's happened in the game so far, so we can really so we can make sure that you, the player, understand everything that's going on, because a lot of stuff has happened so far. This is Nielsen like, hey, we're about to enter a really thing. Nielsen's like, we're about to enter a really key moment of the story. Let's take a step back and take a look at this story thread that we've never fully resolved. Yeah, it's of course that I mean this is like basically shining a giant warning signal that, hey, you're gonna find out who killed Guy Banning soon, and it's a big twist. And probably after this, we can kind of guess who it is, because but still interesting that I'm curious why this would be a hidden quest then, unless there's just something, unless it's just there's something else to it. But anyway, let me go and read through all this. Out of curiosity, Mr. Nielsen, why come to Garante specifically? 3 years ago, Guy and I agreed to meet here for one of our friendly exchanges of information. It was shortly before that meeting that I learned of his death. Oh, that explains it. The secret behind the Colt incident, the arrest of Imperial and Republican... The secret behind the Colt incidents, the arrest of Imperial Republican faction diet members, the election of a new mayor, the inaugural meeting of the Western Lemuria Trade Conference, the raid on Crossbell City, and now the declaration of Crossbell independence. While each of these events may appear isolated on the surface, in truth they are closely intertwined. In other words, they are all pieces of a much larger puzzle. A larger puzzle? Really? Yes, but once to unpack the bigger picture behind them, the rest of the pieces will surely fall into place. Sleep says, what's wild is that his hidden quest can only be done if you did his other quests earlier in the game. If you miss his other quest, this one is just not here. That is interesting. My guess then is that we're actually about to find out some stuff early. Like, you would not, like, if you didn't do this hidden quest, or didn't have this hidden quest, you would have to put the pieces together yourself, but with this quest, they're going to actually lead us through these pieces. Doing so should shed a new light on the murder of Guy Bannings. That is why I propose this case review. I understand, however, you'd rather spare yourself the heartache, Lloyd. Thoughts? Nah, I'm alright. Lloyd, are you certain of that? He was the bestest, most awesomest person in the universe. Actually, potentially even the entire multiverse. Don't forget, time ain't exactly on our side today. We should get this show on the road. It's perfectly fine with me. Let's begin then. First and foremost, we should examine the conditions under which Guy's body was discovered. There was a rainy day 3 years ago at Orcus Tower's construction site. Wait, I didn't know that, but wait, did I know? I don't think I knew that before. Hold on. This is already giving me new information. Rainy day 3 years ago at Orcus Tower's construction site. Okay, it being at Orcus Tower's construction site is a big deal. It might not seem like it, but that does feel like a big deal. Time of death was estimated to be just past dawn, though the body was not discovered until later that night. As for the cause of death, it was hemorrhagic shock. A bullet from an orbital gun pierced him from behind, straight through the heart. So he says, what color was that flag being raised again? It's not just a red flag now, it's like multiple different shades of red. Does all that sound correct? Yeah, that's right. He was shot in the back? Damn, what the hell? Dots. Now let us reconstruct the scene of the crime at the time his body was found. To begin, there were signs of a fierce struggle throughout the area. However, the only physical evidence left behind was Guy's body itself. Not only was his favorite pair of tonfas, like a certain other detective we know, uses absent from the locus delicti, but the CPD badge that he so proudly wore at his chest was missing as well. Come to understand that this badge was recently recovered. Is it true that it was taken by a member of the organized crime syndicate known as Ravache? Yeah, he found it in Marconi's office, and we found it in Marconi's office, and he later confirmed it. The mafioso in question even confessed to lifting the badge off his body after the cold incident was resolved. Huh, I see. However, that was, as you said, after the fact. As far as eyewitnesses go, there were none. At the time, construction work had been suspended and no staff were present at the site. The time of day and environmental factors were also unfavorable. It was the break of dawn in the midst of a blustery thunderstorm. Because of that, there was no reason for anyone to approach the scene, much less witness the actual murder. To make matters worse, Guy never informed anyone of where he was hiding prior to the incident. And that is where my trail goes cold. Not to be confused with the upcoming next series after Trails Beyond the Dawn, Trails Go Cold. Available in 2026. Available in 2032 for PCs and consoles. What you just heard is the entirety of what I managed to gather these past 3 years. That is, unless you have anything to add, Lloyd. No, I don't think so. You covered everything I knew too. And Mr. Nielsen's penchant for gathering information never ceases to amaze. Yes, so in this case, it would seem Guy was not just a source to him, but a dear friend as well. As he was a dear friend to everyone, seeing he was the greatest man in the multiverse. That may explain why he has such a vested interest in a cold case like this. Very well. Why don't we move on to the case review then? If we're to unravel this mystery, we must first carefully consider our potential culprits. The obvious place to start would be to go over the most likely suspects, namely Ravache and the D-therefore-G cult. Do you believe that either of them might be the perpetrator, Lloyd? Yeah, it wouldn't be a big... if it were to be a big twist, then it would be that it was neither of them. It was someone completely different. So couldn't be either of them. No, it couldn't have been either of them. As far as the Mafia goes, Marconi denied that he and his men were responsible. Of course, his word only means so much on its own. But Joachim told us that although he arranged for Ravache to kill my brother, they failed. Garcia Rossi admitted to him when Marconi tried to take credit. There's also no evidence that any of their subordinates went behind their backs to carry out a hit. Not only that, but Guy was also already investigating both the Mafia and Joachim. His defenses were up. He would have never put himself in a position where either of them could make an attempt on his life, seeing as he was the bestest guy in the universe. I just can't fathom that being the case. Gotta agree, chances are slim. Everything we've come to learn about the dude says he wasn't just ballsy. He was a damn good detective too. The best detective, in fact. Columbo worshipped him. Sherlock Holmes quaked and feared him. No one could detect as good as Guy Bannings. That he was. Even Common Rider Double knew that he had no chance of out-detecting Guy Bannings. That he was. I can never believe for a second that he died fighting the Mafia or the cult. I feel just the same way myself. The elements of this case would appear to point elsewhere. The theory may have held water prior to the cult incident, but at this point we can safely rule out both Ravash and the cult. So let's move down the list. Would he have been assassinated on behalf of one of the two major powers? By a diamond member from the Imperial or Republican factions, say, or one of the government officials they align with, or perhaps a foreign intelligence officer? Do you think it possible that Guy's killer might fit into any of those categories? It's not very likely. No, I think that's pretty unlikely. It's true that there have always been corrupt officials within Crossbow with ties to the two major powers. And it's also true that my brother was quick to push against the injustices they committed. Plus, we can now say for certain that spies from both countries were making frequent visits to Crossbow around that time. But as much as I believed in my brother, he was in no real position to touch them. They couldn't have viewed him as a serious threat. Unfortunately, you're probably right. As much as I hate to admit it, either nation could apply tremendous pressure on the CPD through the state government if they really wanted to. Especially under the old administration when Guy was alive. It would have been far too easy. Yeah, it just doesn't fit. Why go to the effort of luring out and killing one single detective when bureaucratic red tape is effective enough as is? A high-risk, low-reward maneuver like that just wouldn't have been worth it, no matter how much of a thorn in their side he was. Let's just say, and I'm just talking hypotheticals here, that Lloyd's bro was in contact with one of those guys. He still wouldn't walk into an obvious trap. It's the same deal as the Mafia. I concur. Impressively deduced. I have nothing more to say on the subject. With that, let's move on to our final possibilities. We have a sizable pool of potential suspects. You've eliminated every one of them thus far. Tell me then, who else do you suppose could fit the profile of Guy's killer? Well, the obvious answer there is I feel like the obvious answer there is a personal acquaintance. Guy was still wary of them, no doubt, but it had to have been someone he knew well. That's the only answer that fits. Huh? Wait, are you serious? And what brings you to that conclusion? Well, first of all, Guy never revealed to anyone where he was going beforehand. At least we believe that he was confident in his ability to handle the situation alone. The only reason he would feel that way is if he were to meeting someone he knew personally. That's true. Whether Guy was asked to go there or wherever the meeting... So, interesting thing is, yeah, I went with it was his personal acquaintance, but but as I picked that, either of the other options there, the CPD or Ouroboros Society, both felt like they could have been the answer. Whether Guy was asked to go there or whether the meeting was his own idea is impossible to say. But consider where they met, an empty construction site. Clearly, whatever they planned to discuss was important. They didn't want anybody to hear what they were talking about. It's possible the conversation went sideways, that it broke down to the point of no return. Maybe that's why the killer took his life. And what conversation would that be? Honestly, I don't have the slightest clue. But whatever it was, it cost him his life, and that means it was grave enough to silence him over. I don't use this word lightly, but it might have been linked to a deep conspiracy of some kind. A conspiracy? When we began this review, you said that unpacking the bigger picture could shed some new light on the case. At that moment, I felt like something clicked way in the back of my mind. Did you now? Can't get past the idea that my brother was closing in on some kind of secret plot. Plot concocted by somebody connected to the D-Therefore-G cult, the Mafia, the Empire, and the Republic, yet also separate from them. Whoever it was, they couldn't allow Guy to interfere. And chances are that conspiracy is still alive and well to this day. Now, doesn't that sound like the most logical explanation? Connected yet also separate. And you say this conspiracy is still ongoing? It's hard to draw any other conclusion. The killer is still at large, after all. That fact alone is enough to tell me that whatever they killed Guy over is a long way from settled. That's... Mr. Nielsen? Sorry, was that too far-fetched? No, not at all. I think your reasoning is perfectly sound. Let me ask you this, Lloyd. As we were reviewing this case, did any particular suspect come to mind? One who could, in theory, have called Guy out to that construction site and murdered him 3 years ago. No, unfortunately not. To his credit, Guy was popular. He is the bestest guy ever. Even if we narrow it down to those he knew personally, there's still a lot of people. There are also two other key details. His back was turned when it happened, and his taunt was removed from the... Sleepless says, before you advance, any thoughts, Brawl? Okay, there's a couple of people who I could think of. Because of where the story is building to. There's a couple where the story is building to, and the way a good detective story would work. It would have to be a character we've met and interacted with a lot before. So one of the major characters we've interacted with. Now then, thinking about this, the first thought that comes to my mind is actually the first suspect that comes to my mind, because of what's going on, is Dieter Croy. Because it looked like the game was positioning him as the major villain. However, yeah, Dieter Croy was the head of the IBC, but I don't remember him. But I'm sure he's mentioned Guy at some point, but he doesn't mention Guy as extensively. Like, Dieter Croy if he has mentioned Guy, I don't remember it. Which means he likely didn't know Guy that well. He might have known, Dieter Croy is much more connected to other characters like Ellie, but he's not really connected to Guy. He hasn't really been connected to Guy so far. Now, because of the weapon that was mentioned, he was shot in the back. That tells me that it evident that someone who could have been potentially been Dudley. Could have been Dudley. He was shot in the back. Well, we know someone who was very close to Guy, was like his rival, who uses a gun, and did help Guy with various other cases that Guy worked on, like the D for there, like he helped Guy with the D there for the G cult. The question then there is why would Dudley kill him? Dudley seems to have really liked Guy. And Dudley seemed to have really liked Guy, so why would he kill him? And then two potential other suspects, I would say. In order for them to be close to Guy, they would have likely had to have been people he knew well, which Guy knew a lot of people, yes. However, the people he knew the closest were people in the police, were like his fellow police officers. And if Guy was getting close to a secret conspiracy that he needed to talk to people about, talk about, it would either be like police officers or other people who could help him uncover this conspiracy. Which leads to two other potential suspects. Sergey, who was in the police force and was operating the police force around the time that Guy was murdered, and Arios McLean, who was also in the police force about that time. Who was also in the police force about that time. The thing is, though, with Arios, unless Arios was we've only seen Arios use a sword, and something that's been established, that this series has established, is that when you meet a master fighter, they're not just they have been clearly studying that style of fighting for years. All the people who are master fighters in this series so far were either trained from a young age or very experienced. Arios is a master of the sword, so unless he decided I'm also going to carry this gun and use it in battle, and I'm going to use it and I'm going to use it to shoot this guy, it would seem that he would probably likely use a sword. And Arios would be, if he's going to kill Guy Bannings, he'd want to make sure he used his best weapon. So he just stab, he's got a really, the gun wouldn't really give him much more range over his sword. It's a really long sword. He just stab him. He could probably stab him from 20 feet away with how long that blade is. Sergey, on the other hand, I see no possible reason for Sergey not wanting to kill Guy. And in fact, we can just go ahead and discount Sergey off the list. Because if Sergey brought Lloyd into the city, he brought all the SSS here. If Sergey killed Guy, and he was establishing a police force, and he was establishing his own police group under his control, why would he bring in the guy who would be most interested in finding out about Guy Banning's death, his younger brother, who trained as a detective. So we can go ahead and discount Sergei. That leads to, so says Dieter doesn't really talk about the characters in the city. Yes, yeah, that's another thing. If Dieter Croy would have killed Guy Bannings, he would have had someone else do it. So Dieter Croy could be actually tied. He could still be tied, and in fact, he probably is still tied to this whole thing, to this whole like guy's death. However, Dieter wouldn't be the one to pull the trigger. He'd have someone else do it. So, likely suspects now, because of the choice of weapon, them being in the knowing to have most likely two suspects. The most likely two suspects right now, I would say, are Dudley because of the choice of weapon. The choice of weapon is, and we know that he was investigating the same things as Guy Bannings. So it would be. So he would know if Guy was going to confide in anyone about a secret conspiracy he was working on, it would probably be Dudley. The other suspect is Arios, who would have also been in the CPD around the same time, and we know that he's been meeting with he has some sort of working relationship with Dieter Croy, who is definitely being set up as like the overall. Who I think we can say I think I can say safely, at least until they do a big reveal, which will probably happen soon. But like it's kind of like the hints are growing. The hints are growing that Dieter Croy is the major overarching villain. So yeah, I'm gonna say our two biggest suspects right now are Dudley and Arios. Or I just thought of one. Or maybe Mariabelle. Mariabelle also hasn't really talked about. She also hasn't really talked about. Talked about Guy Bannings at all. That's my knowledge. However, she really dislikes Lloyd. And we've known from the begin, and of course from the very beginning, we've seen that like, oh, she dislikes Lloyd because Ellie's interested in Lloyd. However, or at least that's what it's shown. What if it's not that? What if she's playing it off like that? But what if she really hates Lloyd because to her Lloyd is the second coming of the guy who almost foiled the guy who was getting in the way of Dieter Croy's plans. Like Dieter Croy, if Dieter Croy was planning out this whole thing, and he has like a vast conspiracy that he was working to like for some goal, Mariabelle would probably know about it. She's assisted him up to this point. We haven't seen her use a weapon. We also haven't seen her use a weapon or like fight at all. But I mean, it's a gun from point blank, gun from close range, so she could use it. Now the thing there is that like she has connections to Dieter, and she would have a reason to kill Guy Bannings. But would she know would Guy Bannings trust her? Would Guy Bannings trust her enough to actually like go to have a meeting with her? And we haven't heard her talk about Guy Bannings at all. So far it seems no. So yeah, I would say the three biggest suspects right now are Mariabelle, Dudley, and Arios. There are also two other key details. His back was turned when it happened, and his taunt was removed from the scene afterward. I suspect that both of these facts are vital to figuring out what really happened that day. Sleeper says Arios' sword is not as long as Sephiroth's law. Then again, if that evidence alone was enough to identify the killer, the First Division would have solved this case 3 years ago. That's a fair assessment. Unfortunately, not every clue has been revealed, and so the culprit cannot yet be identified. However, I do think the one thing has been made itself very clear. The only person who can uncover those final missing pieces and solve this puzzle is you, Lloyd. Mr. Nielsen. Right, and I intend to do just that. Glad to hear it. It's strange. I suddenly feel as though I've made good on my promise to share intel with Guy here 3 years ago. I owe you all my deepest gratitude for indulging me at this review session. Not at all. If anything, we should be the ones thanking you for this. You're too kind. Now, if you'll excuse me, I greatly anticipate hearing about your future exploits, SSS. And I greatly anticipate finding out who was the killer, and if that's the case, finding out who's the killer, and how wrong or right I was. I get the sense that Mr. Nielsen was hoping to help us more than the other way around. You might be onto something, Teal. Keeping his promise to my brother may not have been his real goal. I'm glad we took the time to speak with him. Can't help but agree. You said it. Now come on, let's get cracking. Hashing that got me fired up. Yeah, next stop, the Don's room in the old Ravache building. It's time to see what information we can drag out of Lecter. Okay. I think let's just go to... I think we should just go straight to Ravache & Co. I'll save out here. Yeah, I'll save out here, but I think it's a good... I think it's good time to just go back to Ravache to go back to... Sleep says not gonna hit the monster? Oh shit, you're right. Okay. Okay, we'll go do the monster fight. Hold on. There's no one posted here anymore. I imagine the department had the foresight to lock up the building before they left. In other words, our favorite fly on the wall probably picked a lack when he got back there. Never mind that. We should head inside. Sleeper says, you could just say not to enter. Okay, we'll go to the sea... Okay, we'll go find that monster in the seafront. Yeah, we'll go to that monster in the seafront. Let's head down there. I guess I should have anticipated that Lecter would come back at some point in the story, considering he was such a major part of the story. Up throughout, like through the first 2 chapters of the game, he was a major part of the story. Okay, so let's go find that monster. So yeah, those are my 3 big major suspects. Arios, Dudley, and Mariabelle. And we'll see who it is, I'm sure. Like the only the reason the game would be bringing this up again is if like we're gonna find out soon. Wait. Jeopardy recount. My business is raising a charity drive to raise people's... Oh, dang, I didn't do this quest. My main eventually... That's for your make... Oh, okay. Yeah, I forgot to do that quest, so I actually did miss that quest. Oh, well. Sorry, that's my bad. I just... I just completely forgot about that one. Okay, so... Divine Delph. Here, I'll fight I'll fight some monsters on the way down there, so I can get some more. So I can make my team stronger. That clue that was mentioned. Okay, that clue that was mentioned about how Guy Banning's Tonfas were removed from the scene. That's definitely a major detail. But there's definitely something behind that. That's like a major detail as to like who killed him. I just can't think of like what it means yet. Okay. Hmm. Inside is a Mishi plush that Randy accidentally gave to Zide as a chew toy. Inside is a Mishi plush that Randy accidentally gave to Zide as a chew toy. He quickly shuts the lid before Zide can before Tio can see it. It's great. Okay. Alright, let's go this way. Okay, let's see if we can find this monster. I'm gonna be really... I'm so invested in the story that I'm gonna be really amazed when I find out who it actually is. Oh shoot, it's already like 9:40? Dang, I had no idea. Because of how the story, like... Dang, I just forget how long I've been streaming this game. I kind of would love to... Since this game is magic like that, Brawl. It definitely is, yeah. Listen, I can tell you... I know that we're like a couple months away from like me announcing my favorite games of the year, but I can already tell you, unless this game really screws up in like the final part of it, and I mean like really screws up, as in like just takes a dive off a cliff, this is probably already like my favorite game of the year. There are some parts of this. I don't like as much as From Zero. Like, there's some aspects of this game that I like. There's some things about From Zero I like more than this. To the point where I really can't tell you which I like more, From Zero or Azure. It's one of those cases where this builds off of what Trails from Zero does, but it almost feels like counting Trails from Zero and Trails to Azure as separate things doesn't really, like, separate things and trying to tell you which of the two I like more than the other. It doesn't really feel right. Sleep says this is the quintessential sequel. Oh, absolutely. I would go so far as to say this is not just the quintessential sequel, not just in video games, in, like, all of media. This is, like, when it comes to, like, all forms of media, this is, like, films, movies, video games, comics, manga. When it comes to all that, this is one of the... I consider this one of the quintessential sequel works. I'd also probably consider, like, Metal Gear Solid 2 like that. Yeah, I'd probably also consider Metal Gear Solid 2 to be like that, like one of the quintessential sequel works. Like one of those pieces of fiction that shows that that this is why like having a sequel to a previous work is a great idea. Is sometimes a great idea because when done really well, you can kind of build off of the previous work really well, like this one does. Sleep says, like it just as the thing as it was before, but expanded. And so any expansions that make only work as well, they do because of how strong the foundation of the original was. Yeah. Yeah, it's a case of where, like, the expansions they made onto the story, not just the story, but the gameplay. Like, with the whole the burst gauge is fine. But, like, the things like the expansions they made with, like, the Master Courts, like, adding more party members from the start, they really work well. Like, they do need, like, the basis. They need for Trails, they had the, they're expanded on from Trails from Zero. However, they are really good expansions. And yeah, I'd probably say, like, this Trails from Zero and this game are up there as having one of my favorite RPG systems. So says the court system, you mean? Not just the court system, the entire system. Like, the entire turn-based gameplay. With, like, 4 characters on the field, it's got like you depending on how it has some aspects of a strategy RPG, and that you actually need to move your characters around the field. That you need to move your characters around the field and make sure they're in a good enough, close enough position to attack enemies. So positioning matters. The whole ability system, where it's like you don't just have normal moves for the strength. The physical fighters don't just have like their base attacks; they also have like abilities that have points, and those build to a special, like a super move. Like I said earlier, the CP system and the EP system are really great. They're really great. What's the word I'm looking for? Parallels, or not parallels. They work really well in tandem. Like if you had just the EP system with the quartz, it'd be good. And if you had just the ability system, then it could also be good. But having both works really well because you now have a set of simple abilities. You have a set of simple abilities that you gain in a simple way, just by like building up CP through battles, and it can end with a super move. And they also function simply because they happen in the same move you use them. And then you have a more advanced system like the EP system, which the art system, which uses like magics according to different elements, which relies on quartz and different abilities. And it's also more complicated in how it works in the game because it takes a turn to cast those. So Sip, and Ep do a great job of letting the characters have their own unique skills while also letting them be customizable. Exactly. And like I was saying earlier, that's one of the things I actually like in on a completely different tangent. That's kind of one of the things I actually like in Final Fantasy VII Remake more than Final Fantasy VII. That it doesn't have a system fully like this, but it has a system similar to this, where it has a set of abilities that you can fully customize between characters, and then a set of abilities that like only each character has. So there is a reason to bring like a specific party member into battle, but also you can kind of change them around. So you can still like customize them to be like your version, to be like a specific version of the character that you build. So yeah, whenever I get to like, I've mentioned this before. I've mentioned this before, but if I ever make it to 1,000 followers on Twitch, I think the idea I'll probably do would be like to celebrate that would be counting down and playing through, counting down and replaying through my top 20 to top 25 favorite games I've ever played on the channel, or just like my top 20, top 25 games. And if I were to do that, well, these two games, Trails from Zero and Trails to Azure, I can already tell you would be on that list. And I feel like what I'd have to do from them is replay through them in order. Like, replay through Trails from Zero and then replay through Trails to Azure. And I know that'd take a long time, but I definitely would change up some things. Like, I'd probably do like a New Game Plus run. Yeah, I'd probably do a New Game Plus run of both games. But that's not going to happen for some time. I'd have to reach, but that wouldn't happen for a long time. I'd have to reach 1,000 followers first, and that's not going to happen for. And if I ever reach that number, it's not going to happen for years. Let's just keep doing Icicle Edge so that we aren't... yeah, let's just keep doing Icicle Edge and keep normal attacking it so that we don't... I don't want to get hit by it. Okay, I'm guessing this monster might be in, like, the big area where we fought that boss previously. Yeah, it probably is. That would be the place to hide a giant monster. Also, I guess while we're down here, we could go ahead and visit Jonah. Now that I think about it, though, it is a little suspicious that Wazzy isn't here. And they gave us Wazzy's stuff back, so... That almost makes it feel like, oh, he's left the party, like, he's fully left the party, which is kind of sudden if that's the case. Where's... Alright. Dang it. Yeah, I'll need to heal up everybody. Okay, arts, tier. Okay, I'm not gonna fight every monster because I do want... It is like... I'm not gonna fight every monster because, I mean, it is like almost 10 p.m. and I do want to beat this day before the end of the stream. However... I will fight a bunch of the other monsters. Dang, the knockback on that. Also, speaking of being near the end of the stream, this is the last day for the donation goals, so if you want to see me do this Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance Fighting Game Showcase, this is the last day to donate towards that. When I get back on Tuesday for to play Shantae Advanced Risky Revolution, we're gonna start the next donation duel. Here. Yeah, that monster's up there. And yeah, we'll go ahead and, after I beat this thing, we'll go visit Jonah. He's clearly found something big, but we haven't, I guess he's not ready to reveal to us. Okay, let's deal with this thing. Ah, there's 3 of them. Okay, let's have these 2 do this. Oh, that didn't do that much. Okay, and let me have her go and use Zero Field. Yeah, Zero Field. And this so we can kind of heal up everybody from that attack. Or ready to heal up everybody and maybe heal up that status effect. Yep, that worked. Okay, she's stunned from that. And the guard's gone, so... Okay. Divine Delph, a guardian golem brought to life through orbital technology. Obeys orders attack questions. Okay, and they're water. Or like they excuse me, they don't like water. Yeah, let me go and attack them with this. I know that using his Scraft again is gonna make him he won't be able to move until after the 3 enemies. However, he can now. That does do a lot of damage to them. They're too far apart, but okay. Let's focus on that one. And those two, yeah. Not undead yet. Okay, now let me have her heal up these two. Yeah, he can use Brave Smash, so... it didn't do enough, unfortunately. Okay, so now they'll guard against one attack. Best to hit him with... Oh, wait. Impassion invigorates the spirits of allies. Okay. Let's give that to them. Ice Hammer again ought to be good. Yeah, that'll hit all 3 of them. It's only gonna... Okay, it should kill one. Never mind. I was hoping that would at least kill one and take out the guard from both, but nope. No, let's not use that. Let's heal up everybody. Or, do I have an item? Okay, attack dish. Yeah, let me use this. That'll guard against it, but... They'll guard against that, but now all 3 of them should get hit by this. Hmm. Okay. A simple attack ought to do. Starting monster in Geofront C sector. I'm saying Shackle. Ooh. Okay, what's this? What's this do? Shackle. Enemies attacked on the field are slowed. Oh, it's that one. Okay. Well, let me see who I can give this to. Time to cast Arts is cut by 3. Mute 2. 20% chance to mute the enemy. Ingenuity. Ep slowly recovers on the field. Shield Breaker. 50% chance to lower enemy defense by 25%. Let me actually... Okay, let me see if I have enough Orbiment. Let me see if I have enough... Sepith in order to upgrade her final slot. And then if we do, then I'll give her that. Click, click, clack. Ah, crud, this is gonna work either. What if I tried this key? I'm not sure I've ever seen him so disengaged in a task. What are you doing, Jonah? Huh? Oh, it's you. Something caught my eye, so I've been looking into it a little, that's all. Figured I'd run an analysis, but I guess I got too into it. Something real doozy. Consider yourselves lucky. You get to witness the great genius Jonah Sacred at work. Yeah, sure, whatever you say. By the way, Jonah, did you catch the speech earlier? Oh, you mean about Croy naming himself president or whatever? I mean, yeah, I managed to tune in and use the term, but honestly, I don't really care about it one way or another. And if you guys are done here, can you beat it already? Kind of in the middle of something. Well, you tried. Little dude doesn't care about a damn thing outside of cyberspace as usual. Insolence is one of Jonah's many bad habits. I'll see to it that he receives a thorough chastising for it later. Try to go easy on him. We've bothered him enough for one day. Let's just come back some other time. Ah, so he doesn't. So he really just only cares about. He just really wants to. He just thinks it's a problem for him to handle. Okay. All right, let's get out of here. Let me get out of here and turn in that quest I just did. And then I'll see if I can equip Shackle. Alright, no, not there. Wait. Okay, so first to the central square. Let's see if we can upgrade this last slot for, upgrade this last slot for Tio. Ah, we're just short on water supply. Dang it. Okay, then in that case, let's... Well, I need to give this to someone, so... Ours effects range, Epcut 3, Ingenuity, absolutely recovers on the field. Epcut 3, Poison, Epcut 2, or Ep3, Epcut 2. Who do I want to give this to? Maybe in replace for this. Shackle, this is 4, and then 2 of this, so... Yeah, maybe I should give her this one. See how it affects her. Now she's got Hydro Cannon. Okay, I think that was a good to give her that. And then cast 2, let me see if I give her... This is 4 and 2, so let me actually try instead action 3. I think that'll work. Okay, let me go back to... Here, turn of the money. We're gonna rest, turn of the money. Strago Mega. Let me see what that is. Okay, it's gotta be one of the Stellar Pendulum. That prevents faint sleep and confuse. Oh, it's not an accessory? The ultimate sneakers, a combination of Strega's ambitions. That's really useful. Let me give these to... Let me give... I'm curious. I'm thinking about who I want to give these to. 770... Yeah, I'll give these to Lloyd, and then Night Greaves, defense move plus 3, 5. Okay, that'll decrease our arch defense, but increase our defense. Let me give those to her. Alright. Now let's rest up. Let's rest up and heal, and then let me see if there's any new weapons I could buy. Any new weapons I could buy. Should also check the YouTube feed, I think. Okay, yeah. So, sell. I guess I'll sell. Well, no, just in case I get a different party member, let me not sell anything. But that does leave the question of... Okay, I'm gonna sell this scent one, because I'm not gonna use this one. Enemies noticing me more on the field isn't a... That really... I really like to sneak up on enemies and knock them and, like, get an advantage on them, so... Yeah, that doesn't really help me out much. And then we could probably go ahead and sell this one, just because I have Heaven's Eye. Okay, so I got that for Lloyd. Silver Rain, I'll get... Yeah, let me get that for Ellie. Una Mercader. Let me get that for her. Vice Shocker, yeah, let me get that for him. Let me sell these things, so... Yep. And before I go talking to Lecter, let me see if I can upgrade these. Customize. Okay, pile driver. So yeah, that's clutch hammer. And oh, not enough for this one. Well, that's okay. I got upgraded weapons for the other three. Then that's good enough. Also, Lloyd's physical attack is now over 1,000. He can really throw a punch now. So okay. Now that that's done, I think that's enough preparation. I'm going to save outside here. And then I'm going to go ahead and make my way into... here. We've got about 2 hours left, and I do want to beat this day by the end of the stream. So yeah, let's just go ahead and go in. Oh, that's new. He should be further ahead. Watch your step. It's time to find out what this is all about. I'm guessing this is a dungeon. Or not. Huh. I kind of thought that would be a dungeon, but I guess it's just a... Okay, let's go find... Lecter's got to be down here, so let's go find out what's going on. Behind this door is Lecter Aruno, captain of the Imperial Army's intelligence division. We have to be careful about what we do and say around him. It's best that we be prepared for going in. Once you proceed to the room, you will not be able to buy items, adjust equipment, or change your orbits for some time. Beware that any outstanding support requests will expire as well. Sleep says, "Don't worry, Brawl. You've got a dungeon coming." Oh boy. Seriously, it was the first time you were here. That's right. Yeah, let's go ahead and go in, so we can find out what the heck's going on. Oh, sup, guys? Sup, guys? Working hard or hardly working? Good to see you had the decency to show up without. Good to see you had the decency to show up without inviting the defense force. Don't take that as a sign we won't drag you out of here in handcuffs. We know you had something to do with the Red Constellation's actions. There's no use pretending otherwise. Enough with the song and dance. How about you tell us what you're doing here in Crossbow? Or better yet, where the hell my uncle and the rest of the Red Constellation are. You would know. The Imperial government is their contractor and you are their point of contact, are you not? Alright. Settle down, kiddos. One question at a time. First off, I took the early train from the Empire here just this morning. Old Man Gilius orders if that wasn't obvious to you. The Blood and Iron Chancellor. For what purpose? Now, before I get into all that, there's a little nugget of info I think you guys would rather know first. The Imperial Army is planning to invade Crossbell this afternoon. Oh no. What? We're not falling for that. Actually, I wouldn't doubt it. The way things are headed, he just might be telling the truth for once. Are they going to go straight through Belgard Gate? Yep, there's an armored division ready to go at Garelia Fortress. I just wasn't sure, but I think you know how it'll go. They've got the Empire's latest tanks with all the bells and whistles. Crossbow's armored cars are going to get kicked around like tin cans. We have to report this immediately to the Guardian. I mean the defense force. No point. It's not like they don't already know. We sent an official notice to the state government about this a while ago. Huh? But good old Dieter decided to keep our assets hostage at the IBC anyway, and then he went and crowned himself Prez. It's like, how stupid can you be? They can possibly stop an invasion from the Imperial government. Oh, okay. So yeah, Dieter decided not to let him know. So yeah, this was actually. It's not that this happened in a single day. They mobilized in a single day. It's that, oh no, they mobilized for some time and they warned Dieter ahead of time, but he didn't tell anyone about this. Or can they? They couldn't possibly stop an invasion from the Imperial Army. Or can they? That's why I'm here in Crossbow. Sleepless says Brawl. Brawl says Sleepless. Or can they? That's why I'm here in Crossbow. Hey, any of you seeing Dieter's game here? What good is appointing Arios as Commander-in-Chief? What good is appointing Arios as Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Force going to do against those guys? I'm not sure. Slip says Brawl usually originally has something prepared if they're going to ignore intentions of war. Oh, I'm sure he does. Like an entire wind of Divine Blade of Wind as his commander-in-chief. Or maybe an entire demon. Arius is the strongest swordsman we know, but he's still just one man. Even he couldn't match up to a tank. Maybe that they have some kind of trump card up their sleeve? Perhaps they reached some sort of compromise with the Republic to keep the Imperial Army in check. If that were the case, the President would have been so critical of them in his address. He must be planning to confront Calvert as well. That's exactly right. Oh! Now things... Ooh! Did not expect that. Hello. Yeah, did not expect her to be here as well. Huh? You're... Kilika? A pleasure to see you again, Sasasa. And to you as well, Captain Rudu. I do apologize for my tardiness. Okay, so clearly Dieter is the main villain. However, From the perspective of the story so far, it's looking like Dieter suddenly woke up one day and and is now the main villain, when in reality he's been planning this for a long time. So the real question is, how long has he been planning this? How long has he been planning, or how long has he been planning this? And what did he set up before we even found out about this plan? But what things did he set up that we knew about, but we didn't even know, but before we knew that they were connected to him? Slim says, yes. How long has he been planning? Yes. And to you as well, Captain Rundle. I do apologize for my tardiness. Ah, don't sweat it. We were just getting started. So, how things going on your guys' end? Smoothly, more or less. As of now, an armored aviation division has been deployed to the outskirts of Altair. The Republican Army is on the move too? Armored Aviation Division? You mean they're ready to attack from both the sky and the ground? Correct. It's a unit equipped with our latest high-ability tank models as well as military airships. They are by far the most maneuverable division within the Republican Army. You've gotta be kidding me. That makes this a pincer attack from both major powers. Between a rock and a hard place, to say the least. It doesn't take a political pundit to understand what brought about this situation. Even so, Dieter Croy refused to compromise, opting instead for drastic action. What he intends by it, however, is just about anyone's guess. Sleepers, for the record, I think you'll like Dieter's trump card brawl. Okay. I've got an idea. I made the thing earlier, and I think I was pretty accurate in saying that Red Constellation attacked Crossbelt on Croy's orders, and they stole the belt on Croy's orders to both rile up the citizenry against the Empire and the Republic, and also to get the bell. And I also said that, hey, and I also said, why'd they steal the bell? He's gonna summon a horde of demons, isn't he? He's working with demons. Of course, the billionaire turns to the demons. Don't answer that. We'll find out. I'm just saying. Well, don't answer that. What he intends by it, however, is just about anyone's guess. There's one more piece of this little puzzle we've got going. So here, I'll go ahead and answer that second question you had. Second question? You mean about where the Red Constellation is? Yeah, it's a pretty simple answer. You ready? I don't know. No one does. Not even the Imperial government has any clue. That can't be! Why spend so much time building up a response just to admit you never had one? So what, you're telling us that you had them tear Crossbow out inside out and just let them off the leash after? Well, what, you're telling us you had them tear Crossbow inside out and just let him off the leash after? Actually, hold on just a second. We know the Red Constellation had a contract with the Imperial government at the time of the trade conference. They were hired to kill the terrorists who were targeting the Chancellor's life. Isn't that right? Bingo! I guess you must have heard it straight from the military monster's mouth. Then, it was just a hunch, but... Could it be the Imperial government's contract with them ended the moment the Could it be that the Imperial government's contract with them ended the moment the terrorists were out of the picture? Of course, look, that's my man Lloyd immediately puts it together. This is why Lloyd needs to be put up there with other amazing detectives in fiction like Columbo and Sherlock Holmes, in my opinion. What? That would mean I don't like where this is going. Not gonna lie, Lloyd, that detective's nosy would be pretty useful in my line of work. If only you were a bit rougher around the edges. And I was right! Yeah, nail on the head. The Imperial government hasn't had any contact with the Red Constellation since the trade conference. I thought it was pretty weird they didn't pack up and leave Crossbow as soon as our contract was over. Even I was shocked they decided to paint the town red the way they did. No way. And why would Uncle Sigmund and the others pull something like this? They have signed a new contract? The society, perhaps? I find that unlikely. During the Brawl incident, the society had a fleet of foot soldiers they referred to as enhanced Jaegers. If they were to launch a full-scale attack on Crossbell, I'm certain they would have used what is already at their disposal. That does make more sense. In other words, there would be no need for them to outsource the job to other corps. That lets us narrow down the list of suspects. Given the circumstances, it would only be natural to assume the attack was by order of the Imperial government, which is a misconception our guilty party stands to benefit from. Moreover, they would also need the funds to enter a long-term contract with one of the highest-ranking corps on the continent. They would need funds. Funds that you could possibly get from being a billionaire CEO who leads a giant bank. It can't be. Sounds like you got the picture. At times, the truth can be found in the very last place we wish to. Hold on a moment. Are the two of you suggesting... Well, there's only one suspect we know who ticks all those boxes. Wait, maybe we shouldn't be jumping to conclusions. Lecter, Kilika. Seems as they really did set up Dieter perfectly. Yeah, they're... I mean, from the second that it was like... From the second the Red Constellation attacked Crossbell, and after everything went down, as soon as I saw like the empty bell, my immediately thought was like, wait a second. Yeah, well, right after the Red Constellation attack, my first thought was, where the heck did that bell go? Then my second thought was, I'm gonna freaking get stomp on the Red Constellation. But my third thought was, why would the Imperial government send in the Red Constellation? They have an army. Lecter, Kilika. Thanks for telling us all of this. I know this is a difficult spot given your positions. We'll take it from here. We should... Hello, this is Banning from the Special Support section. Thank goodness it finally went through. Lloyd, it's Cecile. Cecile? You sound frantic. What's going on? It's Arios. He came to the SSS building just now. Oh no! Arios was there? Yes, and then he took Kia away with him. What? Why is everyone trying to steal my daughter? I mean, my young ward. Definitely not my daughter. I tried to stop him, but Kia, she's an easier to explain in person. Could you come back as soon as you can? We'll be right there, Cecile. Stay put and wait for us. Why is everyone trying to steal this child? What's going on? Looks like you just saw a ghost. Arios went to the SSS building and took Kia away with him. Huh? Again? Why do people keep trying to steal our child? I mean, our young ward. Why would he do such a thing? We need to get back to the SSS building right away. Kilika, Lecter, sorry, but we got urgent business to take care of. Of course, be careful. Good luck, guys. I guess that little ankle biter really was the key to everything. You think they'll make it in time? Perhaps. Though I can't imagine it will prove an easy task. I think you mean that she was the Kia to everything. Cecile! Lloyd! Tell us what happened to Kia. You said she was taken by Arios? It's true. Arios came by all dressed up in his new white, definitely not a villain uniform. He said that he'd come to pick her up, and she just nodded. You're kidding! What if we find out that Kia was the real secret villain this whole time? That would be insane. Sue says, "You proud of yourself for that one, Brawl?" Yes. Sue says, "Kia's been kidnapped." Well, it seems like she went of her own free will. Still, we're gonna get her back. You're kidding. You mean Kido went with him willingly? That's the way it seemed to me. I thought it was strange that she would leave without letting any of you know, so I tried to stop her. But Kia told me it was fine. So I was agitated, but Kia's words seemed to calm him down. Speaking of Zai, he doesn't seem to be around. He wandered off on his own after those two left. I assume he's trying to follow them, but I couldn't say for sure. What in the world is happening? Could it be that she had plans with Shizuku today? I thought that might be the case, but it didn't appear to be. From what Ario said, it seems they were headed to Michelin. Michelin? Yes, he mentioned having a boat prepared. Where else could their destination be if not the resort? Michelin has been on lockdown for the last few days. Why did they choose to take her there, of all places? God damn, something's definitely off. We should follow them, Lloyd. Yeah, we have to secure a boat for ourselves. Sorry, Shizuku, could you look out for a place a little longer? We're gonna go chase them down. Of course, be careful out there. I didn't like the look on Kyo's and Arius' faces. They seemed so solemn. Whatever they're doing, it must be something gravely serious. Noted. We have to find them and get to the bottom of this. Oh, they just took the boat. Okay. I'm glad we managed to secure a police boat, at least. As far as I am aware, Michelin has been completely sealed off. Most of the staff for the theme park and resort have also left. I can't rule out that they might be heading for the wetlands. Either way, the safe bet is heading for Michelin first. Ellie, did you manage to get a hold of Mariabelle? No, I haven't been able to reach her in days. The aftermath of the attack on the Ibic must be keeping her workload heavy. Well, putting her aside, do you think what Kilika and that jackass Lecter told us was true? You refer to the possibility of the culprit being the behind the raid not being Erebonia, but rather our mayor-turned-president Dieter Croy? Dots. Lloyd, please don't worry for my sake. I admit I'm concerned that I haven't been able to contact my grandfather since yesterday, but I did manage to get in touch with Helmer. He said there's a possibility he's being detained at Orcus Tower. Huh? That bodes poorly. Not exactly an innocent verdict, huh? No, it isn't. Once you start thinking of Mayor Croy as the one pulling the strings behind these incidents, then things start to fall into place. Maybe too well into place. That would make the Red Constellation of the Society not invading forces, but collaborators that he hired. Then there's Wald's demonization. Even the cult incident could have been possibly been part of his master plan. The D therefore G cult too? Okay, Wald is one thing, but do you think he had... Okay, Wald is one thing, but do you think he had ties with Joachim? I don't want to believe it. Well, to be fair, I doubt they would have had a direct connection to one another. From Joachim's word and behavior, I've no doubt he was the mastermind behind the incident he caused in May. But we can't completely discount the possibility that there might have been... But we can't completely discount the possibility that he might have been manipulated without even knowing it. Dots. The mystery of who moved Kia from the Sun Fort was never solved either. Someone had to sneak her into the Schwarz auction. And whoever it was, they weren't just some Joe Schmo. The Mafia was all over that shindig. Whoever did it has to be on the level of someone like Yin or an enforcer. Yes, Loud Bandings to the Special Support Section speaking. About damn time I got through. Put me on speaker. Teal's gotta hear this too. Jonah? Right, I'm switching now. Has something happened, Jonah? No, I just want to chat. Of course something's happened. It's Crossbow's orbital net. I found something prowling on it. It's one hell of a monster. Monster? What are you talking about? At first I found this really weird data structure I stored on the fringes of the network. Couldn't make heads or tails of the array, so I just wrote it off as garbage. But after digging a little deeper, I found out it was running a souped-up version of the code the Society was using. The Astral Code. Would that make the data you found another trap laid by the Society? I mean, I doubt it. This data's been online for about 5 whole years. That's basically as old as Crossbell's orbital network itself. Yes, it is. Huh? It was the IBC that proposed the establishment of the orbital network to the state government. Ever since, the Foundation's technology has been commonplace in Crossbell, and the IBC has only gotten more and more involved. I knew we should have trusted the bank-funded internet! It's gotten to the point where the IBC knows the network structure inside and out. Well, there's only one thing that could mean. Jonar, you referred to this code as a monster just now. What exactly is it going to do? What do you think I've been trying to analyze this whole time? I can say this much for sure, though. It's huge! The scope of this system could cover the entire orbital network. Crazy part is, it looks like it's built to correlate with another system. Like, a real one. A real one? Do you mean real as in physical? Something that's not on the orbital net? Yeah, it includes every sector of the geofront. They built some kind of device that links them to Orcus Tower before rerouting them all to Michelin. Oh, shit. Uh-oh. Michelin? Oh, what a goddamn coincidence. I'm gonna be back to picking this thing apart. I'll call you when I know more. I know what you guys are up to, but you better watch each other's backs, got it? Again, kind of great that there's a slight thing. The main, the whole reason that people are telling them so much about this, Grace, Jonah, is because, the SSS took all their time. They spend all their missions just helping people with small things, with seemingly small things. It's not just that they're the heroes of the city, or so-called. It's not that. It's that these people know them. Grace and Jonah know them. So they know that oh shit, what's going on? Oh hell no, I ain't calling the cops. I'm calling these guys. I'm calling these cops. Because we can trust these guys. I love this so much. I love this story so much. It's so good. I know they call it a net for a reason, but this is like having a damn spider web under the city. It's hard to say what such a large-scale system could possibly be for. But there's only one person I can think of outside of the Foundation or society capable of creating it. Dots. We have to keep pressing forward to Michelin. Kia and Arios are waiting for us there, as well as all the answers we've been looking for. Is this the end of is this the end of Chapter 4? Oh, no, okay, no. Sleep says, welcome to Shit Hit the Fan Part 23. Sleepless, I don't think shit has ever not hit the fan throughout these past couple of streams. I don't think we've ever been at a point where shit did not hit the fan. Oh, and what do I hear? The sound of a bell. Huh, interesting that. The bell tolls. Is it the one at the top of the Castle of Mirrors? Yes, I believe so. Check out the water, too. It's got this kind of weird shimmer to it. You know what's going on, Teotot? The spiritual energy in the atmosphere is rising. It appears to be emanating from the direction of the theme park. Just like the bell. I'm willing to bet that's where we'll find Arios and Kia. Right, let's go! Okay, I'm sorry, but... We'll be waiting for you next... Okay, I'm sorry, I need to take another short break. This one will not be that long. I just need to take another short break, and then, Yeah, I just need to take another short break, and then we'll get right back to this. I am definitely getting through the end of Chapter 4, Day 2. I'm definitely getting through the end of Chapter 4 tonight, don't worry. No matter how long this... this is going to take some time to get through this dungeon, but I'm definitely going to get through the end of Chapter 4, by the end of tonight. Okay, I'm gonna save again just to be safe. I guess our next dungeon is Michelin Wonderland. Oh shit, we're gonna have to fight Arios McLean, aren't we? Oh no. How are we gonna survive that? How are we gonna survive that? Do we visit the beach? No. Curses! So this is why I was recommending you have an evasion tank build. Fuck. No, I mean like story-wise, like we got the heck beat. Like we got beaten up, but our group got beaten up by Demon Walled, and then by that night lady from the society. Like, how are we gonna get strong? Like that was like a thing of like, oh dang, these two are. Oh, and then also Sigmund. Like 3 different people who are on Arios's level have beaten the heck out of us. So how are we gonna fight? How are we gonna be strong enough to beat Arios? Rapid increase in spiritual pressure detected. Everyone be on your guard. What? Is it that the same monster that appeared in the wetlands? I can sense the higher elements at work as well. We can't afford to hesitate. Commence the assault. You got it. Roger. Oh dang, so okay, so that's Dieter Croy's plan. He's gonna summon cryptids. So not demons, cryptids. Okay, so Sphinx Chimera. Okay, it's weak to space and mirage. Let's use one of our scraps. Now I'll go ahead and use TO zero field. Okay, well they're weak to space and mirage then. Yeah. Okay, she doesn't really have much space or mirage magic, so we'll just have to use this. Yeah, have her use Dark Matter again. See, analyze, grants protecting power of the earth to all allies. Okay, so yeah, let's use this. Ah, fucking Banishing Edge. I forgot that this had that thing. Gosh, I hate that attack. Okay, let me see if I could try blinding it. No, it resisted it. Hmm. Yeah, I guess Dark Matter. That's kind of the most powerful space spell I have right now, so... Sorry, down to half health. Ah, come on, not again! What the hell? Lloyd's not getting to participate in this fight. Hmm. Secrecy deaccelerate, no. Let's try this. And yeah, just keep using Dark Matter. And Chaos Brand. Hmm. Damn it. Hmm. Feel good burst gauge. Oh wait. Yeah, let's do this. The burst gauge is active, so if we can use it... Ah, dang it didn't fully fill it. Hmm. So it says, I kind of like when RPGs do this type of boss revisit segment. Really lets you know how much stronger you've gotten over the course of the game, you know? That is true. Yeah, no, that's a great... The whole boss revisiting thing is really great. However, in this one particular instance, the whole, like, we saw this boss at the end of Chapter 3. Really, not really much has changed in between Chapter 3 and Chapter 4. As far as, like, our strength-wise. Like, level-wise, we've gotten a bit stronger, but we're still... I'm actually... Because I had Yin helping me out, like, I had Yin working with me at the end of Chapter 3. Really, we're actually kind of weaker now. Because we don't have Yin backing us up. So really, this is just like really, instead of being like a showing me how much stronger we've gotten, this is much more feels like this is building dread. Like, oh yeah, now the boss that you had trouble with at the end of Chapter 3, it just spontaneously come back. Sleeper says Yin. I'm guessing what you're trying to say is that Sleeper says I'm guessing what you're trying to say is that I'm Yin need of. I'm guessing what you're trying to say there is that I'm Yin need of some help. What the hell is a cryptid doing here? A very good question. I am, however, almost certain the rise in spiritual pressure is directly related. It's just like what happened to the Moon Temple. The calling of the bell could be related. I can't believe Arios would drag Kia in the middle of all this. There's no time to waste. Let's head inside. Okay, but first we really need to heal up everybody. Now they're all healed, actually. Dang. Yeah, kind of surprised. Huh. This does make me wonder that we're about... This almost makes me wonder if we're going to find out that Wazzy is actually working with the villains this whole time, and we're going to find him, and he's going to spontaneously pop up, we're going to have to fight him instead of Arios. Yeah, I'm probably going to have to use up these things, but I really need to. Look, if we're about to get into some more fights, then I need to make sure we're all healed up. Into Michelin Wonderland we go. Uh-oh. That's not good. Oh, great. Gosh dang it. Oh, Tio's gonna have a fit when she sees Mishy's face overgrown with the pleroma grass. Pleroma grass. That was Mishy's flower bed! For a second there, I thought that was Tio. It's that same cryptid from the East Highway! Now let's take it out. I do believe it's time for a boss rush! Yeah, it looks like we're in for a boss rush, everyone. I forgot what this thing is weak to. Well, we'll find out. Okay, weak to space. Weak to space. Okay, they're weak to space. Still though. Raging Spin. Okay, let's try Crash Bomb 2, see if we can still blind any of them. Nope. Ah, that only did like one. Damn it, that's not good. Okay, Space Magic. Ah, she's not doing good on health. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna have to go ahead and use Oral Rain to heal us all up. Oh gosh. Yeah, okay. Let's see. Do we have any more of those? Okay, Phil's Burst Gauge. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. Next turn we can use the Burst Gauge. So yeah, I'm guessing. So I think I was on the mark, but instead of like summoning demons, they're gonna summon a bunch of cryptids right in the middle of the Imperial, in the Empire's and Republic's armies. All right, but first, here we go. Okay, pelt that thing with spatial magic. Except that for her, she'll need to use healing magic. You only use Zero Field to keep us safe from an attack. And Aura Rain to heal us all up. Yeah, there we go. Lloyd, I will not use his just yet. Can I hit all of them with Raging Spin? Okay, I can hit all of them with Raging Spin, so let me actually... Yeah, do that. Yeah, I can do this with Gaia Titanus, so in that case... And I'll use Magna Blaze as well. Good, they guard against that. Uh-oh. Well, thankfully he's right here to just put a stop to that. Okay, I'll keep having her use Gaia Titanus, because she can hit, like, 2 or 3 of them at a time. I feel like if we take out the main plant, then the side plants might also go away, but I'm not certain. Yeah, I guess keep using Magna Blaze. Focus on the main plant. Okay, and he can still do Raging Spin. Yeah, okay, he can hit all of them with Raging Spin. I don't think we're going to be able to stop it. Oh, its health is so low. Its health is getting real low. Okay, let's try this. Okay, Stun Break 2, yeah. No arcs for you! There we go. Okay, it's gone. Oh, okay, so we still gotta deal with the two limbs. They don't have much health left either, so... Okay, normal attack should be enough from here. Wait, Prickly 2, so what is... I'll have to see what that quartz does. This is the same place we encountered Campanella from the Society. And just after that, we found Key in front of the castle all by herself. That's right. I can only hope the same happens this time. Hope can only take us so far. We're gonna have to go and see for ourselves. Yes, we should hurry. Alright, so let me see what this quartz does. Okay, petrify. It was just a petrify one. Alright. Or no, poison 2. Okay, that's what it was. Poison 2. In that case, yeah, let me give Randy poison 2. That's like poison, but stronger! Mewtwo, I don't think we have a Mew 3, so... HP 2? I don't think we have an HP 3. Yeah, we don't have HP 3. I have a well, no, Oh, all of the core... Okay, something's definitely going on with Wazi. All of our quartz for Wazi also got removed. So... Yeah, all of Wazi's quartz were removed. So I guess Wazi... So I guess we lost just not just Noelle, but also Wazi for the rest of the game. He got fed up with how I wasn't using him in any battles. That's what I... Yeah, he got fed up with how I wasn't using him in any battles. Okay, I need an F charge. Okay, that'll have to do. I gotta say, Sleeps is now 20% more poison. I gotta say, this is definitely, when I thought that, I knew there would be some sort of dungeon when I headed to Michelin Wonderland, but I would thought it would be like a standard form of dungeon where we explore around and fight normal monsters. This is definitely a very different take on it. We're like, this is a dungeon. We're just like, it's basically like a hallway, and we're fighting like the boss monsters from previous things. Which we're definitely going to encounter another one. Look, I know I just saved, but dang it, I'm worried. Unless they turn the Castle of Mirrors into a dungeon, which could happen. The Castle of Mirrors. So much for this place being just an average theme park attraction. Yes, the rising spiritual pressure is clearly coming from this structure. Presumably the very top floor of it. Apparently, Belle was the one who commissioned this castle to be built in the first place. I just hope she isn't part of this. We'll find out when we get inside. With any luck, we should be able to make it to the top. It's the one for the old mine! Oh, what? Did they hire this thing as not as a gatekeeper or something? At your guards, everybody. We have a cryptid to exterminate. Alright. Oh, it gets to move first. Yeah, let's use Absolute Zero too. Okay, this one is really weak to Mirage Magic. Well, I'll have Lloyd focus on physical attacks. I think as far as Mirage Magic, all we've really got is just Chaos Brand. That's new! After this Chaos Brain, I should probably have Randy use normal attack so he can potentially poison this thing. Okay, I'll need to use Recuria to heal up everybody. Okay, no. Yeah, let's have him do normal attacks. Okay, what are... Sunbreak 2, for Jazz Eyes. Okay, Raging Spian. Yeah, let's try Raging Spian. Hmm. Yeah, let me have her heal up everybody with Aura Rain. Okay, and I'll go have Lloyd use his attack on this thing as well. Yeah, I'll go and have him use Rising Sun. Yeah, and I'll go ahead and have him use Crimson Gale so that we can attack this thing before it attacks us. Its health is getting low. Okay, good job, Lloyd. Let's try... Chaos Brand again. And Chaos Brand again. There we go. Alright. Well, that's 3 of them destroyed. Oh, okay, I was expecting a cutscene there. Alright. We need to heal again. Each of these are dangerous fights. So, yeah, each of these are dangerous fights, so we need to heal, like, after every one of them. Okay. So now you can actually tackle the dungeon. Okay, so the Castle of Mirrors is a dungeon. Makes sense. It did have a cool dungeon-like design. It did have a cool dungeon-looking design when I stepped in there the first time, so... Or when I went in there the first time, so yeah. Look at all the lights. There seem to be particles of spiritual energy ascending toward the top of the castle. The entrance to the stairs! Ah, great. Someone went and closed it. Now the paths on either side are open instead. I've never known that to happen before, and I've been here more times than most. Could this really be her doing? I can hear the sound of machinery deep inside. Something about it is peculiar. We'll need to be on guard if we plan to continue. There's no turning back at this point. We'll do whatever it takes to reach the top. We're gonna confront Arios and get Kia back. Dang, I can't believe out of all the people who've assisted out of every single person in the group who's assisted these guys throughout this game and the previous game, the most trustworthy ones and the most trustworthy and helpful ones ended up being the triad. Oh, okay. Yeah, good. Probably a good idea to fight every single monster I encounter here. That thing's creepy. Where do treasure ships come from? Well, when a carpenter and a pile of lumber love each other very much. Oh my gosh. Star Guardian. Guardian of the Stars. Well, it is a Star Guardian. Okay, it's weak to... Heals those who attack it, but when its HP starts to get low... It's weak to space magic, so... Let's hit it with space magic. We're gonna be careful around this thing. Things are going in some interesting directions, eh? No wonder they call him Detour Croy. Detour, gosh take it. Mr. Dropkick 209 rating with the party at 3. Welcome in. Things are going crazy in the game, so y'all joined at a very interesting time. But thanks for the raid. Hope your stream went well. Uh-oh. I'm gonna watch. You know, I don't really... You know, I'm very curious how this group is gonna file a report on all this. I'm very curious how this group is going to file a report on all that they're going through today. I feel like that report's going to be like the size of a book. Okay, let's see. Malignant Eye. Said to be able to see beyond this world. All who gaze into it end up entranced by fear. Also, it's weak to earth and water. This Dropkick says, I got alert so I could get some food. Not sure. I'm gonna be cautious here. Let's save again. Well, I did say when I first visited this building, I did say it looked like it would make a cool dungeon. And hoo boy was I right. I was more right than I could have ever known. It looks like a different thing. Yeah, that just looks different than the Star Guardian. Ah, it's also got a friend. Luminous statue. Okay, I'm gonna try Absolute 02. Moon Guardian, Guardian of the Moon. Heals those who attack it, but when its HP starts to get low. Okay, so it's also weak to space magic. An evil statue from another world. Typically uses Mirage Arts. Okay, this was weak to its time. Let me go and use Raging Spian. Okay, good. We're gonna keep trying to sneak up on these things. Sleep says, I'd have got that one, Brawl. Well, that's okay. I got it. Okay, we need to kill this thing before it can move. I don't trust that smiling face. What is that? Hmm. So, Lloyd is probably right in that Dieter had some hand in the cult incident from Trail from Zero. The question is, though, and I'm curious about this: how deep, like, how exactly is he related? There's no way, like, it's doubtful that he backed Joachim, like he was. But I'm guessing more so of what they said were that like Dieter had some things like pushed some things into place that would make Joachim act. Hmm. I'm guessing this is a Sun Guardian? Hmm. Yeah, I'll go ahead and do this again. Guardian, okay, this one is weak to time. Being said to usher souls of reincarnation. Spirits away the souls of those who seize it. Uh-oh. Let me try Raging Skin. There we go. Obtain shit and armor. ZCF and Michelin Wonderland collaborated to invent new playground equipment, but after months of work, all they came up with was a swing and a mish. My God. Flashy are made from hard processed metal. Okay, that only goes to guys, so yeah, I'll give that to Randy. Okay, so I guess this isn't the way to go. Okay, let me go around. Hmm. Ah, gosh damn it. Well, they lost all of their ep, so I have to. Okay, no, wait, no. Yeah, no, Randy lost all of his ep, I guess. What? Oh, okay, we can go through here. Didn't realize we could. Okay, that's that one gone. So we have less than an hour left in the stream. We're definitely gonna reach the we have sandals. Okay, 41 out of 61. Geneve recognized the craftsmanship right away. No one held the same love for carpentry as her one and only Ghibli. As she made a statue from Cyril's hand, he raised it over his head. So yeah, yeah, I'll give that to her. But what I was about to say is that, um, what I was about to say is that, we got less than an hour left in the stream. However, once this, uh, I might go a little bit later just to beat chapter 4 if that's what's required. Because I'm in the dungeon for the end of chapter 4 today. So And I guess after this stream, I'll be starting the end game for Trails to Azure, which should only take me about 17 streams. Yeah, it should only take me about 17 streams to do the end game for this game. Half of those will be entirely comprised of cutscenes. Mm. Let's see how... Okay, we're all at like level 77 or 78. Yeah, we're all at least at level 77. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the chestiest of them all? Oh, God. The chestiest. Hmm. Okay. Alright. Let me just save. And... Dang, you telling me they had an entire extra area to this whole castle of mirrors they just didn't let people explore through? I mean, now that I think about it, probably fair enough. Would have taken a whole lot more if they had let people go through this other area. There would have been a whole lot to clean up. I actually, now that I think about it, this place is basically like another one of the towers, like another one of the star or moon towers. Hmm. Oh, dang it. Okay. We're just gonna have to fight him. Hmm. Yeah, I better save that burst when we get to the top of this tower. I'm sure whatever boss fight we have to deal with is gonna be really tough. This whole this whole place's design is almost exactly like the moon towers, like the design of like these like circular areas in between the pathways, very reminiscent of Moon Tower. Oh, we better heal. Yeah, we better heal. Looks like I'm already near the top. Wait, is that a path downwards? Okay, well, okay, before I step in there, let me actually go down here. Hmm. Let me activate Zero Field, and all these other attacks. This will guard them from one attack each. Then use Rising... Yeah, then use Rising Sun to hit these 4. Yeah, hit these 4. There should only be one left after this. Wait, what? What just happened there? It actually flashed to... it flashed to, like, the scene with the treasure chest. Did it break the battle? Did that attack break the battle interface? Okay, 3 of them left. Two of them left. And, okay, no, still 2 of them left, so Raging Spion. Okay, that's them rid of. Ooh, okay, Dragon Vision, we got that one. Arkenseal tried to recruit me as a stage prop, but I hate being boxed into only one kind of role. Yes. Okay, who could benefit from Dragon Vision? Automatically analyzes defeated enemies. Well, because it's fire elemented, I could give that to Randy. However, like, as soon as if I do get another party member, Randy's probably going to go into... Well, if I get another party member besides Wazzy, Randy's probably going to go into the back. Arts... Okay, actually, let me switch this one out for, Dragon Vision. Yeah, okay, that's 4 and 2, and then this one is 2 and 1. Okay, yeah, I think this will work better for her. Also, Mirage... Okay, I've been fighting a bunch of enemies, but Mirage has not really gained... Mirage has not, like, has been gaining... It really hasn't leveled up that much, to the point where I'm curious if I should maybe switch it out for a different one. Maybe Platinum? Well, I guess I'll stick with it for now, but... Oh, Shadow Dancer Bob raid with the party 30. Welcome in. Thanks for the raid. How'd your stream go? We're about to enter into pretty big moment in this game. Oh, hi, Zymi. We're about to enter into... I'll just say for now, buckle up. Yeah, let's go in. Let's go. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Sure, nothing bad will happen. Sure, I'll be fine. Nothing bad's gonna happen. We're just slowly finding out that one of the people this party trusted most of all has actually been planning horrible things for them since before the very beginning. We made it. Yeah, top floor. But there's no sign of Kia or Arios. I failed to sense this the last time I was here. I believe there's a hidden area behind that large mirror. It is a big mirror. There is? Yes, the spiritual energy is flowing there as if being drawn inside, which likely makes it our final destination. It must be. Oh, what do you know? We actually managed to catch up to them. Yeah. SSS, ready your weapons. We're taking Kia back no matter what. Right. Yes. Roger, Wilco. So it says blanket spoiler warning regarding Trails to Azure with your end of Chapter 4. Yes. If you have any interest in playing this game, I would actually recommend not watching the stream. Because this is already becoming one of my favorite games of all time. And part of that is the story, because of how really great the story is. And how great the story is. And it's to the point where I actually wouldn't recommend, if you're interested in the game, I'd recommend picking it up and playing it after you've played Trails from Zero, because this game's story isn't as good if you haven't played Trails from Zero. But yeah, whatever. Let's go to the. It's time for a Kamen Rider Ryuki reference. It's time for a Kamen Rider Ryuki reference. Faint particles of light are being drawn into the mirror. It's time to go to the. It's time to go to the mirror dimension, where we will partner with a horrible monster and engage in a battle against Goro Majima and a bunch of other people with card decks. Looks like stepping into this mirror will take us straight through it. Yeah, we're coming. I should have played the Ryuki intro. Dang it. Too late now. Yeah, if you're still hanging around for the raid, thank you. Uh-oh. I don't like that thing back there. Is that? What the heck? What the hell? But why? Oh, she's totally the villain. Mario Bell, what the hell have you done? Yeah, she is totally... I mean, I figured because of the stuff we mentioned earlier, but... Yeah, Arios, well! Lloyd, everyone... Nuts. So, you finally come. Belle, explain yourself. I just don't understand. Why are you doing this? Sleepless Mario Bell went full villain, along with a sexy dress. Oh, she has been waiting to use that dress. She has been, like, the dress was her favorite part. Isn't it obvious? As a rightful descendant of the Croy family, the inheritors of the goddess's treasure, it's only natural that I carry out the duty bequeathed to me. The goddess's treasure? It can't be. You mean like the one they found in the barrel? The Aurorial? Oh, so you know then. That simplifies things. Septarians. 7 treasures bestowed onto mankind by Adios in ancient times past. One of them had been passed down through my family, generation after generation. That is, until 1,200 years ago. Huh? What are you even getting at with this? A set of unfortunate circumstances caused us to lose the divine gift we had been granted. As a result, the Croy family set into motion a grand plan to resurrect our Septarian, no matter the cost. The land of Crossbell itself was an essential piece of the algorithm, the foundation for our greatest ceremony yet. Okay, so I was just kind of like, I don't know, I just decided on a whim to give Mario Bell like a American Southerner voice, but I guess it turns out they're also, in addition to being evil billionaire CEOs, they're also devout billionaire CEOs and religious zealots. So I guess this actually fits. Huh? Algorithm? Are you referring to whatever system it is that's been exploiting the orbital network? Why, yes, I am. It is a feat of magical science, a confluence between orbital engineering and the Croy's family's alchemy. Without it, such an outlandishly large and complex ceremony could never be feasible. A ceremony made possible through magic and science, as well as alchemy. Now I get it. It's all coming together. The alchemists who built Stargazer's tower and supplied the cult with their advanced technology. It was the Croy family, wasn't it? Oh! Wait a second, that means, oh my gosh, they're not as bad as a cult, they're worse than a cult. They're cult financiers. They're arms dealers, but for cults. For real? That must be the case. That logic adds up perfectly. The logic adds up perfectly. But that would include the cradles Kia was slumbering in. Naturally. It was delivered to the cult by the Croy family hundreds of years ago. We granted them their object of worship, and in turn, they did as we bade them. Kia's just looking to the side, they're like, ah, shucks, did I just give myself to a cult again? Gosh dang it. I thought I was done being sacrificed to cults. And it's just as I thought. The D, therefore, G-Cult was only a tool. One that the Croy family manipulated from the shadows to achieve their own goals. Correct. You can think of the cult as nothing more than an ensemble cast of puppets. Though I doubt the poor D has ever had any awareness of that fact. Well, how was that? Enough lore for you? Oh, and I should add that Arios here has no prior connection to the Croy family, just in case you were curious about that. He is merely endorsing our project from a professional standpoint, as our trusty collaborator. Dots. Arios. What the hell has gotten into you? You're really just gonna keep playing make-believe with this chick? Make-believe. Is that how you see it? You're not entirely wrong there. I agree in some respects. Well, I never. Okay, I was definitely on point. Okay, I was definitely on point with the American Southerner voice, with the Southern American ranch owner voice there. Only a Texas ranch owner, like a Texas big ranch owner, would use the phrase "Well, I never." But even so, they possess the power required to bring about the change I seek. So long as that's the case, I'll gladly go along with this little fantasy of theirs. Even if I have to spit in the face of Adios herself to do it. Unbelievable. How could you? Honestly, this is all a bit too much to take in. I'm still not sure what to do, still not sure what to make of everything we've heard. But I do know one thing I could say for sure. There's no way in hell I'm letting you drag Kia into this delusion! Please, Kia, you have to come back to us! Come on, we already saved you from a cult once! Do we really have to go through this again? I don't know what lies they put into your head, but you're still the same Kia we all know and love. There's no reason to put yourself through this. You should be with us smiling, not sitting there in pain. Lloyd. Well, Kia, Lloyd has made his case perfectly clear. Well, what is it that you desire? Kia? What's wrong? Kato, think about what you really want here. Just want to run over to us, jump into Lloyd's arms the way you always do. Is that where you feel safest, where you feel most at home? Randy. That's right, I know you think what you're doing here is for the best. But what matters most to us is your well-being. It always has been. Ellie, Tio. Well, isn't this a tender-hearted moment? Oh, what do you want? We got enough shit going on here. This game makes me very, very emotional, as you can tell. In a good way. What? Oh, I guess they just... Okay. I did not know this was me. I guess we have a magical Zoom call in progress. Oh, well, don't worry. Oh, don't worry. They'll be fine. We just had to wait for the internet connection to go out. Ouroboros. So you were in league with one another after all. Oh, now, I prefer to call it a mutually beneficial arrangement. Hey, everyone. I take this to mean your preparations are complete. But of course. I dare say you'll be pleased with the progress that has been made. The bells, too, are poised to toll. All that remains is to turn the key. I think you mean turn the Kia. Dang, dang, her name really was, dang, that, I was just making a pun there the first time I made that joke, like, a couple hours ago, but, well, like, probably the first stream, like, back in Trails from Zero, I probably made that fun. But really, she is just key, isn't she? I would be opposed to waiting until your guests to finish up their little melodrama over there. We should be getting the show on the road. Time's almost up. Ma, so it is. Here they come. What are you talking about? Time's almost up for what? The invasion. The Imperial and Republican armies are at our doorstep. No. Why don't you make yourselves comfortable and enjoy the show? What the fuck kind of weapon is that? Dang, she's just gone full evil villain. Well, I guess she always was full evil villain. Ooh. Ooh, animation. I guess she always was full evil villain. She just hit it better. This is why you can't trust CEOs. They'll finance cults the first... This is why you can't trust billionaire CEOs. They'll finance cults the first time, the second you turn away from them. So Ouroboros was working with... Okay, yeah, that makes sense now that I wasn't sure about that, but it makes total sense that, like, Ouroboros was working with Croy. Aurelia Fortress. I'm guessing we won't because these games came out later, but it would be kind of cool if we actually saw, like... Well, no, we wouldn't see the main characters from Trails of Cold Steel, because they're not like they're way back in the Empire right now. So we probably won't get to see them. They're probably nowhere close to here. So it says Cold Steel was actually here at Gorelia back during the trade conference. Oh, but this event is talked about in Cold Steel 1. Oh, okay. I'm guessing that's Calver's things. Yeah, that's Calver's military. I don't believe this. Oh, it's really happening. But the defense force stand no chance of stopping them. Correction! We already have the key to doing so. She's right there! President Croy! President Croy! Oh. To our guests of the Society, you have my deepest gratitude for cooperating with our project. You as well, Arios Bell. Everything seems to be proceeding smoothly. Yes, so far. The rest is in her hands. And there you have it, Kia. You understand what you must do, yes? You're the only one who can deliver us from this crisis. Nod. Whenever I do revisit these games, it's gonna be whenever I do revisit these games, it's gonna be really interesting going back to Trails from Zero and realizing that that Croy and Mariabelle were like the true villains the whole time. And McLean, I guess. Good girl. Oh, they're at the bells, okay. That's right, okay, so they activated the bells. Where's that? Okay, I don't know where that bell is at. Whoa, where the heck is that? Oh, that's gotta be in the Geo front. And that's gotta be a boss room we're gonna have to go into. I can see the rest station. Okay, that looks like the underground train station we visited. No, that's also part of the Geofront. Never mind. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's all part of the Geofront. I knew there was something evil about the Geofront. Oh, we're gonna have to go deep into the Geofront. Yeah, we're gonna have to go deep into the Geofront to solve this, aren't we? The heck's going on here? Oh, this connected converted orbital energy is pouring into Orcus Tower. Oh, Kia, no! Well, don't do this! I don't know what the hell you're trying to pull off, but it ends here. We must stop them. The divine blade of wind. The divine blade of wind. If you wish to pass, you'll have to go through me. Come, Sasa, prove to me that you can muster up the strength. The strength to overcome the barrier that Sergei Guy and I could not. How dare you say barrier? I'll let him rival you. It's 4-on-1. Oh, that's a kick-ass theme there. We have to create an opening somehow. Aeon system activate. One target to neutralize. That's an awesome. I am gonna like look up this entire game's soundtrack when I'm done and just like spend a whole day listening to it. Jeez. Okay. Let me prep some attacks. So. Okay, he's not weak to any elements. A-rank bracer turns secondary defense. His true skill shines in his swift sword play. Okay. Oh, that barely did anything. That did 0. Oh, shit. Oh, this is such a good theme. But we're about to get our asses hit. We are about to get beaten up, aren't we? Is this going to be the 4th battle where we're unable to win? That's going to be a bit annoying, I'll be honest. Like, one battle with an enemy we can't beat is like, okay. Yeah, one battle with an enemy we can't beat is like, that's like a cool, that is an interesting way to like develop the story so that you can come back and beat them later. But this is going to be the 4th time we've fought an enemy that we can't beat. They're stacking up a lot of enemies. So you can win. It took me 2 tries in about 40 minutes, but you can win. Okay, but am I supposed to win, or is this a battle like if I lose that the story will continue? So the story will continue if you lose. Okay, so yeah, this is the 4th battle. This is the 4th battle that's like this. Like, again, one of these is cool, but this is 4 times now. No more Prime says stop. I was okay. AFK and fell asleep. Ah, that's fine. No more Prime says, where am I? Well, I think you're on Twitch. You're probably still on Twitch if you're watching this stream. Unless you somehow broke through to another platform. But welcome to the channel. Okay, let's try... I don't know much else what we can do here, but... So, yeah, for any of those who are new to the channel, welcome in. My name is Brawl Kaiser. I tend to play a lot of, like, RPGs and lesser-known games. And I'm currently playing through, this is The Legend of Heroes Trails to Azure. Which is this is a lesser-known RPG series, but, it's a really big cult classic series. No More Prime says, I think I've heard of this game, but this is my first look at it. I'll stick around. Well, thank you for sticking around. I hope your day's going well. Oh gosh, we got like, oh geez, it's already almost midnight. Dang. Okay, yeah, we're gonna. This stream's gonna go a little. This stream's gonna go a little longer. Well, actually, that brings us closer to our donation goal. Thanks for the sub and thanks for the follow. So yeah, that actually brings us closer to. I believe that adds about $5 or $6, so that should bring us closer to the donation goal for the Game Boy Advance, Game Boy Color fighting game showcase. So let me just add that in. Also, I get to listen to this awesome theme while I'm doing that. That is such a good theme. I can't get... Like, I know this is just a reprise of a theme that's happened, like, from Trails from Zero, but dang, is it such a good theme. Also, dang, the poor special support section. No More Prime says, so what's the story so far? Are you speedrunning or enjoying yourself? Definitely enjoying myself, taking some time. I could see someone speedrunning this game, but this game is like, I'm at the 90th hour mark. I've been playing this game for over 90 hours. So it'd be very difficult to speedrun this game, I'm sure, but it could be done. As for the story, well, you actually came in right at we're at the some big plot revelations, so you actually came in right as we have some big plot revelations, so I really couldn't summarize the story that well up until this point, because it's just how this game's got a really great plot, but this game is also like over 100 hours long, and it builds off the plot of its previous game, and it's the direct sequel to a previous game, which is also 100 hours long. So, ah, jeez. I don't like that. Oh no. Okay, emergency attack there. Well, so much for that. No More Prime says, I'll probably watch a story compilation. Enjoy then, it's gonna be an amazing story. Yeah, honestly, the prequel to this game, Trails from Zero, and this game are quickly become... So, I'll be honest, this is my first time playing through Trails to Azure, but yeah, this game, the prequel to this game and Trails to Azure, the two combined together are probably becoming like some of my favorite games ever, just because of how good the story, gameplay, and characters are. Again? It's the fourth time! Even now, we're no match for him. Seriously, why do we keep losing? Why do the writers of this game keep putting us into fights we keep losing? You lack focus. As you are, you'll never be able to protect what's important to you. Everyone! Oh, fret not, their lives will be spared. If your concentration were interrupted, the outcome would suffer for it. And we wouldn't want that now, would we? I know. I won't hesitate anymore. Kia? No, stop! Whoa! Okay, whoa. Dang. Alright, more anime cutscene. They're building a dome around the city, ain't they? Oh my gosh, dang it, they're in Fallout. Oh my gosh, it's just like New Vegas. Wait a second, when did Fallout New Vegas release? This might actually precede Fallout New Vegas. ...2010. A year before this game. Which this game's plot started in Trails from Zero, which I believe released in 2010. So yeah, if they build a giant dome around Crossbell, then oh my gosh, that means that we... Oh, okay. Oh, that goes to Michelin Wonderland. Okay. So we're gonna have to cut off all 4 of these points, ain't we? All right, we did not get our dome, but we did get our great big blaze blue sigils. So honestly, this results in something cooler than a simple dome. So far, you're correct. So far, you're correct. We do get big blaze blue anime sigils. I've never even played Blaze Blue, but just there's so if you ever see like matches in Blaze Blue, there's so many like big circles with like different characters in them that I just call like those sort of like things Blaze Blue circles. This light, what the hell's happening? It's the 7 elements. Their spiritual density is reaching critical levels. What? Dots. Oh no, they've got it to oh no. Dang it, they've got it to Xeno Saga. Kia? Aroused its success. And with that, the Septarian of Mirage is resurrected at last. Actually, I stand corrected, for this is the birth of a being that transcends its predecessor, the Septarian of Zero. The Septarian of Zero? Okay, what the fuck is going on? Lloyd, everyone. Gee, is that really you? Well, I mean, we did know she was a godchild before, and it does it is one of the ironclad rules of like anime of Japanese developed RPGs that the girl with green hair is the most powerful character in the entire universe. Well, not just like RPGs, because there's also Palutena from Kid Icarus. Yes. Let's go, Belle. No. As you wish. Take care of them if you would, Arios. Understood. Kia? Where are you going? I'm sorry and thank you for everything. I'm sorry and thank you for everything. Never forget that I love you all. Okay, so we got 4 very punchable targets there. Also, where the heck is Wazzy? Oh! Oh, hey! Oh, is that you, Shrimp? Wow, look at you all floaty and glowy! How many times do you think... What kind of blood flows out when I stab her? Stop. Okay, seriously, cut it out. Kia! Oh no, perhaps it'd be more appropriate to call you the Divine Child, as the cult did. You have my deepest gratitude for making your second coming to this world. As the current patriarch of the Croy family, it is my honor to welcome you. Nod. I believe we can dispense with the formalities, Father. We must go and pick up our newly received gifts. Ah, yes, how could I forget? Wait, who's this? I'm guessing it's the professor? The professor for the Ouroboros Society? Aye, but it does warm the heart to see my hard work finally come to fruition. Okay, I was right. To you, the inheritor of one of the great treasures' power. On behalf of the Grand Master of Ouroboros, allow me to congratulate you on your rebirth. Okay, so... Alright, so... We got one more chapter of this game after tonight. And I'm gonna have to fight 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different main villains. I don't count Kia in there. I don't think I'm gonna have to fight her. I don't think I'm gonna have to fight her. So if this is a group shot on villains, yes. Like, I'm gonna have to beat 8 villains in a single chapter. It's gonna be fun wasting them. Don't get me wrong. Also, okay, we lost a fight to Arios, we lost a fight to Sigmund, we lost a fight to Wald, and we lost a fight to Arianhad. How are we strong enough to do this? So this finale is a long-ass chapter, man. Yeah, but seriously, how are we gonna get strong enough to, like, okay, there's, like, but I mean, like, story-wise. We've had, like, guaranteed losses, like, losing boss fights where the story predicts you're going to lose against 4 different villains. Sleepless says, it's time for the anime training arc. Finale? Before the finale? Oh, what training are they gonna do? Hardly adequate for such a momentous occasion, but I hope you will accept these gifts. Please take them. Thank you. So this, for the record, Arianhad is level 120, as is Arios. Dang it! Sigmund is only level 115 by comparison. Wait, Max? They're getting Max? I mean, that's awesome, but they're getting Max? We gotta fight 8 villains and 3 Max? I mean, I'll do it! Beat all these things! Again, those freaking awesome looking mechs, but... Can the SSS get a mech? I feel like they've earned a mech. Slim says, welcome to Shit Hits the Fan part 24. No, at this point we're at part 38. Like, not every single change in camera angle in the previous couple of cutscenes as a result has been Shit Hits the Fan. Even Wald's... Dang, those are some really cool looking mechs, though. Okay, so can the SSS get one? Holy shit! Wow, they're so cool! I wonder what blood comes out of them when I stab them! There are some fine toys you're getting. Divine archaisms, aeons. Sleep says, I told you liked Dieter's trump card. I do like them, yes. I mean, it's a giant mech, so... Of course I'd like it. 3 interfaces through which the miracles of Septarian can be performed. They exceed every expectation I could have had. Thank you, our esteemed guest of the society. We're in your debt. It's the least we can do to repay your gracious financial assistance. You know, I gotta say, above all things else, I love how much this game is willing to tell you. I love how deep in that this entire story, across these 2 games, Trails from Zero and Trails to Azure, can basically be summed up as billionaires are evil. It's a very important lesson, and I'm glad they were trying to tell it back in 2011. And well, they also did the same. Well, other RPGs did the same. But I'm very glad they devoted an entire 2 100-hour games to telling us this. And to and not just to telling this, but to drilling into our brains that billionaires are evil. I should be thanking you for providing me an avenue to apply all the data we accumulated for the Gordius series. Lest we forget, this too is the will of our Grandmaster. There is no need to feel indebted to us. Mama, how generous of you. Here, will you do the honors? Yes, right away. Oh gosh, Croy's gonna turn... Oh dang it, Croy's gonna turn little Kia into a war criminal. Yeah, Key, dang it, Croy's turning Key into a war criminal. Gosh dang it. Oh my gosh! It's a Macross! That somehow makes it even cooler. Well, at least Randy will have. Well, at least Randy will have someone to talk to now about his awful war crimes that he deeply regrets. I'm gonna guess we're not gonna be able to go fishing there anytime again anytime soon. I'm gonna have to fight these things, aren't I? I mean, I'll do it, and it's gonna be an awesome boss fight. But I don't know how we're gonna beat these things. Sue says no. I think the fish are a little scared off. Understandably so. You know, I think this is a little above our pay. I think this is a little above SSS's pay grade as a police as a police group. Again, they like help get cats out of trees, and and like find missing family relatives. I think this is a little beyond their. I think they need to be like they definitely need a pay raise after they're gonna have to deal with this. If they even get paid. Troy might tell the entire city of Crossbell, like, Troy might be about to tell the entire city of Crossbell that they're wanted fugitives. And honestly, because of the style of this game, this basically looks like a level from Valkyria Chronicles, but then suddenly, like some freaking like some oh dang, that's so cool. But yeah, this feels like a level from Valkyria Chronicles, but then Gundams invade. Seriously, how the heck are we gonna beat these things? That training regimen, seriously, it is Valkyria turned Super Robot Wars. That is the coolest sentence I've ever heard. How the hell? Gosh, I hope that trading arc. We're gonna need that trading arc. This can't be. The Fifth Armor Division was completely wiped out. I can hardly believe it myself. Some sort of awesome mech showed up and mowed them down like they were nothing. It's preposterous. No matter, we will not tolerate this act of defiance. Activate the railway guns. Target Crossbell City. Wait, hold on. Wait, why are you targeting Crossbell City? Wait a second. Avoid densely populated areas. Our goal is to send them a message. I think really I think you're sending a message. Again, going back to something I said earlier, it is a really good thing that like they're showing that Dieter Croy's really overstepping his bounds here, but that the Empire and Republic are also like there's a reason, like they brought this on themselves by also being awful. Yes, sir. Don't fire on a densely populated area in Crossbell. The entire city is a densely populated area. The entire, like... Oh no, they started the choirs! Not the dang religious choirs. How the hell am I gonna fight that thing? Sousa's with gusto? What the hell? Wait, did it just like erase those from existence? Sousa's bye-bye, Fortress. Oh my gosh. Well, Delhi! Oh, holy shit. Oh, bravo, bravo! Subterrative Zero. A Subterrative Zero, eh? A fitting name. All it touches turns to zero. Ah, three pinnacles of the Gordia series, all in unison. The divine child, they're able to act autonomously as the agent of her miracles. This will make for a most fascinating report. Can hardly wait to submit it. Thoughts. Suddenly I'm having second thought. You know, we really... Well, actually, no, Aryan Hot is all behind this. She loves this. That's impressive, no doubt. That it is, and yet this is only the beginning, isn't that right? This moment marks Frostmel's consecration as the continent's promised land. The might of the Empire Republic is no more, but from this hallowed ground a new order shall ascend. The world will bear witness as the Croix family's righteous ideals become reality. He's... Yeah, that is... That is exactly like a leader in America's current administration. Oh, Lloyd is... Oh, they're gonna be so pissed. Duh. I can't believe this. No more Prime says. I guess I'm just watching Peak now, lol. Yes, you are. Oh, just to let y'all know of a couple, just for those who are new to the channel, let y'all know a couple of other things I'm doing. I'm also, this is not, like I said, I play a lot of RPGs. There's something else I'm doing, like over, basically the next couple of years called First Fantasy. Where, despite liking RPGs, up until recently, I'd actually never played through a mainline Final Fantasy. So, because I'd never done that, and I do like RPGs, also Final Fantasy, the series' 40th anniversary is in 2027, I decided the best course of action was to make a list of 40 different Final Fantasy games, and play through all of them for the first time. So I've already played through Final Fantasy 6, 9, 7, 7 Remake, 1, and Tactics Advance, and I've got about 34 other Final Fantasies. So, if that sounds like something you like to watch, I hope you're here for the other playthroughs. There's going to be a lot of them. I got a lot of Final Fantasies left to go through. I can't believe this. Please, someone tell me this is all just a bad dream. I wish I were able to. Not even nightmares would be this cruel. You couldn't be more right. Behind every miracle is a harsh reality. There they are! Secretary McLean, are you alright? Ah, hell! Resistance is futile. Huh? That voice. No! They turned Noe evil! I'm gonna kill him. The defense force has already secured the perimeter surrounding Michelin. Please, surrender peacefully. Oh, hell no! That's it, Noe! That's it, Noe! You're going down for this! I can't believe no. I thought if anyone was gonna betray us, I can't believe it was no. It was Noel. That's it. You're dead to me, Noel. Noel, how could you? Tots. Well done, Second Lieutenant. Well done, Second Lieutenant Backstabber. Does that really have to be my name now? It's time I return to Orca's tower. I'll leave you to handle their arrest. Yes, sir. I can't believe out of everyone. Wait, hold on. Sorry. Okay, we got a moment here. I can't believe out of everyone we've worked with, the people who treated us best were the freak triad. The Chinese themed criminal gang. Well, actually, I don't know if they're. I guess they are Chinese themed, but still, I can't believe the triad. Back one who treated us the best. Never betrayed us, gave us information, helped us out, fought alongside us. Also, Slim says, "Hey, you has technically never betrayed us." That's what I'm saying. I can't. Like, Arios has betrayed us, Noel has betrayed us, Mario Bell has betrayed us. The Red Constellation have been a bunch of assholes to us from the very beginning. The Mafia has also been a bunch of assholes to us from the beginning. I can't believe the criminal group that has been like threatening from the very beginning. Okay, for those who weren't here at the start of this, way back in Trails from Zero, the prequel to this game's plots all started because of a gang war between two gangs where this group, these four here, they found out that the gang war was started by a mafia, like the mafia crime family who ruled over the town. And they found out that the mafia crime family was doing this just because Heiyu, a triad from another nation, was going to start setting up shop in their town. Like Heiyu was so evil and threatening that the mafia who ruled Crossbell incited a gang war in order to get more members to fight back against Heiyu. They're the one group who hasn't betrayed us. I love this game. Oh, this is amazing. 20 out of 10 game. This makes me feel such emotions. Wait, stop! I have one question for you, Arios. Just one more question. You've been collaborating with the Croy family for years now. If that's the case, then did you kill Guy Bannings? Were you the one who took my brother from me? Huh? Huh? It couldn't be. Are you being serious here? Nuts. Yes. Yes. That's exactly right. I was right! Well, dang. Oh, so I was actually, hooray, it wasn't Dudley! Yeah, I should have never doubted Dudley. I'm glad I never doubted Dudley. Also, Arios, you asshole, I'm gonna freaking hurt you. Slims is right. So doing that hidden mission in this chapter let us figure it out. Also, it was a great way to build up to this reveal, because if not, then it would be like Lloyd asking that question would have kind of come out of nowhere. Slim says, which can you imagine how much more of a blindside that would be? Yeah, yeah. It's like now that we did that quest, it was like, oh dang, like this actually. Oh, okay, we could actually put the pieces together. Really surprised that was a hidden quest, honestly. That kind of feels like it's necessary to like really properly reveal this. Also, Arios, I'm gonna freaking hurt you. All right, I got 10 names on my list. I hope we are about to get this training arc because I got 10 names on my list. Dieter Croy, Mariabel, those three schmucks from the Ouroboros Society, Wald, Sigmund, Shirley, Arios, Arios, and now Noel. So it's a hidden quest chain. You have to do all three throughout the game. Okay, let's continue. We have to wait. We have to wait until we get to a good stopping point. From that day forward, the Independent State crossbow by virtue of its categorically inviolable power promoted a daring diplomatic coalition. Yeah, we're gonna have to. I want. We have to get to a good stopping point. We have to see where we're gonna be starting off next Saturday. So for those just tuning in, still watching, thank you. First of all, thank you so much for watching. I know it's really late. Second of all, just to let you know what streams are happening next week. Next Tuesday is when I'll be back. I'll be playing through the new Shantae game, Shantae Advanced Risky Revolution. Next Thursday, we'll be playing some Helldivers 2. Starting one of my first games. Starting one of my first games for Halloween, Silent Hill 2, the original. I'm going to be playing through the original Silent Hill 2. And I'll also be doing some 3D modeling. And then we're going to have to wait till next Saturday to continue this game's story. But there's a reason for that. As you might have noticed, streams for the like I have to play this game like about 6 to 8 hours at a time because the cutscenes and the story moments are really big. Sim says, remember the previous day started on a black screen. That screen is on fire now. You're right. Oh my gosh, and you're right. No More Prime says got anything special planned for Halloween? Yeah, usually I have a couple of like spooky or horror games I play through around the Halloween time. So I'm gonna start with Silent Hill 2, the original Silent Hill 2. Then I'm also gonna play Look Outside, which is a brand new horror RPG, which released earlier this year. And then I also have a tradition of playing a Resident Evil game for the first time every October. And this year, because Resident Evil's 30th anniversary is next year, I'm gonna go ahead and play through the original PS1 versions of Resident Evil 1, 2, and 3. So the original versions, because I've mainly played up to this point. I've mainly played the remakes, besides Resident Evil 4. So I've got a couple of games. I won't be able to do as much for Brawloween as I've done previous years, just because for those who don't know, I'm currently job hunting because and trying to find a new job. So the schedule might I'm not able to plan as much right now, unfortunately. But yeah, I've got a couple of shorter games I'll be playing for Brawloween. From that oh, from that day forward, the independent state of crossbow by virtue of its categorically inviolable power promoted a daring diplomatic coalition. Also sleepless. So to tie back into the whole um this actually start the whole tie back into the whole what they're doing with the loading screens. It actually started earlier. Because first, like the one that was at the start of chapter 4 was red, like it was Trails to Azure. It had all the design, but it was red. Then it had the Trails to design. Then the next one at the end of day 1 was like the Trails to Azure logo, but it was like all like staticky, and now the whole screen's on fire. The proposal, the establishment of the United Nations of Zemuria, with Crossbell as its leader. Wait, he wants to make evil United Nations? Well, I mean, I guess it makes sense that there's no way. Yeah, okay. It makes sense that there would be no way that Croy would be settled with just. Dieter Croy wouldn't settle for just be ruling over Crossbell. Of course, he tried to make evil United Nations. This framework, which prohibited all military action and guaranteed free economic activity, was enticing to small countries and autonomous states suffering under the Empire and Republic's iron fists. Liberal Remoferia and Arteria initially opposed the Union as excessive and imperious, but at the time they too capitulated, unable to push back against the growing momentum. Okay, so Sleepless, going back to what you were saying earlier, sure. The SSS might be the physically weakest compared to all the other Trails protagonist groups, but they're about to stop the formation of evil United Nations. So I'd say that makes them pretty accomplished for a group that, for those who are new to this game, the SSS is like this police group. These are four protagonists here in the SSS group. They're basically formed a police group because like the police in Crossbow were so corrupt that the SSS's chief like needed a group that would hand like a group of four people who weren't involved with the regular chain of command and like a bunch of rookies who were not affiliated with the chain of command to like handle police stuff so that someone could actually be a good police. There could be some good police officers in Crossbow, and their main thing was like handling side quests. So like finding missing people, um, stopping like monster attacks, uh, but basically like handling small, helping at charity drives, small things. So this four group of people who only a few days ago were like collect had to scrounge around for money in order to buy food for a soup kitchen are about to stop the formation of evil United Nations. In a Calvert, an economic crisis rose as a result of the events in Crossbow. Before long, anti-immigration terrorism began to run rampant within the Republic. Meanwhile, Erebonia found itself engulfed in a civil war between the noble and reformist factions, as rumors spread that the Blood and Iron Chancellor had been assassinated. I'm guessing we're going to be seeing those side of events in I'm guessing we're going to be seeing those side of events in Trails of Cold Steel. Unofficially, Ouroboros made its endorsement of Crossbell known to every nation on the continent. Soon, nothing and no one would be able to stand in the way of President Croy's ambition. Except for a couple of freaking badasses. Well, like four of them. Maybe five if Wazzy ever shows up. Where are they even thrown in jail? Where are we even at in jail? Boring. That went by way too quickly. How could those big hunks of metal get to have all the fun? No one's even try to invade anymore after they wiped that first wave clean out the continent. Everything alright, Shirley? Oh, hey, Dad. I was wondering, I think it's time we got out of this place. Things are really hitting the fan over the Empire. It'd be way more fun over there, wouldn't it? Republic sounds like a blast, too. Anywhere but here, really. We still have a contract to fulfill. If you're feeling bored, you could always occupy yourself. If you're feeling bored, you could always occupy yourself with that delinquent. Wald, I guess he put up a good fight when he can put up a good fight when he demonizes. But when he's off his pills, I'd have a better time squaring off against sewer rats. Besides, he would have to do his own thing for today. Heck if I know where, though. Okay, wait, if the Red Constellation ship is right in Crossbell, then a lot of the population of Crossbell has to realize that the Red Constellation was planned. Oh, what I'm talking about, they probably don't care. They're probably just like excited to be like on top of the world now that Crossbell is going to become the head of the evil United Nations. Or I guess in some respects, the United Nations. What about our new friends from the Society? They seem plenty entertaining. I don't know, they're not that bad, but I'm not sure if we're compatible, you know? Plus that girl in the armor looks way out of my league. Oh, very perceptive of you. Still, you only waste away sulking like this. What about our little deserter? He's making his way over to Mainz as we speak. Oh yeah? Still hasn't learned his yes yet, huh? He's really stupid enough to put up his dukes against us. Don't undersell him just yet. He's no weakling. Not as much of one as you seem to think, at least. Really? I'm just not seeing it. Well, whatever. If you think he's so tough, then you could have him, Daddy. That may just be for the best. Your new favorite playmate is still closer than you think, after all. Really? You mean she did go back to Calvert? I used forces up and spotted near America Village. Intel says Yina's been among them ever since the raid on Crossbell City. He's a stubborn bastard, that's so. Turns out the entertainment you're looking for has been here all along. Nah, who cares about that four-eyed schmuck? I'm going for the real main attraction. Ah, yeah, now I'm getting revved up. We never got a chance to go all the way back at Ark and Seal. But the next time I get my hands in her, I'm really gonna have some fun. Why do you have to say it like that? I swear I'm gonna hurt you. Knock yourself out. I'd expect no less from you, Miss Orlando. Oh, hey, Wald. How's things going? Fucking loser. Well, what are you returning to there? What are you returning to your old base for? To just see all the blood you spread when you attacked all your former friends? Uh, ah, damn. Wald? Dino, what are you? Wald. It really is you, Wald. Where have you been? We've all been so worried. There was this weird giant monster thing that came out and attacked and nearly killed everyone. So glad you're safe. Uh, Everyone else got hurt pretty bad. A couple were out in the hospital, but they haven't come back to Ignis at all. It's gonna be decay though, right? Well, as long as you're here again, then... What? Wald? Saber Vipers are over. Don't bother trying to follow me. I'm not gonna say it twice. Oh, you can't mean that. Come on, Wald. But think about... Well, I thought we were gonna get one win. You're our leader, what we would have been able to count on. And that was your first mistake. You understood the demon who attacked us tonight was you, but that can't be right. Tell me it's not true, Wald, please. Yeah, that's true. Unfortunately, it's true. You know, you followed an asshole. Stop! Stop! Yes, some nerve showing your face here, Wald Wales. I don't think you put the downtown district through, not on our watch. Somebody has to put a stop to you. Well, why'd you do it? What was even in it for you? We know you're behind this. You turned that monster, wrecked our holy ground. You trained your men, spilled their blood. They trusted you, believed in you. I mean, we knew from the beginning he's an asshole. He's an awful piece of shit. You're despicable. Huh. So, where was he in Q-Ball? Not that they ever belonged here. They finally turned tail and run. Shut your damn mouth. They'll definitely come back. They're not like you. Oh, yeah? They have their own mission, what their duty bound to fulfill. That's why even if they did leave the city, we know they haven't abandoned us. We don't know exactly what they're doing, but we believe in them. Huh. A mission, huh? That's so. Maybe we'll get to sell things for good after all. Ain't that right? Man, he just ain't into you. He just ain't interested in you, okay? Take a hint. And with that, the focus of the Phantasmal Blaze plan now shifts to Erebonia. We'll be staying here to Azure for the time being, like we planned. That is correct. I'll remain at hand until the proper stage has been set in the Empire. This new Septarian of Zero compares quite favorably to the power of the long-absent Septarian of Mirage. Okay, I better hold on. I better write up all these names so I don't forget who's on my hit list for this game. Okay, so we got Dieter. We got Mariabelle. We got Novartis, Campanella, Sigmund, Wald, Shirley. There's so many freaking villains. My goodness. See. Arios. Who else is there? Those three. Okay, Wald, Shirley, Novartis, Campanella. Arianrod, Arianrod, and Noel. What's more, it seems to wield latent abilities that the original could have never possessed. Looking forward to seeing how far the Croy's family alchemy can take this. My, Professor, you're just chopping to the bit over this, aren't you? Speaking of which, it seems our old rivals are finally starting to make their move. Yes, think of it as an opportunity. Their position differs inherently from our own. Perhaps clarifying just how much would be wise for the future. Wait, you telling me even the Ouroboros Society, the secret group that's behind everything, they have a rival enemy group? Dang, it's just pouring villain faction in Zemuria. I will trust the two of you to see that. I intend to stay here and continue gathering data on the Septarian of Zero, for it may have the potential to serve as the ultimate interface, one capable of linking mankind to the gods. So, Ouroboros rivals of the Bracer go for the most part. Oh, okay, well that makes sense. Estelle and Joshua did really fight against them in Trails in the Sky. Dots. So, Kia, how does it feel being a Xenosaga character? Kia? Shizuku. Have your eyes recovered? Yeah, the dizziness stopped and I can see colors again. It's all because of you, Kia. Thanks so much. Oh, okay, so that was part of their agreement, is that if Kia gained this power, she could help Shizuku recover her sight. I'm glad. But you didn't have to thank me, Shizuku. You and everyone at the hospital worked hard for this, right? All I did was give the final push. If you say so. And besides, it'd be a waste not to put this power I was given to good use. This is a sacrifice I'm willing to make if it means I could give you the gift of sight back. But Kia! I mean, I'm happy, I really am. I've been blind for so long, I always felt like I only made life harder for Father. And all the time we've been best friends, I've never even seen your face. So now that I finally can, it makes me so happy that I could cry, but... Man, this has gotta be really hard on Shizuku. Her dad and her best friend are war criminals now, and she's probably... And I'm willing to bet that at least one of the villains is going to try to twist this on Shizuku. Because that's what these sort of villains do. Still, Carrie, you really okay? Is being a war criminal really what you want? To be apart from Lloyd the others, to be forced to do all these scary things? I don't like it. What they're doing to you isn't right. Miss Mariabelle, Miss Croy? And not just them, Father, too. That's it, Shizuku. Stand against corrupt authority. Noelle could learn a thing or two from you. I know I'm being really harsh on Noelle, but it's really... I know I'm being really harsh on Noelle, but it's like she spent the whole game with us. And then, like... And then didn't have second thoughts at all about turning... And then didn't have second thoughts at all on, like, having us taken into custody. Shizuku. Thank you, Shizuku. I love you so much. But I'm fine. I knew what I was getting myself into when I made my decision. So you don't have to worry for my sake, okay? Oh, Fragments Crossing False Paradise. Oh, okay. So I guess this is chapter, like, 4.5, really. So, where's our gang at? Oh, we're in prison. I'm half surprised there isn't a hole punched into the wall. Yeah, I'm half surprised there isn't, like... I'm half surprised Lloyd hasn't been using the wall as a punching bag. The other members of the SSS are under protection in separate locations. I'm sorry to tell you that you're the only one here, Lloyd. You don't need to apologize to me. Protection is a funny way to put it, though, don't you think? Traitor! Just what is it exactly that you're Just what exactly is it that you're protecting us from? Uh, I'm sure you pieced it all together by now. I'm sure you pieced it all together now. Who was behind the raid on the city, I mean. The ones who hurt Fran. Your one and only... The ones who hurt Fran. Your one and only sister, Noelle. Oh, that shit, that's right. She's working directly for the people who, like, hurt her sister, hurt Fran. What the fuck, Noelle? I know! But still, I'm a proud member of the CGF. Even if the table of emblem changes, my responsibility won't. I have a duty to uphold my state as a soldier. Look, Lloyd, my sister's in the hospital and might die soon because I'm working for a bunch of psychopaths. But I'm a soldier, dang it! If I don't, then Crossbelt will be wiped off the map by the Empire of the Republic. Well, I get it, Lloyd. I know that what they're doing to Kia isn't right. And having to rely on a society of all people makes me sick. You saw it, didn't you? The Imperial Army fired their terrible railway guns right at us. Yeah, okay, I've been mocking Noelle, but she does have a point. She does have a point there that the Empire was about to fire on the crossbow. Their weapons of mass destruction, had they hit hundreds of people, would have died. There was no other way. Well, there was a way. We could have stopped the billionaires. We could have stopped what we could have done. There was a way. We should have stopped billionaires from holding public office. I'm sorry. No, I don't have any right to say this, Lloyd. No right to even be here. All the same, I can't imagine you'll be detained forever. Yeah. Yeah, they're probably gonna kill him. Once the crisis has passed, you'll likely be acquitted and released. I highly doubt that. So please just stay patient for now. After hearing what she had to say, any possible response I could have made escaped me. Not only that, I failed Kia. I failed to protect her, to see the burden she'd been carrying long before that day. I was so wrapped up in trying to protect everyone that I neglected the one person who needed it most. Don't blame yourself for that. I mean, you did mess up in that, but again, there was like a 16-part layer plan by Dieter Croy, so it would have been really difficult for you to suss this all out. Both Kia's origins and the person who killed my brother. It's worth my heart and soul that I would uncover those two truths. Did you kill Guy Bannings, or the one who took my brother from me? Yes, that's exactly right. Thanks for everything. Never forget that I love you all. I'm so sorry, Guy. Looks like I'm not ready to catch up to you after all. I couldn't keep my promise. Well, what do I do now? What can I do? I don't even know anymore. Pathetic. Oh wait, I don't know who this is. Pathetic. 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 Oh, it's you! Wait, what? What the heck? I did not, out of everyone, I didn't expect this guy. Look at you. You're really the same hotshot detective who put us behind bars. Makes me feel like a chump for spending the last 6 months eating cold slop in this hellhole. Leave me alone. Say what you want. Say what you want. We both know you have no one to blame but yourself running up here. The fact that we were the ones to finally arrest you was just a matter of us being in the right place at the right time. Simpsons, well, Brawl, time to meet your new party member. You're fucking kidding me. Dang. Like, all that time I was hoping for a new party member, and how the monkey's paw curled. That's the truth of it. That barrier wasn't one we got over by our own merit. What are you talking about? You guys did something no one else in the police force has been able to do. Actually make good change. You're a real killjoy, kid. Yeah, a real killjoy, kid, see? But I'll cut you some slack. Talk of the odds been the things that's going down the shitter up there, see? Who would have thought the CEO of the Epic was the brains behind it all? Man's more of a dictator than a president. See? And now you're around the cages of the Red Constellation, the Society, the CDF, hell, even the Divine Blade of Wind, see? There's one royal flush I would want to deal to, that's for sure. Ah. Little piece of unsolicited advice. Your best bet is to wait out the storm, see? He'd have to be a damn fool to try his face with shaking down out there, see? But hey, maybe it runs in the family. Oh. That's right, you knew my brother, didn't you? I guess you could say we were acquainted, see? Stubborn son of a bitch never quit sticking his nose where it did belong, no matter how much we threatened him, see? And yet his same smug ass would stroll up to you in a food cart an hour later to shoot the breeze over a few drinks. Goddess, he was annoying, see? That sounds like Guy, alright. Ah, damn. He was the best guy ever. I fucking hated him, see? Nah, see, I couldn't picture someone like him going down to anyone. Not even death itself. Guess I was wrong, though. Well, just full of surprises. See? He never gave up a fight, did he? Not even for a second. God's sake, it wasn't just Ravash either. The man was barking up everyone's tree. Corrupt Diet members, intelligence agents, both Imperial Republican. Hell, he even managed to sniff out Yoakum a shell gay away, see? He had a real fire in his belly, that much I can't deny, see? Right. Hey, don't go getting the wrong idea, see? Guy Bannings wasn't some superhero, you got that, see? Huh? At times of sheer power and instinct, McLean would cream him every time, see? He could never hold a candle to Sergei the Scrutinous when it came to fighting smarter instead of harder. If it's sound judgment and deduction skills, you want that bastard Dudley was always a cut above him, she. Your brother had his limits. I mean, of course. Wait, he did? Yeah. What, you thought he was just some immortal demigod who blessed the world with his presence? See? I mean, yeah, that's what everyone's been acting like this whole time. No, he has a point. But there's one thing he did going for him that no one else did. I'd have to say it was his tenacity. Oh. That's what kept him on his feet more likely than not. Taking action was second nature to him. Gave him the moxie to punch above his weight, the odds be damned, see? Wasn't that he was in over his head either. He knew exactly what he was doing, see? The man left an impression on you, much as I hate to admit it. Slim says, I love that Garcia uses the word moxie. Ah, it's Spirit Guy! Word of advice, Lloyd. To be a man, you have to be willing to tackle the issues you're facing head on. Follow your heart and intuition, and grasp the truth with your own two hands. And if you see a barrier, kick the shit out of it. If you can do that, you'll be able to see what exactly it is you want to do. If there was anything that kept my brother going, it was his desire to protect everything that was important to him. Not just his family and loved ones, but Crossbell itself. When you think of it that way, maybe that included all of you in Ravash, too. The hell? Trust me, I know how that sounds. You probably wouldn't need his help, let alone want it. But I think more than anything, he wanted to know what made Crossbell tick. Even if that meant breaking it open to look inside. And he really, really hated walls. Couldn't stand him. I remember how he'd burn with rage every time he saw the walls of the house. Me and Cecile had to hold him back from punching them to dust every time he saw them. That way he could try to protect this land and its people in its own way, day in and day out. So that's the man he was. An absolute grade-A bona fide idiot. An absolute grade-A, but... I'm slipping into a bad Australian accent there, hold on. An absolute grade-A bona fide idiot, say. Yeah, that's the one department I could never hope to catch up to him in. Still, I'm his younger brother. I'm gonna take after him in some respects, whether I like it or not. What are you saying? Is he about to just punch the door off this prison? Ah, oh, hell no. Don't tell me. You're not thinking of busting out. To me, staying here would be the real escape. I don't plan on running away when I've got a truth to get to the bottom of. As a detective with the CPD Special Support Section, I'll free my comrades from captivity and take Kia back. I swear it. You're even more of a half-wit than he was, see? Garcia? Well, let's see what you got, kid. What could a little punk like you up to accomplish during a shit show like this? Here's your chance to prove just how determined you really are, see? What the? Sounds like it's code for the cell in the back. That's how you got your snot nose little whip. Oh, cough. Oh, I'm in a lot of pain. Oh, what? Fight? Hey, break it up. What's going on in there? You know, they should have expected. Yeah, they really should have expected that the guy that Lloyd put behind bars would want to punch him. Like, of course they're just doing this to, like, break out, but still. It's because of you that I'm stuck at this crowbar hotel. Say your prayers, you son of a bitch. See? Stop. No, please. God damn it, he's not stopping. No way around it. Let's go. Yeah, ready your weapon. Seize this at once, Rosie. Freeze, don't make me shoot. Oh, come on, we're just having a little fun. I didn't mean to get so carried away, see? Ah, cheeky bastard. You can say goodbye to all that good behavior you racked up. Now step back and keep your hands where we can see them. Oh. Ah, damn it, short-staffed or not, we shouldn't have put the set. Why did we think that putting these two in the same cell would have been a good idea? Hey, are you alright? Pant, in a lot of pain. Cough. Oh, damn, his internals must be injured. His injury must be internal. Hurry up and call it Doc. Actually, I'd rather you didn't. Yeah, get him! Aw, you little... I wish there was another way we could have pulled this off. A little late for that, kid. Besides, this is your idea. I thought you were out of your damn mind when you told me to hit you. I suspect you was the hustling type. I never knew Ravage was hiding a budding actor in its ranks. Wow, you really did break one of my back molars, though. Pardon me. Maybe if I'd have hired you as a stuntman, you'd have put me out of... Well, pardon me. Maybe I'd have hired you as a stuntman if you hadn't put me out of work. I promise. I'll back you up till we get outside. So what's the plan? There's a third floor of the prison, so they have fewer soldiers stationed here. Our goal is to find a way to break through the gap from the patrols and escape from the ground level. Huh, I like it. But too damn long. Time to have some fun. Oh, he got a makeshift Paratonfus? Beware that as your Enigma 2 has been confiscated, you will be unable to use arts. Additional, all your items have been seized, so be mindful of your hip. Oh, shoot. Hey, what was that sound? What sound? It was being held in here. The room besides the crossbars are where they're keeping all Ravash's rank and file. If they're short staffed, must be trying to save manpower, cram it all in one spot to look after. That makes sense. Sorry to stop us like this. Let's keep moving before they start sending in reinforcements. Okay, I know we're like at 1 in the morning, but I really don't... Yeah, I know we're at 1 in the morning, but this really isn't a good stopping point. Let's get out of the prison. Let's get out of the prison, and then we'll, Yeah, sorry, I know this is not a good stopping point, but we need to get... Well, let's get out of the prison. So says there's not really a good stopping point. Yeah. We have to find a spot to where we can... I have to find a good point where we can stop for the stream, and then I'll pick things up immediately on next Saturday. Huh? Hey, what are you... Oh, okay, preemptive attack, nice. But we got, like, no... I was really not expecting Garcia to be our guest party member. Yeah! Powerbomb! No, not a powerbomb. It's pop. And it's not a powerbomb. Sim says because everything will just be keeping. Oh, one more thing until it's 8 a.m. Oh. Jeez. This is amazing, but yeah, I want to find a good stopping point. Yeah, I know this is like 1 in the morning, but I really want to find a good stopping point before I end the stream. Oh, damn you. Don't think you're gonna escape. Bleh. Oh, we tripped the alarm system from his Enigma. Well, what's our next move? I was prepared for this. We're gonna have to force our way through. Fine by me, see? Ooh. I think in my next life, I'd like to be something more than a chest. I'd like to travel all over the world helping people. Getting them just what they need when they need it. Yeah, in my next life, I'd love to be a crate. Okay, Okay, let me give both of these to Lloyd. Oh, what the heck? They got mecha dogs? There they are. Freeze. Okay. I've got my Scraft. Yeah, let's use this. First, okay, no, he's got 0 sip, so... Oh, what? Oh, because he doesn't have any of his equipment, so he's not going to counter. Tramples over foes with massive body charge, no. Let's just do a normal attack. Slip says, when you're bankrolled by the Bank of the World, you can afford mecha dogs. Slip says, no, it's that the stun halberd can attack from 2 squares away, and Lloyd only has a 1 square counter range. Oh, okay. They even started using Warhounds. The old CGF would never have done this. That's how far they've fallen. Seems to me like they learned a few things from Ravash's results, see? Chances are they're pumping those pups with drugs to control them, too. Those old boys look like a bunch of fine-trained killers, didn't they, she? And whose fault is that? I can't imagine this decision. I can't imagine this decision was made by Commander Bales or Deputy Commander Douglas. Dang, Arios, what the hell? I would have not... When I first started Trails from Zero, way back, I would have never expected that one of the final villains would be Arios. I only really started to expect... Well, I started to suspect him when we had that, when we had that conversation with him. At that secret conversation with him. At the, at, his wife's grave. Also, dang, now that I think about it, I called a lot of the... I am surprised at how much of this I called early. Rossi? That kid from the Susasa. Ah, damn it, the Tatum! Oh, geez, we got 5 of them to deal with. Okay, let me try Raging Spin. Seriously, you did a great job figuring your stuff out for sure. Thank you. Yeah, like dang, I was right on the money when I called that Dieter Croy had planned this whole attack. Like the Red Constellation attack was planned by Dieter Croy. Jeez. Okay, no. Let's just use my regular scrafts. Or my regular crafts, not my scrafts. I'm gonna have to be careful though. If I lose Garcia, I'm gonna only have Lloyd here, and he's got no none of his equipment. Running out of breath already, are you? Really think how it takes to get out of here in this sorry-ass state? Honestly, no. I wouldn't trust myself to do something like this on my own. But with you backing up, I may be able to pull this prison break off. At this point, I'm willing to exploit every advantage I can get. Look at you, turn it over to the dark side. You all did make a plan. Now let's bust this joint. See? Oh, let's grab this. Bet you're wishing you kept that get out of jail free card you found back at the Ravash hideout right about now. Oh, okay, this was the way we're supposed to go. Oh, there's like 8 of them. That's more than we bargained for, but we get past this and we're home free. What do you say, kid? Ready to hit him where it hurts? We have identified the two fugitives. The first is former Ravash executive Garcia Rossi. The second, Lloyd Baggs of the Sussasa. I'll let them escape these prison grats. I honor the defense force depends upon it. Honor up. I wasn't aware you had any. See. What? How did they make it down here so quickly? Sorry, but you're in our way. Well, he's sorry. I'm not. Why don't you fellas show me what you can do? My fist versus your honor. See. Charge! Yeah, okay. Let me go and use this. Ah, I didn't beat any of them, but I got it close. Okay, let's try this. 2, 3, 4. Okay, 4 of them defeated. I'm gonna have to heal him up on his next turn. Yeah, let me heal him up. Okay. My revives and restores all hit. Jeez. Okay, 3 of them left. Yeah, Brave Smash. Oh, he's level 82. Okay. Well, Lloyd's level 79 now. Oh, he actually did it. I have to say, though, I'm impressed. You still pack a punch even after all this time in prison. Randy, the Red Constellation's leader, insanely strong, too, but you're definitely no slouch. Huh, we talk about the Scarlet Ogre, yes, Sigmund Orlando. See, he and I crossed paths all the time back in my Jaeger days, so believe me when I say he's more monster than human, see. I hear his little girl is a psycho freak, too. Yeah, when it comes to pure combat strength, she might even be more than a match for society. Then again, one of their members in particular is more formidable than I can even comprehend. And you're seriously itching to break out of here and face them all head on? See? Talk about a light at the end of the tunnel, see? Well, that's the price of freedom. It's closed off. There should be a way in to unlock it nearby, though. My mirror said it's in that room over there, see? Well, what are we waiting for, see? Okay, let's heal them up. Ooh! Lloyd recovers Enigma 2 and all equipment and items have been confiscated. Oh, thank goodness. Ah, there we go. I knew they had to keep all my stuff somewhere here. My court stash is here too. That's everything accounted for. Hurry up, kid. See, you gotta move unless you want to get your ass thrown back in the cell. Right. Ah, no chest message. Okay, hold on. I gotta remember what all I had equipped. Sorry, I gotta remember what all I had equipped. Okay, jeez, there's so much. I wish I had made like a. I wish I had taken a picture. Wait, I could go. Wait, no, I can't. I could go back and look at the stream. All these streams are always like I make it so that the streams are able to be watched as long, always like as soon as basically as soon as I go live, you could go back and watch the current stream. So, hold on, I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back in time. Hold on, let me see and see what I had equipped. Just give me a second. Just give me a sec. Sorry, just give me a second. Okay, because it's not just the Septium that I have equipped. They have to be in the right order. There we go. Okay, so I had Attack 3, Evade 3, Heaven's Eye, Septium Vein, Invigorate, and Detection. Okay, and let's save here. Now that I've got everything. Got it. Good, then let's get the hell out of here. I probably also need to equip 5-ton foot pile driver. Okay, jeez, I forgot what he had equipped here. Ah. Combat suit, chitin armor. Okay, no, he had the Ironwood kimono. He had the Strega Omega. Prevents delay, auto CP up, CP gain up, defense, accuracy. Prevents ailment. Okay, Grail Locket so he could get no ailments. Defense plus 5, evasion accuracy plus 50, CP gain up. Flame Evade automatically recovers sip in battle. Yeah, okay. True Gladiator belt. That's what he had. Now, let me save now, since I did that. Dang. This is a hell of a start to the final chapter. This is a hell of a start to the final chapter. That Lloyd's breaking out of prison along with Garcia. Garcia? Our little partnership ends here. You're on your own now. Huh? Despite everything, I still got a responsibility as the leader of Ravash's rank and file, see? Now, not just them, I owe it to our Don as well. I can't just abandon them to save myself, see? But wait! Why even help me come this far if you had no intention of escaping? You can't seriously be thinking of facing the defense force alone. They're too much, even for you. Let me... It ain't your battle to fight, kid, see? You got a truth to get to the bottom of. Whatever the fuck that means. You said out your own damn self, see? Besides, your crew is waiting for you. Not to mention that little girl of yours, see? Do we have time to waste on a no-account convict like me, see? Thanks, Garcia. As a member of the CPD, I can't advocate you staging a breakout, so I guess all I can say is, take care of yourself. As if I need you to tell me that, see? Lloyd Bannings. That's some little brother he's left behind, see? That kid's got a good head on his shoulders, I'll give him that much, see? There he is! Don't let her get away! Right where I want him. Bring it on! The killer's been ready to maul your worthless ashes! See? Watch over him, Idios. Oh, that's not good. Oh gosh, there's pleroma grass everywhere. There's pleroma grass blooming here, too. Must have happened while I was in custody. Is this because of Kia? Everything begins once I cut my way through here. For now, I have to focus on getting to the highway. There's a path out of all of this, I know it. I just have to keep my wits about me. Garcia's left the party. Oh shit, so we only got Lloyd. Okay, so, alright. That actually is a good point to end this. So, that's a good point to end this. So, next Saturday. We did one prison break, now we got 3 more to do. Next Saturday, breaking everybody out of prison. Starting to get revenge. Gonna start getting revenge on all the people, on all, like, the 8 or 10 people that we gotta fight. I wonder if there's, well, we'll figure out. We'll figure it out. In the meantime, I'll be back on Tuesday with Shantae. Thursday will be some Helldivers 2, as well as the start of Silent Hill 2 and some 3D modeling. Next Saturday, I'll be returning to this. We'll see how things go. But yeah, we won't even be able to do a raid because it's like 1 in the morning. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Thank you all for the raids and for the subs. And we didn't reach the second donation goal, but we did reach the handheld horror showcase earlier this month, so I will be doing that at some point. Yeah, have a great rest of the night. See ya.